Hogwarts, starting with the Unforgivable Curses at max level. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 201 Banban, Don't Come Over Here. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Wood's eyes lit up like 2,000-watt light bulbs. Dylan pinched his forehead. But at least he'd finally gotten rid of this guy. Oh my god, it's just a game, why bother with all the fuss? Dylan thought of the Chinese national football team in his previous life. They were so bad, they'd never won, but they still lived comfortably, didn't they? He shook his head. Dylan felt that, after all, it was just someone's hobby. Perhaps for him, something that inherently offered no practical benefit and only brought him useless fame wasn't something he was interested in. But he was him, and everyone else was their own. Everyone had their own ideas. He would listen to others' suggestions, but he wouldn't allow them to completely dictate his own ideas. Similarly, he wouldn't force his ideas on others. For Wood, ever since he started school, he'd been outclassed by those little Slytherin idiots. He'd never won a match in a single year. And he'd become captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Obsession and a desire for victory were perfectly normal. Even though Wood would graduate and leave Hogwarts next year, he had only just reached adulthood. A young man who had barely reached adulthood without a certain arrogance and a desire to win was a problem. Of course, he was different. He was already a good aged man in both his previous lives. Naturally, he wasn't as arrogant. Although he had grown up from a baby in this life, Dylan felt a significant rejuvenation from interacting with his peers. Perhaps this was also due to the nourishment of magic. But his mindset clearly wasn't as developed as Wood's. He wasn't particularly interested in things that were, in essence, simply about prestige and so-called honor. When you get old, you just want to quietly read, do experiments, eat well, get a good night's sleep, and play a few games. Dylan returned to his dorm to continue researching the structure of Horcruxes. He hadn't found any books documenting Horcruxes, so understanding their principles proved a difficult task. Even after capturing Tom and interrogating him about the dark arts, he couldn't believe everything he said. Not even half believe. He had to maintain complete skepticism. Furthermore, Dylan had recently discovered that Voldemort seemed to have adapted to being attacked by the Kedavra curse. For example, after recently being struck by an Avada Kedavra, Voldemort's screams were less forceful than before. This discovery struck him as somewhat puzzling. However, Dylan wanted to investigate further, but couldn't figure it out. He couldn't just dismantle the Horcrux completely. After all, the diary, besides being useful for research, was also a great way to complete his spell mastery quests. He couldn't bear to completely destroy such a valuable item. At most, he could only damage it partially. This would allow him to inject some life essence into the diary and restore it to its original state. It wasn't a big deal. Time passed. Dylan's days were full, but not as busy as before. In the mornings, he'd occasionally feed Luna together. In the evenings, he'd occasionally go to the Forbidden Forest with Luna to visit Sergei. During the day, he'd attend classes, and from time to time, he'd visit Dumbledore to further his studies on Gulliver's fire and alchemy. If it wasn't convenient to release the Dementors, Dylan, if he didn't want to bother, would wait for Ron and Harry to go study in the library, actually. To catch up on homework. He'd borrow Ron's scabbers and feed his Dementors. He'd eat and read every day, and when he wasn't researching, Dylan could make a few snacks for himself. Luna made them with him. Although Luna was a Ravenclaw, others considered her a bit of a lunatic. However, she got along well with the Hufflepuffs. So, Luna would occasionally come to Hufflepuff's grounds to cook. One morning, after feeding the owls with her, Dylan and her were chatting on their way to the dining hall for dinner. Dylan ended up being led astray by Luna. He would occasionally accompany Luna to the Hufflepuffs to do some baking projects, like baking cookies or making small desserts. Since Dylan already possessed numerous cooking spells, he only showed off his skills once in front of Luna, and after tasting his cooking, Luna was amazed. This was one of the reasons why Luna always invited Dylan to cook with her. Compared to Dylan's leisurely and fulfilling daily routine, Harry's life had been incredibly busy lately. These days, Even apart from Quidditch practice every Wednesday evening, early mornings on weekdays, and even on the rare weekend mornings when Dylan slept in, even in the wee hours of the morning, Wood would burst into the dormitory and shake him awake. At first, Harry panicked, fearing that Wood would wake Dylan and give him a beating. He didn't want to end up like the ghoul in Ron's attic. But to his surprise, Dylan seemed completely unresponsive. Even though Wood's movements woke even Ron, Dylan slept peacefully. It was only after Wood explained something to him that he realized Dylan had placed 3 silencing charms around his bed, ensuring that no noise could wake him. Harry was helpless. Before, with Dylan's intimidation, Wood had been able to more or less control him. But now, without Dylan by his side, he could only let Wood do whatever he wanted, and Wood had already done all the work for Seamus and Neville. Ron wouldn't go to training so early anyway, so he'd just go back to sleep after he left. When he woke, he'd stroll over to the Quidditch pitch to cheer him on. It hadn't bothered Harry at all. Fortunately, Harry quickly adapted to the situation. And, influenced by Wood, he even gained a fighting spirit. After all, it had been a long time since Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup. Harry reasoned that since he was a Gryffindor, he naturally had to work hard for Gryffindor's honor. So, Harry had been training for Quidditch from dawn to dusk lately. One weekend afternoon, after morning practice, Harry, Ron, and Hermione went to the library. Dylan strolled over a short while later and glanced at the homework they were working on. Another Charms homework? Ron curled his lips. Yet, I don't know why Charms has so much homework. It feels like I'm doing it every day, and it never gets done. Dylan tutted his head and shook his head. Yet, it feels like studying never ends. I agree. Ron paused, glancing at Dylan without saying anything. Dylan smiled and pulled a few notebooks from his bag. Professor Flitwick also asked me to do this homework. Want to see it? Dylan placed the notebooks on the table in front of Ron. Ron's eyes lit up. Is that okay? Of course, just for reference. As long as you understand the meaning and don't fail the exam, that's all. Ron's face instantly lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Dylan. You're such a nice guy. Dylan continued to smile at him. Then, could you lend me your scabbers? Are you going to study the anatomy of mice again? Ron was slightly taken aback. Dylan blinked. Yes, I find it amazing that your scabbers has lived this long, so I'd like to compare it with regular mice. Ron thought for a moment, looked at the exercise books beside him, and nodded in agreement. Scabbers is still a bit old, so you have to treat him with care. Ron put down his quill and reached into his pocket to pull out his pet mouse, which was slightly hairless and missing a toe. But all things have spirits. Even animals have wisdom. Scabbers seemed to realize something. He curled up in Ron's arms, trembling. Its claws clung to Ron's lining, its pointed nose rubbing against the fabric of his sweater as it shrank back. Ron frowned, grabbed Scabbers' tail, and yanked him outward. Hey! Scabbers, stop scratching my clothes. I don't have anything better to wear, Scabbers squealed, curling up into an ugly ball of fur. Finally, Ron dragged it out of his clothes. Even so, it continued to squirm, trying to squeeze into Ron's sleeves. Quiet, you stupid rat, Ron muttered, shaking Scabbers. But it only screamed louder, so shrill, as if someone would kill it at any moment. Ron passed Scabbers toward Dylan, but Dylan didn't take it immediately. Instead, he smiled and gently waved his wand. Magic surged, an invisible light flashed. He used the silencing charm casually. Now, though Scabbers' mouth continued to open and close, not even the whimpering could be heard. Dylan reached out, took the struggling mouse, and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he waved his wand at Ron, Hermione, and the others. Then I'll go back to the dorms. When you finish your homework, bring it back to me. Ron nodded, immediately lowering his head and continuing to write furiously. Harry, who was sitting next to Ron, also peeked over. Hermione tilted her head slightly, her eyes fixed on Dylan, her lips pursed. You're not doing them any good. If they don't do their own homework, what will happen to the final exam? Dylan's eyelashes fluttered, and he looked at Hermione in confusion. You mean, they shouldn't be allowed to copy homework? Ron and Harry looked up instantly. We're not copying. Hermione's mouth twitched. She ignored the two fools and continued to Dylan. What else? Dylan shrugged innocently and pointed to another homework book next to Harry, a homework book that clearly didn't belong to Harry, with the handwriting on it even more neat and elegant. But, didn't you lend your homework to Harry and the others for reference? I remember you did that before. Hermione was stunned. Dylan didn't bother Hermione, but smiled. Last school year, you were in trouble, so there was no one to review with him. But this school year, with you here, I think you can help them review next year and they'll definitely get good grades. I believe in you. After all, you're a very smart girl. I'll never doubt your ability. Hermione's ears instantly flushed. Her left fingertips frantically stroked the edge of the parchment, her golden brown curls falling to cover her slightly flushed cheeks. No way, I'm just used to memorizing everything. I'm not as smart as you say. Dylan chuckled and winked at her. Your intelligence is a fact that can be seen in the corridors of Hogwarts. No one needs to tell you. Dylan waved at the three of them. Remember not to bend your head too low when writing, and watch your eyes. I'm leaving now. Dylan turned around. The sound of footsteps gradually faded under the vaulted ceiling of the library. Hermione watched Dylan's back disappear around the corner, her fingers unconsciously curling the corners of her notebook into small curls. Hey, Hermione. What's wrong with you? Ron turned around and saw Hermione poking her cheek with a hand holding the quill. Hermione came to her senses and almost knocked over the ink bottle beside her. No, nothing. What's wrong with me? Ron's hand on Dylan's homework book paused. He looked at Hermione's somewhat abnormal expression. He turned his head and looked in the direction Dylan left. When he turned around again, he looked at Hermione suspiciously. Your face feels as red as dragon's blood in a cauldron. Are you acting like this because Dylan praised your intelligence? Shut up. Hermione fumbled to hold on to the ink bottle and glared at Ron. I mean, what are you talking about? I'm a little embarrassed by the sudden compliment. Ron was even more confused. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Why are you yelling at me? His mouth curled up, a hint of grievance. Hey. Get back to your homework. Hermione grabbed the book from the side, opened it, and stood in front of him. Ron looked at Hermione, bewildered, as she isolated herself with a book. He shook his head. This girl should be called a crazy girl. How inexplicable. Dylan didn't know about their little incident. When he returned to the dormitory with Scabbers, there was no one else there. He pulled a trembling Scabbers out of his pocket and looked at its paw, which was missing a toe. Dylan looked at it with a smile on his face. At this moment, Banban was shaking like a sieve, his whiskers trembling as if they would break at any moment. He didn't dare stare at Dylan directly, but could only cautiously observe him from the corner of his eye. He had no memory of this guy, but strangely, he was very afraid of this little human wizard. Chapter 202, Hufflepuff's Secret Oven, an alchemical creation? He carried Scabbers. He led him directly into his own dimension. Scabbers screamed in Dylan's arms. But Dylan led him straight to the Dementor-infested island. Though it was afternoon, the light on the island was pale and feeble. The sea shone a calm silver against the gray-blue sky above. Dylan clasped 3 fingers tightly around Scabbers' fur, ignoring his struggles. Once they reached the island, the rat seemed to sense something. Its entire body began to tremble uneasily. At the same time, it sensed its master's approach. In the distant haze, gray shadows of Dementors, dragging their tattered cloaks, loitered. Scabbers stared at them, his struggling and trembling body suddenly frozen, his round eyes reflecting the approaching monsters. Squeak! The next moment, he let out a sharp, explosive cry. How could this happen? How could this happen? Where had this brat taken him? How could there be so many Dementors here? Run, idiot! Peter Pettigrew screamed in his mind. But Dylan stood there, motionless. It was as if he were blind and hadn't seen the terrifying monsters. What an idiot. If he dies, how am I supposed to leave here? Peter Pettigrew cursed in his mind, but he didn't dare move, fearing he'd act too human and attract the attention of the Dementors. Don't panic, don't panic. I'm just a mouse, the Dementors won't come and suck my brains out. Pettigrew shivered slightly, but didn't dare make any more drastic movements. He even lowered his head, trying to act like an ostrich. 7 Dementors swooped down at him at high speed. They weren't going to let him down. Soon, a small, black-robed column formed on the beach. Little A through little G formed a horizontal line, standing in front of Dylan. The sea breeze blew across his face, carrying a chill and salty smell. Little A, the first in line, bent forward, his hollow face pressed against his. The hair on the rat's back stood up in Dylan's hand. Just as he cursed Dylan, the fool, for his soul to be devoured by the Dementors, he, who had been feigning death, discovered that the Dementors had completely ignored Dylan, a living being. Instead, they charged straight for him. A piercing chill coursed through his body. Squeak! Scabbers screamed, but stopped abruptly as the Dementors closed in. "Just a little is enough, don't overeat," Dylan instructed. Little A nodded repeatedly, but after sucking for a long time, it felt like there was nothing left to eat. And the remaining memories were disgusting. But it didn't dare explain its situation to its owner, who would suddenly transform into a monster with eyes all over his body and scare them. It could only forcefully force the dead rat's emotions into swallowing. It was indeed a beast, not as tasty as a human. After letting the 7 Dementors take turns eating their meal, they did. Dylan then removed the unconscious mouse from the Dementors' mouths. "All right, go soak in the stagnant water," Dylan waved his hand. The Dementors, as if pardoned, dispersed. Dylan flashed out of the suitcase dimension. Scabbers collapsed limply in his palm. Dylan chuckled softly. Obliviate, with a wave of his wand, Scabbers' beard trembled. He had merely obliterated his memory of his time in his world. Dylan then casually dropped Scabbers on Ron's bedside. He then cast a spell to restrain it, preventing it from escaping. Dylan didn't re-enter the dimension. Instead, he threw some food in for his pets. Then sat in a chair in his dorm room and began to read. It wasn't until dinner time that he carried Scabbers to the cafeteria. Ron and Harry had returned from the library. They had apparently finished their homework. After using his knife to clean the last bit of creamy seafood porridge from the bottom of his plate, Dylan lifted his napkin, wiped his mouth, and reached for another small dessert. Suddenly, Ron, standing next to him, poked him with a wink. "Hey, Dylan, over there," Ron finished speaking. Dylan looked up and pointed in the direction he was pointing. Meanwhile, Luna, her platinum blonde hair swaying like seaweed, approached the Ravenclaw table. This time, she had a small, unidentified insect specimen hanging from her ear instead of a carrot. "Your roll looks like it's winking at me," Luna said, looking at the butter roll in his hand with a faint smile. "Is it trying to turn into a raven and go see the Whomping Willow bloom?" Ron looked puzzled. He looked from Dylan's roll to the crazy girl everyone else was talking about. He was puzzled. What did a roll have to do with ravens? This girl was truly a bit crazy. Her words were completely incomprehensible. At the same time, Hermione, who was sitting opposite, also glanced over. Then she raised her head and glanced at Ron. Ron smiled awkwardly. What he didn't expect was that Dylan stuffed a bread roll into his mouth, then puffed out his lips and replied to Luna's words. "Rather than flying bread, I want to know if the secret oven in the Hufflepuff cellar you mentioned really exists." Luna looked at Dylan's puffed mouth, chewing, and found it inexplicably cute. She paused slightly, then said seriously, "Of course, I saw it last time." "Secret oven?" Ron was stunned again. "What is that?" Harry also blinked. Luna replied, "It's a magical oven. Last time, I used it to bake a rock cake with feathers. It even flew, but not very far, because rock cakes are too heavy." Luna nodded, "Yes." Ron raised an eyebrow and glared, "You can bake rock cakes? Are they really delicious?" Luna thought carefully and replied, "I think they were pretty good. In fact, if you don't overcook them, rock cakes will still be very crispy." Ron was stunned. "Crispy, especially the wings baked in the secret oven. They're super crispy and delicious." Hermione frowned and asked, "How can Hufflepuff have a secret oven?" Luna blinked and looked at her. "This oven moves and can even turn invisible. I think it might be some kind of magical item, so I call it a secret oven." Hermione looked incredulous. Dylan said, "Hufflepuff actually has a lot of strange magical kitchen utensils. I think this might be one of Hufflepuff's treasures." Hermione looked at Dylan. Her expression clearly said, "Are you serious?" The latter nodded at her. "There's no doubt about that, because that's what old Headmaster Dumbledore told me. I mentioned it to Luna last time, and I didn't expect it to actually exist, and she even found it." Dylan turned and looked at Luna again. "Speaking of which, how did you see it?" Luna's expression was indifferent. "I just walked over." Dylan batted his eyelashes. "And then I saw it." Luna nodded, "Yes." Ron looked back and forth at the two of them, his eyes shifting back and forth. "These two really have a rapport," Luna said. The other Hufflepuff students were surprised when they saw the oven again. "But I heard from them that there are rumors circulating in Hufflepuff about some magical kitchen utensils in their house." Dylan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. As expected of a girl with considerable spiritual talent, Dylan smacked his lips. He and Luna had also been to the Hufflepuff kitchen several times, but they hadn't encountered any magical utensils. Unexpectedly, Luna herself encountered it. Maybe the other Hufflepuffs have seen that oven, but no one paid much attention to it before. Maybe. Luna tilted her head, her platinum hair flowing over her shoulders. The bug earrings on her ears swayed gently, and a faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Would you like to come with me to check it out? I think the secret oven is still there. Of course, I'd love to. Dylan took a sip of water to clear his throat, then stood up. Everyone, I'll be leaving now. Neville was the first to nod. Ron also said, go ahead, and remember to bring back some of your baked goods. Dylan had brought him a cookie last time, and it was surprisingly delicious. Harry also nodded. Hermione, alone across the table, curled her lips and snorted. If you have time to do this, you might as well read more books. Dylan and Luna had already walked away. Ron turned back to look at Hermione and muttered softly. Why does it feel like someone isn't too happy to see Dylan idle? Hermione glared at him. Hurry up and eat your meal, Tisk. Ron forked a piece of steak and put it in his mouth, his voice lowered. Don't let people tell the truth, Hermione glared. Harry chuckled dryly and interrupted, let's finish eating quickly too. HMPH, Hermione turned her head away. Tisk, Ron's nose turned up. Meanwhile, Dylan and Luna turned into the east side of the Hufflepuff kitchen. Is it here? Luna nodded. I saw it still here today. I wanted to see if there were any special creatures in the Hufflepuff cellar, but I came across this oven. I guess not many people would have discovered it. In the shadows, an unremarkable oven sat quietly on the table. Dylan studied it. He paced around the table. The scent of alchemical magic. Was it really something unique to Hufflepuff? But I remember Hufflepuffs weren't very good at alchemy, were they? Dylan stroked his chin. Could this oven be an alchemical artifact from the Hufflepuff era? Alchemy is inextricably linked to the element of earth, and Hufflepuffs are particularly skilled in food-related spells. Perhaps this alchemical artifact is more than just a simple alchemical technique, and at Hufflepuff's level, alchemy, if not mastered to a high degree, should at least be something. Can this oven transform the things you bake? Dylan asked Luna. The girl had just mentioned in the restaurant that she took a rock pancake test and got a pancake with wings. This made Dylan wonder about the function of this secret oven. Could it possibly randomly add toppings to the food it bakes? It seems so. At least I didn't make a pair of wings out of that rock pancake. Dylan nodded, looking at the oven thoughtfully. It seems Hogwarts still has a lot of good stuff I haven't discovered yet. He really wanted to take it all into his space. Or maybe just move the entire Hogwarts out of here. Then, whoever wanted to attend school could just go directly to his space. That way, the board wouldn't have to worry about the students' tuition. The poorer ones would be free, while the richer ones, like Malfoy, could just pay 100,000 galleons a year. What do you want to make today? Luna asked. Dylan came back to his senses, looked at the blonde girl beside him, and smiled slightly. How about cookies? They're very convenient and delicious. Luna nodded, tiptoeing to reach for the flour bag on the wooden shelf nearby. Her white hair dangled and swayed. Put on your apron first. Dylan walked to the kitchen door and returned with 2 aprons in his hands. Seeing that Luna had already taken the flour bag off the shelf, he set the other one aside and put the apron around Luna's shoulders. As the fabric brushed against the tip of the girl's nose, Luna couldn't help but sneeze softly. Sorry, Dylan winked and helped Luna tie her apron. It's okay, thank you, Luna smiled. Dylan felt a rare sense of being with Luna. He wasn't just facing someone his current grade, but someone truly his own age. Although her speech might seem peculiar at times, Dylan felt that Luna's thinking was on par with his. And so was he. Like him, Luna didn't care much about academics or so-called honors. Instead, she had a clear vision of her goals. This made Dylan feel like he had found a true friend. You're welcome. Dylan crossed the 2 belts around Luna's waist and tied them. The girl had a very thin waist. As Dylan tied the last knot, his wrist accidentally brushed against Luna's hair, causing her to chuckle softly. Itchy? Dylan paused, nearly knocking the knot off. Sorry. Then, Dylan and Luna began kneading the flour. Of course, they weren't doing it by hand. Instead, they used a spell. Therefore, the cookie-making process was quick. However, for the final step, Dylan didn't directly use a spell to shape the cookies. He wanted to study the oven's effects and understand its principles. Regardless of whether it was a Hufflepuff oven or someone else's, it was essentially an alchemical artifact. Dylan simply wanted to know whether this oven was a simple alchemical artifact or one imbued with a cooking spell. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, An Oven That Can Increase Spiritual Power? Is it really one of the treasures? Then I'll put it in. Luna, donning gloves, lifted the baking tray and placed the cookies they'd made into the oven. Dylan nodded, observing her movements from the side. This oven seemed like an ordinary oven, at least on the outside. Luna squatted down and placed the baking tray inside. The oven didn't have many functions and was a rather old-fashioned model. Come to think of it, did ovens exist back in Hufflepuff's time? Dylan hadn't known about this, the books he'd read hadn't covered it. Luna turned the knob. By the second turn, a subtle creaking of gears could be heard from within the oven. That's good. Luna stood up again and stepped back to Dylan's side. We won't have to wait long. Last time I baked a cake, this oven seemed to have magical properties. It cooked the food quickly. Dylan nodded, remaining silent as he stared into the oven. The oven began to work. Dylan could clearly sense wisps of runic light spreading along the lines of the oven's surface. Those veins represented the alchemical mastery that went into the oven's construction. Soon, runic light converged at the oven's top into a dancing flame, enveloping the baking tray. However, the flame didn't directly touch the tray, but instead surrounded it, scorching the biscuits with heat and magical power. This kind of fire, Dylan mastered both fiendish fire and gubbly fire. He had extensive experience with flames, but had never encountered a fire like this. Yet, Dylan felt a familiarity with this flame, a familiarity of power. Cooking fire, Dylan blinked. He suddenly realized that the flames in this oven seemed to have a certain connection to the cooking spells he mastered. This naturally reminded Dylan that this flame seemed specifically designed for cooking. Dylan's interest was instantly piqued. Combining magic with fire, this actually had a similar effect to the gubbly fire. After all, gubbly fire was both a flame and a spell. Therefore, this cooking fire must also be generated by some kind of spell or rune. If cooking can be combined with fire, then other spells can be applied to a single object in the same way. If you think about it, isn't this just like alchemical patterns? The power of a spell is engraved within the patterns, and then the magical effect is unleashed. So, flames are actually patterns. This metaphor suddenly made Dylan understand a lot. He thought of the jade he had made for the Weasley twins, and the life-saving gear he had made for his parents. Wasn't that also a combination of spells and patterns? Actually, if you think about it, the gubbly fairy fire was created in the same way, with magic as its foundation and magical power as its thread. While the flames were being condensed, the patterns were also being condensed. Just then, Luna suddenly pointed at the oven and said, "Look, they're changing." Dylan came to his senses and looked again. Through the rectangular viewing window, Dylan saw bubbles starting to form on the surface of the cookies he and Luna had made. The cookie in the upper left corner had pearly white particles puffing up its smooth surface. Under the scorching flames, they quickly connected into a web-like pattern. Almost instantly, a translucent crystalline structure formed, a bit like a frozen honey bubble. The cookie on the right was inexplicably oozing a lavender liquid, which formed into mushroom-shaped protrusions. Dylan even saw that these liquid aggregates resembled actual mushrooms, with tiny fluorescent dots constantly oozing out from between their gills. It felt like a fungus releasing spores. Dylan stared at the changes in the cookies. Several of the cookies in the middle row had cracked. Silky silver fuzz emerged from the cracks. This fuzz wasn't offensive, but rather palatable, like a layer of frosting. Everyone is different, Dylan blinked, his chin drooping as he gazed at this secret Hufflepuff oven. It seemed like the flames weren't the only thing at work in the oven. Or perhaps, the flames had other functions he hadn't yet discovered. Combining multiple spells into a single alchemical artifact is no easy feat. Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly. Especially with such a bizarre method. How bizarre. I haven't even sensed the power of the transfiguration charm, so why are these cookies undergoing such bizarre transformations? Dylan's heart itched. He desperately wanted to move this oven back to his own world. If he could simply extract the flames from it and tweak them a bit, perhaps he could create a gourmet flame that could cook its own food without even needing a physical object. Isn't it like creating a house elf? Dylan's excitement grew as he thought back to some of his previous experiments. He hadn't expected a broken Hufflepuff oven to offer him so many new insights. He couldn't imagine how many more surprises awaited him throughout Hogwarts. Gryffindor just left behind a broken sword? There must be other heritage items, too. And Slytherin, and just a rotten snake? Impossible, impossible, Dylan pondered. Luna quietly watched the oven, waiting for the cookies to finish baking. For a moment, they both fell silent. But neither of them felt awkward. Time slipped by. They sat on a bench opposite the oven. Luna counted the gentle hum of the oven, occasionally reaching out to touch the strands of hair that fell in front of her face, a few flecks of flour still clinging to the ends. A faint sweet fragrance wafted through the air, mingling with the heat from the oven, making their corner feel unusually quiet. Neither of them spoke. Dylan gradually regained his composure, listening to his own breathing. Suddenly, he noticed Luna's shoulders gently moving, as if swaying to a rhythm only she could hear. The glow from the oven reflected on her cheeks, casting shadows on her eyelashes, which trembled softly with the flames. Just as Luna had said, the oven was magical, and the cookies were quickly baked. A clear ding sound accompanied the oven's sound. Luna slowly reached out and grasped the oven door handle. After a pause, she turned to look at Dylan. Warm yellow flames streamed through the cracks in the oven, outlining Luna's soft jawline. Her pale golden hair shone brightly. Flour still clung to her hair, and the flames cast a shadow like a dusting of moonlight. Luna's eyes curved slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. At this moment, she was completely immersed in the soft light, exuding an indescribable clarity. Dylan stared at her, stunned. Why is this girl so angelic? Is this the beauty of backlighting? I guess I'll have to take pictures this way next time. Dylan rubbed his fingertips unconsciously. Luna's face was tilted to the side, the flickering flames reflected in her eyes like two tiny clusters of melted amber, and the faint freckles on her nose were clearly visible. But instead of diminishing Luna's beauty, it only added to her purity and cleanliness. At that moment, Dylan felt like a painting kneaded into the warm glow of the oven. There was a lightness about her that seemed otherworldly. It wasn't a breathtaking beauty, but simply a sense of comfort. Like the first buds popping up on a branch in early spring as the snow melts. It was hard to pinpoint what was so special about her, yet somehow captivating. What are you looking at? Luna tilted her head, her voice drifting softly. Dylan, alert, shuddered, blinked, and then shook his head. No, I just think you're beautiful. Luna, am I beautiful? Dylan nodded earnestly. Yes, you are beautiful. Dylan pointed at Luna and gave her a thumbs up. After a moment, Luna pursed her lips, a gentle curve suddenly forming at the corner of her lips. Thank you. Besides my family, you're the first person to compliment me like that. You're welcome. I'm just stating a fact, Dylan replied dryly. Normally eloquent, at this moment, he seemed to be at a loss for words. The cookies are ready. Luna's voice was as light as a feather. She opened the oven door, and instantly, a puff of hot, caramel-scented steam filled the air. Luna's eyes swept over the various cookies on the baking tray, and she reached out to smooth her hair, ruffled by the heat. A faint pink tinged the tips of her ears. Which one do you want to try first? Dylan realized he'd been staring for too long. It was a sin. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and Dylan coughed. Anything. He waved his wand and removed the baking tray from the oven, avoiding burning Luna. He placed it on the table behind him. Luna opened the oven a crack to let the heat out, then turned and came over. Sitting down next to Dylan again, Luna poked a cookie with a crispy edge and a few round, granular particles on the surface. It looks like a pea growing on the cookie. Dylan turned his head, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Luna. The woman's hair fell, covering half her eyes. Dylan suddenly noticed an inexplicably endearing earnestness in her expression, her focus as concentrated as a rare beetle. Yeah, let's try this one first. Dylan picked up the cookie and bit into it. The sweetness of caramel, mixed with a hint of mint, spread across his tongue. The secret oven had created round, crispy particles on the cookie's surface. Especially after swallowing the cookie, Dylan suddenly felt a surge of magical power within him. Dylan paused, raising an eyebrow at Luna, but she tilted her head, studying a cookie with transparent tentacles, oblivious to him. Dylan stared at the cookie for a moment, then tossed the remaining half into his mouth. Once again, a strange feeling emerged. Beyond the sweetness of caramel, the bitterness of mint and pine needles spread across his throat. At the same time, the lightness of running down the corridor in the early morning flashed through his mind. It wasn't a surge of physical energy, but a spiritual clarity. Like a mirror washed with clear water. Even the distant sound of dripping water was remarkably clear. Dylan closed his eyes, sensing the slow flow of magic within him. he discovered that it was flowing even more smoothly than before. Dylan opened his eyes and stared in surprise at the plate of freshly baked cookies before him. "What's wrong?" Luna turned her head, puzzled by Dylan's strange expression. "Didn't you say you used this oven to make a cake last time?" "Did you eat it?" Luna nodded. "I ate a little, and I share the rest with everyone." Dylan pursed his lips slightly. "Did you feel any difference when you ate the cake?" "Physically and mentally, I mean." Luna tilted her head. "Different? Not really. I just thought the cake was delicious. One bite made me want more." She suddenly smiled. "But this is Hufflepuff's kitchen, after all, and I'm using their utensils, so I have to share the food I've made." Dylan was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Did you notice anything?" "Well, just now, when I ate that cookie, I felt a sense of relief. Even my magic felt a little ripple, flowing more smoothly." "Oh? Do cookies have that effect?" Luna also picked up a frosted cookie, examined it for a moment, then put it in her mouth and gently bit down. Instantly, a cool sweetness spread throughout her mouth. Then, Luna felt a slight warmth in her temple. A vague spell she had seen before now became clear in her mind. Luna opened her eyes in surprise. "Really?" Dylan turned around and stared at the oven in the corner, which looked ordinary, even a little worn. "It's quite an unusual oven." Luna's eyelashes fluttered slightly. "When I discovered it, it had just emerged from invisibility." Dylan narrowed his eyes. "If that's the case, there's another possibility. Perhaps it simply teleported here." "Teleport?" Luna looked at him. "You mean apparition?" "I don't know. I've sensed numerous alchemical spells on this oven. Even if it could apparition, that's understandable." Luna paused. "But this is a Hufflepuff oven. If it's always been there, there's no way no one would have noticed it, right?" Dylan nodded. "Guess I'll have to ask the others." At this moment, the desire to bring this secret oven into his own world suddenly seemed more urgent. "I'll take some of the cookies. You can take the rest." Dylan divided the cookies on the baking tray into 2 portions. Luna nodded, not refusing. He cleaned the baking tray with magic. Dylan turned and looked at the secret oven. Hufflepuff's treasure, could it be this? Luna saw that Dylan was very interested in the oven and couldn't help asking, "Do you want to take it away?" "Huh? What?" Chapter 204 Crookshanks and the Disagreeable Scabbers. Dylan looked at Luna in surprise. Luna turned back. "I say, are you taking this oven?" Dylan's mouth twitched. How could this little girl be even more of a robber than him? Laughing dryly, Dylan shook his head. "It's a Hufflepuff oven, after all. Let's ask the other Hufflepuff houses about it later. They weren't taking it now. This was robbery, right?" And so brazenly. Dylan's perception of this little girl was renewed. "That's right," Luna nodded. Dylan had assumed she'd finally figured it out. Such blatant robbery was wrong. Then, the other person said, "If we find out the origins of this oven, we'll know if Hufflepuff has any other secret kitchen utensils. Then we can all take them away." Dylan, "Well, we'll talk about it later. It's getting late. I'm going to go back and read for a while." "No problem. I'll also go look through some ancient books to see if there's anything I'm looking for." Luna nodded slightly. After Dylan cleaned up the kitchen, he and Luna left the Hufflepuff kitchen together, said goodbye again, and quickly ran back to their dormitories. "This girl is so scary," Dylan couldn't help but mutter as he walked towards Gryffindor Tower. "If I stay with her for too long, I feel like I'll be corrupted." Returning to the Gryffindor common room, it wasn't as empty as he'd expected. Instead, Dylan saw a group of people gathered around the notice board. He raised his eyebrows. "What's going on?" Dylan raised his foot and moved a little closer. He took a look. "Permission to Hogsmeade?" A notice was posted on the board. It explained the next time they could go to Hogsmeade. Naturally, it couldn't be a regular school day. It would be a weekend. And it was at the end of October, the day before Halloween. Dylan had already known about the trip to Hogsmeade during the summer vacation. To go, he needed permission. Dylan's permission form had been sent along with the new semester's book list. This required the guardian's consent. Dylan's parents naturally had no objection. They were only home for the first few days, wanting to spend time with their son, whom they hadn't seen in a while. But after that, the Hawkwoods' hearts were no longer with Dylan. They couldn't wait to get him back to school so he could have fun without worries. So, the Hawkwoods signed the permission form without hesitation. Hogsmeade, Dylan rested his chin on his hand. Hogsmeade couldn't possibly be dangerous to him. Besides, he had a property in Hogsmeade. He didn't buy it. He'd previously searched Lockhart's soul. Within Lockhart's shattered memories, he'd discovered a property he'd once purchased in Hogsmeade. And so, naturally, that property became Dylan's. This trip to Hogsmeade would allow him to use it as another safe house, and it would be the closest safe house to Hogwarts. Even if Hogwarts has anti-apparition protection, this safe house will allow me to quickly get there and back, whether returning or fleeing. Dylan reached the dormitory door. Looking up, he saw Crookshanks crouched in a nearby corner. The large ginger cat was fiddling with a glass bead with its front paws. Its large eyes, squinting into its flat face, were narrowed to slits. Its plump tail splayed out like a bottle brush, curling into a small curve at the end. This was Hermione's cat. Its strange appearance was endearing. Looking at the yellow cat, who looked like it had been pounded by an electric griddle the moment it was born, Dylan couldn't help but smile. "Little guy, what are you doing hanging around outside my dorm? Is something wrong?" Meow, meow, meow. Crookshanks tilted his head back, his tail wagging twice. Dylan raised an eyebrow. "You want to play with a coal?" Crookshanks nodded. Then, again, he was stunned. "Meow," Dylan chuckled. "Your owner leaves you in the dorm every day. I'm not very familiar with you, but there's no need to be surprised. I just understand what you're saying, which is pretty easy." It must be made clear that Dylan didn't intentionally kill a cat. He didn't kill anyone's pet cat either. It was just that during summer vacation, he happened to run into a pervert who was torturing cats in an alley. Dylan extracted the pervert's soul and discovered that he was a murderer and currently a wanted fugitive. Dylan then made him into an infernal corpse. As for the cat he'd tortured to death, Dylan naturally didn't waste it. It was only breathing its last breath. Rather than revive it and let the poor little creature continue to experience the cruelty of this world, it was better to send it to the afterlife, to be reborn in his remaining soul. Dylan generously gave the poor little creature a last hurrah. No longer suffering, it became a part of him. Meow, the ginger-faced creature froze, its eyes wide. Okay, don't you want to play with Cold Ball? Cold Ball had previously interacted with Hermione's Crookshanks, but with the arrival of Norbita, Cold Ball had rarely spent any time in the outside world. Every day, he either helped him guard the house or wandered around the space with Norbita. This meant that Cold Ball didn't even have much time to spend with Dylan. Strangely, the little black egg had suddenly become clingy again, constantly pestering him and demanding to come out of the space with him. Dylan then simply gave Cold Ball permission. It could leave the space whenever it wanted, and return whenever it wanted. Dylan had even spent 5,000 yuan to implement this feature. Yes, it was a paid feature. Otherwise, if the pet wanted to leave the pet space, it would either have to be with him or be controlled by his thoughts. Of course, Dylan only gave this permission to Cold Ball, not to Norbita, and certainly not to anyone else who wasn't even his pet. After all, Norbita was such a large dragon, and after years of growth, he had already reached a considerable size. Giving it permission to freely enter and exit the pet space would be a disaster. Who knows how much damage it would cause if it were allowed out. Dylan opened the dormitory door. Since he had given Cold Ball free access to the pet space, he wasn't sure if the little black creature would stay in the dormitory. To his surprise, Cold Ball was actually lying on Ron's bed, with Ron's pet rat beneath him. "Dylan, you're finally here." Seeing Dylan open the door, Ron turned, his eyes lighting up. "Go take care of this little black guy. He seems really interested in my mouse. I think he wants to eat Scabbers." Ron was in the dorm at the moment, but the others were gone. Dylan blinked and walked through the door. Crookshanks also slipped in. Meow, meow, meow. Although Crookshanks had never been to Dylan's dorm before, he jumped onto the nearest bed with ease. Seeing Cole, he got excited and ran over. "Hey, why is he here?" Ron's eyes widened. "I don't have enough mice for 2 cats, Dylan corrected him. "Cole is not a cat, but he wants to eat my Scabbers too." Ron sat on the edge of his own bed, nervously staring at Scabbers, who was pinned under Cole's feet, trying to escape but afraid to move. He felt a mixture of heartache and amusement. Don't worry, Cole won't eat him, an old, frail mouse. How could it possibly taste as good as the high-quality meat he fed them daily? They're just playing. Dylan had barely finished his words when Crookshanks's massive body leaped into the air, his furry tail erect, landing perfectly on Ron's bed. Perp, Crookshanks's bristling tail brushed the tip of Scabbers' nose. Then he lowered his head, opened his mouth, and with a yelp, bit down. Ron was immediately startled. "Wait, Moo. Just before Crookshanks could swallow Scabbers' head, Cole extended his other paw and pressed against Crookshanks's head. Meow. Crookshanks raised his eyes. The ginger cat, whose face had been slapped, was part Kneazle. Kneazles are incredibly intelligent and magical creatures, but also quite proud. Crookshanks naturally shared this personality. However, he was very affectionate with creatures he admired, and that wasn't limited to humans. Crookshanks was particularly fond of Cole. So even when Coleball pressed his head against him, he didn't get angry. He was just a little confused. Why didn't Coleball let him bite off the stinky rat's head? This rat wasn't like any other rat. It exuded a smell that Crookshanks found very strange. Crookshanks didn't like it. Moo. Coleball pressed the pads of his paws against Crookshanks' forehead, his movements languid and graceful. Faced with a ginger, pancake-faced cat's puzzlement, Coleball raised his eyelids. Old Orange, this rat belongs to my master. Why are you biting it? It's still useful to my master. Coleball had, of course, seen Dylan feeding Scabbers to the Dementors, so he knew this rat was no ordinary rat. It was a rat that could keep the Dementors well fed. It might not be enough. Faced with Coleball's lazy explanation, Crookshanks turned to look at Dylan. Coleball licked his paw slowly. Dylan smiled, not denying it. Yes, this little mouse is indeed quite useful. Crookshanks then retracted his neck. But next time you're not around, I'm going to eat this mouse. Merlin's briefs won't stop me. Dylan was stunned, then burst out laughing. Who did you learn all that from? Of course, Crookshanks meowed a few times. He tilted his head and glanced at Ron, who sat on the bed, looking bewildered. Ron's eyes flicked between Cole, Crookshanks, and Dylan. No, wait, Dylan. Ron looked up. Don't tell me you were just talking to them. Yes, we were communicating. Ron's eyes glared. How can you talk to a cat? Are you a cat too? Dylan blinked, then a smirk suddenly curled his lips, and his voice dropped. Do you want to know? Dylan's head dropped, half of his face seemingly hidden in a hazy shadow. Ron suddenly stood up from the bed. Ha, I think it's a good thing for them to play together more. Harry's still waiting for me on the court. I'm leaving now. Ron immediately ran towards the dormitory door and rushed out. But before he closed the door, he paused and said to Dylan, remember to keep an eye on my Scabbers for me. Don't let him get bullied, especially by Hermione's cat. Merlin's briefs. I don't know why this cat showed up in our dormitory. As soon as he finished speaking, Ron jumped up and disappeared. The door was gently opened and then locked. Dylan looked at the closed door and shook his head. You guys want to play together? Then I'm going to read. Moo. Coleball raised his chin, indicating Dylan to do as he pleased. Crookshanks squatted beside him, staring at Coleball curiously. Why are you looking at me? I think you look a lot like me. Coleball looked at Crookshanks in disbelief. It lifted its foot and released its claws from holding Scabbers down. But the poor mouse, even freed from its restraints, didn't dare escape, remaining crouched on the bed, minimizing its presence. Dylan ignored the two chit-chatting little ones. Coleball, naturally, had grown accustomed to Dylan's busy schedule. Crookshanks had come to play with Coleball, unconcerned with Dylan's busy schedule. His owner had been ignoring him today, leaving him distressed. So, he thought of Coleball. He realized it had been ages since his owner had taken him out to play. Perhaps they had simply abandoned him in the dorm, leaving him bored and alone? That's why Crookshanks came running over. But no one opened the door for him, and he couldn't get in. It wasn't until Dylan returned that he finally had a chance to enter. Dylan sat quietly at his desk, flipping through a book about Hogwarts history, trying to find some details, perhaps something about Hufflepuff, or something else entirely about Hogwarts history. Unfortunately, he found no trace of the secret oven in the books. How strange, Dylan said, puzzled. Logically, since the secret oven was in the Hufflepuff kitchen, someone else must have discovered it. If someone had, why wasn't there any mention of it in the books? That doesn't make sense. Isn't the room of requirement mentioned in regular books, but this magical room also existed? Chapter 205, Hermione and Ron broke up? What a group of cute kids. Morning. Herbology class. Dylan, Neville, and Seamus sat around a sapling tree. Dylan crouched in the tree's dappled shade, his fingertips just touching a pink pod the size of a pigeon egg when Seamus muttered beside him. This thing looks just like the tassel on Professor Flitwick's hat the other day. Neville laughed, rubbing his gloves against the branches, making a soft rustling sound. Professor Sprout said to pick the ones with white streaks on the stems. Don't make the mistake. I heard a third-year Slytherin student picked a completely pink one last week, and ended up with boils all over his face, like he was holding a plate of strawberry shortcake on his face. Seamus chimed in, nodding. Oh, your description, Neville paused. I think I've picked up the essence of Dylan's words, just like Dean. Seamus blinked his left eye. Dylan glanced at him, his eyelids twitching. What's with that unseen flame? Dylan dug his gloved fingernails into the pods, and a gelatinous liquid immediately gushed out, forming pale green bubbles in his palm. With a twist of his wrist, Dylan scraped the liquid into the copper basin. The bubbles shattered into tiny specks in the sunlight, mingling with the fresh scent of earth and grass, gradually spreading. Just then, Seamus let out a low cry. A pod exploded into fluff in his hand, staining his eyelashes. Merlin's beard. I think this pod is harder to subdue than Peeves. How come? He didn't finish his sentence. Another pod exploded with a pop in his hand, splattering his sleeves with sticky liquid. Neville quickly handed him a wooden spoon. Scrape it up quickly with this. Dylan watched Seamus and Neville frantically fumbling, shook his head, and sighed. Scourgify. Dylan still held 2 pods in his hand. Without using a wand, he simply chanted a spell, and magic emanated. The sticky liquid on Seamus' sleeve was completely cleaned. Thank you, Seamus breathed a sigh of relief. Dylan, I think your magic has improved a bit. Neville blinked. No, I thought Dylan had always been this good. Seamus nodded. That seems to be the case. Dylan curled his lips. Remember, cut from the bottom third. Don't touch or squeeze the top of the pod directly with your hands. Seamus nodded, but then blinked again as he watched Dylan's barehanded movements. But, Dylan raised his hand. Don't try to imitate me. I'm enveloping my hands with magic. You see, I'm using my bare hands, but magic can also be transformed into a blade, okay? At this point, Seamus turned his head again, looking at Ron and Harry not far away. I feel like Ron and Hermione are acting a little off today. Why do you say that? Dylan looked up. He didn't sense any beef between Hermione and Ron. Of course, it could also be because he simply hadn't paid attention to them. Neville cupped his palms, scooped up a handful of glistening beans, and gently slid them into the barrel. Dewdrops condensed on the golden and green skins of the beans. If they accidentally rolled to the ground, they would bloom. That wouldn't be useful for Professor Sprout's homework. I think I know something. Neville withdrew his hand, glanced cautiously in Ron's direction, and then continued, I wonder what happened to Ron's pet last night, that rat. He and his rat kept talking, and they talked until quite late. Although they weren't loud, it still disturbed me a little. Then why didn't you just use magic to soundproof them? Dylan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't noticed what happened last night. After all, every night, Dylan would simply cast a silencing zone around his bed. Not only for a peaceful sleep, but also to avoid disturbing others when he got up late to run to the Forbidden Forest. Neville felt a little embarrassed, his hands spread out before him, his gloves still stained with the glistening goo. Well, I actually wanted to use a silencing zone, but it requires a wand and a spell. Neville looked at Dylan, a little embarrassed. I can't cast spells wandless or silently like you. I'm worried Ron might hear me if I used a spell. Dylan was even more confused. So, Neville paused. If he hears me using a silencing zone, won't he think I think he's a little noisy? That would be so embarrassing. Dylan, Seamus laughed. I know how you feel. I get that feeling sometimes when I'm hanging out with Dean. Dylan smacked his lips. I really don't understand what these kids are thinking. But kids are really innocent, always thinking about others. They're pretty cute. Dylan thought about it. If someone kept him awake in the middle of the night, he might just get up and give them a Cruciatus bullet to make them feel the effects of not sleeping, especially if they're not sleeping themselves and are keeping others awake. Anyway, Ron and Hermione don't seem to want to talk to each other. Look at Harry. Seamus turned his head. Neville and Dylan looked over as well. Harry was naturally in Ron's group, and Hermione was there too. The three of them sat around a bubble tree. The atmosphere seemed a bit strange. Ron and Hermione both had stern expressions. Ron poked at the bean juice in the copper basin. Hermione twirled her wand and looked away. Harry looked at this, then that. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt like it was clogged with cotton, and not a single soothing word could come out. It was obvious they were having a disagreement. But Dylan chuckled. It's just hard on Harry. Look at the poor little thing. Ron and Hermione aren't working, So he's left to toil away all alone. Neville pursed his lips, trying his best to stifle a smile. It wouldn't be nice to laugh so out loud. Who said it wasn't? Seamus shrugged. After finally getting through get out of class, everyone cleaned off the stains and mud with simple spells. The Gryffindors hurried to their next class. Dylan chatted with Neville as they walked. Seamus went with Dean after class. When they reached the Transfiguration classroom, Dylan noticed a commotion in the crowd ahead. Dylan raised his eyebrows and walked over. What's going on? Neville followed Dylan, squeezing in. However, due to the large crowd, he struggled to squeeze through. Dylan didn't force himself to be the first. Hermione was standing not far away. She must have been angry with Ron, having left Harry and the others behind as soon as get out of class was over and rushed over first. Perhaps Hermione knew something. Sure enough, Dylan walked over and had just asked Hermione a question when her eyes flickered to Lavender, who was sobbing and gasping for breath not far away. Her rabbit was killed by a fox, and she insisted it was the fulfillment of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. A prophecy? Yes, October 16th, your worst fear will come true before your eyes. Hermione rolled her eyes. But the rabbit was bitten yesterday. Besides, when her bog art materialized, it was clearly. Hermione drew a circle in the air with her fingertips. A classroom full of bloody teeth. They weren't rabbits at all. How can that be considered her worst fear? Hermione was already quite close to the front. Dylan followed her gaze and saw Lavender trembling with tears, hugging an empty cage. Hermione continued, to put it bluntly, that divination professor must be playing a game of chance. If someone dropped a kettle, got hit by a ball, or even just lost their hairband that day, it would count as a prophecy coming true. That makes her prediction seem even more accurate, doesn't it? Hermione, could you please have a little compassion? Ron suddenly appeared from behind and rolled his eyes at Hermione. My rabbit's gone, and you're not talking about boggarts. You really don't take my pet seriously. It's alive, too. Hermione was choked by Ron's sudden words. After taking 2 deep breaths, she turned to Dylan. So why can't these people just let their logical gears run wild before jumping to conclusions? Lavender's sobs rang out again in the distance. Ron forced his way over and awkwardly offered comfort. Dylan blinked and looked away. Hermione, you have to understand that not everyone has your rational mindset. It's best not to interfere too much in other people's affairs, because if you change their life trajectory, you'll have to bear the consequences. Dylan paused, then added, of course, if you want to help someone you care about, just ignore what I said. Hermione was stunned. Dylan didn't say anything else, but a sudden thought occurred to him. He remembered that Hermione might one day launch a movement for house elves' rights. House elves, creatures who serve as slaves in other people's homes. Who would truly care? Hermione would undoubtedly face much criticism, even ostracism, for doing this. But even though she knew she would face such resistance, she still resolutely took this step. That was Hermione. What are you all doing at this door? Come in quickly. Professor McGonagall slowly approached from the other side of the corridor. Seeing a group of people blocking the doorway, not entering the classroom, she frowned. Lavender couldn't bear to cry anymore. She could only carry the cage and enter the classroom. Professor McGonagall's class today wasn't anything much different. She simply had the students review the previous lesson's material and consolidate their knowledge. This lasted the entire class. The silence between Hermione and Ron not only made the atmosphere even more tense, but also made Harry, caught on the middle, fidget uncomfortably, feeling as if he'd fallen into an icy cave. Why was he so cold? The class ended. The bell rang. Professor McGonagall asked everyone to stop their spells. Then she spoke. Everyone, don't rush to leave. Everyone stopped and looked up at Professor McGonagall. Everyone is enrolled in this house, so as your head of house, I need to collect your permission forms to go to Hogsmeade before Halloween. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, tapping her fingertips lightly on the edge of the podium, her jaw set in a straight line. No one who hasn't submitted a form will be allowed to go. Some students pulled their permission forms directly from their bags and lined up to hand them to Professor McGonagall. Just like Dylan, Hermione also brought her form. Of course, some students didn't bring their permission forms. Professor McGonagall asked them to bring them before the next Transfiguration class. Only Neville suddenly stiffened a little when he heard Professor McGonagall mention this, and his face was full of bitterness. He waited until everyone else handed in the forms. Only then did he hesitate and tremble as he walked up to Professor McGonagall, his head slightly lowered. I'm sorry, Professor, that I seem to. Professor McGonagall's hawk-like eyes fell. Neville was speechless. But Professor McGonagall shook her head. Your form is already here, Mr. Longbottom. Huh? Neville was stunned at first, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Professor McGonagall in disbelief. How could it be? He clearly left his permission form at home. Professor McGonagall said calmly, your grandmother sent me the form at the beginning of the term. I think she thought it would be safer this way. Neville, okay, everyone, don't forget the permission form before next class. Professor McGonagall finished her words and turned to leave the classroom. Neville breathed a sigh of relief and followed Dylan out the door. Dylan, have you decided what to do over there? Like where to go for fun? Dylan knew Neville was talking about Hogsmeade. Of course, he had already thought about what he wanted to do there. The Weasley twins said their friends saw some new treats at Beeduk's candy store. They seemed delicious. I'm going to check them out. Neville nodded, his face filled with anticipation. Now that we can get out and about, I'll go with you to the candy store, whatever you want, Dylan said casually. In reality, Hogwarts was just a wizarding gathering place. There wasn't much to do. There wasn't even much to see. If I had to pick out a few shops, they would be nothing more than Honeydukes candy store or Zonko's joke shop. Otherwise, there would be some clothing stores and a few other shops. There was absolutely no place for underage wizards to have fun. The other young wizards were looking forward to going to Hogsmeade because they had been cooped up in Hogwarts for too long. Although there wasn't much to do in Hogsmeade, there was even less in Hogwarts. Every day, the moment they opened their eyes, they studied, and the moment they closed their eyes, they slept. When they woke up, they studied again. After they finished studying, they slept again. Being able to go out for a walk was like a spring outing for elementary school students. Even just going out for a walk was exciting. Chapter 206 Spell, Dream of the Gate of Reason. I also want to go to Zonko's joke shop. Dylan, do you want to come with me? Hearing Neville's question, Dylan thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't really want to go. Neville was stunned. There were only a few shops in Hogsmeade. If he didn't go to Zonko's joke shop, where else could he go? Just browse for candy? Neville tried to persuade Dylan to come with him. Seamus said that Dean told him that Zonko's joke shop has a lot of strange things, and many of them are things we don't usually see. At this point, Neville looked around cautiously, then lowered his voice. Seamus and Dean have even prepared galleons. They're going to do a lot of shopping. Dylan raised an eyebrow when he heard a few of the things Seamus and the others wanted to buy. They're all contraband, Neville smiled. As far as I know, most of them are indeed listed on the list of prohibited items. This is what Seamus told me secretly. I'm telling you, but don't tell anyone else. Dylan waved his hand. I'm not interested in talking about this with others, and I'm not very interested in those contrabands. To be honest, haven't the Weasley twins made a lot of them? I saw someone looking for them to trade privately a few days ago, so instead of buying things from the joke shop, it's better to take care of your classmates' business. Neville blinked. It seems to make sense. Dylan shrugged. Don't you think that George and Fred's ideas and the little gadgets they made are more interesting than those in Zonko's joke shop? Neville thought for a moment and nodded slightly. That's true. Last week I heard that they made a kind of canary biscuit. It looks no different from ordinary biscuits, but after eating it, people will turn into a big canary. It takes a minute to take off the feathers and turn back to its original appearance. Dylan nodded. I know. This prop requires a very high level of transfiguration. They even came to ask me for advice. Huh? Neville glanced at Dylan. I was wondering, how did they succeed so quickly with these cookies that can transform people? I heard they were planning to develop them last year, but there was no progress. Now they've finally made a finished product. Dylan chuckled. That's why I have no interest in Zonko's joke shop. Many people who've been to Hogsmeade say their merchandise hasn't been updated in ages. I think sooner or later, Fred and George will open a prank shop that's even more interesting than Zonko's, and it's bound to be popular all over the country. Dylan and Neville were walking down the street. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared behind them. My goodness, Merlin. Hey, what do I hear? A prediction made by a third-year master divinationist certified by the divination professor. That's right. That's it, two voices echoed in Dylan's ears. Dylan's eyelids twitched at the exaggerated, fluctuating tone of the words. This was bad. These two brothers were going to be inexplicably confident. What I just said was, after that, Dylan tried to explain. However, the Weasley twins didn't even give him a chance to continue. They just squeezed in. "Oh, Dylan, why haven't I heard you support us so much before?" "That's right, it's a rare compliment. It would be great if you said it to my face. It's better to praise people as early as possible." George bumped Dylan's shoulder, squinting his eyes, and his face was wrinkled with laughter. Fred also came over, deliberately pushing George into Dylan's arms with his shoulder. "Tell me, which of our treasured props do you like best? The magic whistle that filled the Slytherin cellar with donkey brays last time, or the glitter powder that Hufflepuff used to create a shower of stars in the kitchen last month?" Dylan, jostled by the two until he was practically pressed against the wall, couldn't help but twitch his lips, his glare sharp. "Fred, I'm George." Seeing something was amiss, the twins stopped bragging and immediately took 2 steps back. "Let's go, there's a prop they're working on in the dorm. We need to go check it out." They vanished like the wind, leaving only a few voices lingering behind. "We'll meet in Hogsmeade?" "No, Honeydukes. We'll be waiting there. Let's show you our secret weapon." They ran off. Dylan sighed helplessly. These two always have so many bizarre prank ideas. "Secret weapon?" Dylan tutted. Neville stood aside, watching the Weasley twins inexplicably appear and disappear just as quickly. His eyes were tired from blinking. "Okay, let's go." Dylan waved to Neville. He was hungry after chatting for so long. Neville nodded and followed Dylan. The next few days passed quickly. In the days leading up to Halloween, although Hogwarts was still surrounded by Dementors, most of the third-year students didn't think much of it. After all, it was the first time they were allowed to go out and play during school hours, so many were excited. Excited, even. Dylan could clearly sense that their enthusiasm in class had been aroused. Especially in Professor Snape's potions class. It was even more exaggerated. Even though Professor Snape was still consistently targeting the Gryffindors, with the exception of Dylan, almost everyone was criticized by Professor Snape. However, even in the face of Professor Snape's sarcasm, none of the Gryffindor lions talked back. Instead, they just changed whatever the professor said. They actually followed through on their orders. Professor Snape was stunned. Perhaps he was moved. Then Professor Snape picked out everyone's faults again and deducted Harry's marks. In fact, isn't this also a kind of fair treatment by a good teacher? The day before Halloween. The morning light had just passed over the spire of the castle. The cobblestones of Hogwarts were already crowded with restless students. The day had finally arrived when they could move freely to Hogsmeade. The third-year students of this school year were very excited and gathered in groups. At the same time, Filch was like an old cat with its hair standing on end, blocking the archway of the hall. From a distance, it actually looked like a nail. That hooked nose almost poked the face of every passerby. He was holding a list in his hand, and the whole piece of parchment was almost dragging on the ground. I don't know which store is producing such exaggerated parchment. No one who's not on the list is allowed to pass. If anyone tries to slip out and I catch them, you'll be in trouble. Then your headmaster will come and take you away. Filch's voice was like a rusty saw scraping against slate. It was sharp, piercing, and had a sticky nasal tone. Every syllable sounded as if it had been soaked in milk that had been searched. When Dylan slowly walked over, Luna was with him. And Neville was following behind them, wanting to step forward but feeling embarrassed. He really looks like a magical creature. Luna's eyes fell on Filch in front of her. The latter was still comparing the young wizards queuing to leave to see if they were on the list. He didn't even notice Luna's interested gaze. Dylan turned his head to look at her. This little girl, could she even be interested in Filch? Was she going to study Filch and use it as material to write about in her father's magazine? Dylan smacked his lips. I'm going first. Remember to check on Luna for me, and also say hello to Misty. Luna thought for a moment. If possible, while you're there, please keep an eye out for me. If there are any rare, undiscovered creatures, remember to come back and tell me. Dylan nodded. No problem, but I don't think I'll encounter anything special, so don't get your hopes up. If there were any undiscovered creatures, they would have been captured by the wizards of Hogsmeade long ago. How could a young wizard out collecting folk songs have the chance to encounter them? Luna nodded slightly, her blonde hair fluttering slightly in the wind. Dylan had met Luna in the hallway on her way out, so naturally, Dylan went out with her. It's okay, just keep an eye out for me, okay? After saying goodbye to Luna, the two separated. Luna walked in another direction. Neville quickly followed Dylan's steps. What was it about this inexplicable sigh of relief? Neville swallowed and glanced cautiously at Dylan. Suddenly, He saw Hermione and the other two gathered in the corner up ahead. Neville paused. Harry said his aunt and uncle wouldn't sign anything for him. Dylan raised an eyebrow. Really? I haven't heard Harry say that. Neville looked at him. Maybe, because you haven't talked to Harry much lately. I see. Dylan nodded. It seemed so. He'd made new progress in his research over the past 2 days. He'd made a breakthrough in magical memory manipulation. Previously, he could simply protect Hagrid's memories, preventing others from investigating him and exposing his secrets. This was actually a very high level of magic, though a bit crude, forcibly concealing his existence. If one were to dig out all of Hagrid's memories and examine them piece by piece, one would still find some inconsistencies. But now it was different. Dylan could not only directly cut off certain parts of someone's memories, but also make them appear reasonable to others and ignore them. It's similar to how he could cast a Fidelius spell on a portion of a person's memory. However, it differs from the Fidelius spell in that it doesn't simply render the memory secret. It allows others to still see it, unperceived. The memory even changes to better align with the observer's rationale. Dylan named this spell the Rationale Dream Curse. Rationale Dream, the dream of the door of reason. Rationale stands for what is natural, implying the spell's ability to manipulate memory logic, turning loopholes into rational doors. Dream echoes its dreamlike, natural infiltration, leaving no trace, yet possessing a distorted and natural quality of cognition. However, the conditions for using this spell are much stricter than Mnemosyne's Veil. Mnemosyne's Veil requires Dylan to cast the spell directly on the intended target. However, Rationale Dream requires Dylan to be in close proximity with the target. Through prolonged contact, the cursed memory is infiltrated. If the opponent possessed advanced memory skills, such as Professor Snape or Old Dumbledore, then there was a high probability they would be aware of Dylan's spell. Furthermore, they would be able to easily break Dylan's spell. Even beyond that, Dylan would need to constantly maintain his memory. Therefore, Dylan was currently researching how to make the spell work silently. While Dylan primarily used this spell to prevent gossip-mongers like Hagrid from spreading information about him, he, driven by the principle of perfection, naturally wanted to perfect it. Furthermore, to study this magic, Dylan devoted considerable time to tinkering with Portkeys, the Fidelius Charm, Mnemosyne's Veil, the Oblivion Charm, and other spells. He even spent countless hours late at night in the Forbidden Forest meeting with Hagrid, using Hagrid to test the effectiveness of his spells. Fortunately, this large man possessed considerable strength, but his understanding of spells was limited. Dylan successfully protected Hagrid's memories of him, primarily those related to Norberta. Plus, with so many other things going on, he naturally had no time for Harry and the others. And since Harry hadn't come to him directly to complain, that meant nothing was wrong, right? But the Dursleys. Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed like when he visited Harry next holiday, he'd have to teach them a lesson about what it meant to nurture a child wholeheartedly. Harry's aunt and uncle are his guardians, so if they don't sign, Harry can't go to Hogsmeade, Neville said. Dylan thought about it. It didn't seem like this was a sudden incident, but rather a pre-existing plot. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to help Harry. Let him go on his own. By the way, I really should spend more time with Harry and the others lately, Dylan suddenly thought. He'd been so busy obscuring Hagrid's memory lately that he'd forgotten about Harry and Ron. The text then abruptly shifts topics. Ron and Hermione briefly united. As they approached, Dylan heard their voices comforting Harry. I really don't understand. Professor McGonagall knew Harry's guardians were those two guys, so why didn't she let him go to Hogsmeade with us? Ron said angrily. With us here, how could Harry get lost? Chapter 207 Can the little wizard still go to the Three Broomsticks? Seeing Dylan approaching, Ron sighed helplessly. Dylan, you have no idea how infuriating Harry's aunt and uncle are. Dylan blinked. I know, Ron. Harry looked at Dylan and the others and pursed his lips. You guys go first. Harry leaned back a step, pressed against the wall, the coolness of the bricks seeping through his clothes and into his skin. Ron opened his mouth, wanting to say something more. Hermione shook her head. Okay, we'll be back as soon as possible. The school also lets us go back and forth that day. If you have nothing to do today, you can go to the library and do your homework, Harry. Dylan also glanced at Hermione. Heartless. Absolutely heartless. Did Hermione cultivate some kind of heartless path? Such comforting. They were all going out to play today, and not only was Harry unable to go out, but he was forced to stay in school. Hermione actually let him do his homework in the library while everyone else was out playing. Remember, even he didn't plan to study today. I'll think carefully about what to do today, Harry coughed. Hermione nodded. Finally, together with Ron and Dylan, who kept looking back, they walked out of the gate leading to the outside of the castle under Filch's careful scrutiny. The wind outside the castle blew a few dead leaves across the cobblestone road. Ron shrank his neck. It's really cold today. He put his chin into his scarf. This scarf was given to him by Dylan, a brand new scarf. Ron liked it very much. Rubbing his hands, Ron muttered, "It would be great if Professor McGonagall could agree to let Harry join us. Sometimes she is too rigid. She can obviously accommodate us." Dylan glanced at him. Before he could say anything, Neville said, "Professor McGonagall is just doing her job. Students who don't have their guardian signed permission cannot go to Hogsmeade. This is the rule of Hogwarts." Dylan nodded and said, "You can't expect Professor McGonagall, the vice president, to take the lead in violating school rules, otherwise other professors will follow suit." Hermione thought for a moment. That's right. If every professor can find a backdoor for his students, then Professor Snape. Ron also reacted, Okay. Let's follow the rules." As soon as he finished speaking, he muttered, "I really can't imagine that Professor Snape is targeting us even though there are rules and restrictions. If not, I feel like he can add a whole semester's worth of points to Slytherin in one class, and he can also deduct all of our Gryffindor points. Even deduct them to a negative number." Seeing Ron's indignant and passionate look, Dylan's mouth twitched. "Professor Snape isn't so inhumane. Maybe, if you don't constantly provoke him. He has humanity," Ron grimaced. "Oh. I don't think I'll ever forget that time he pointed his finger at me and scolded me for a full 20 minutes in class." Dylan also thought of a previous potions class when that idiot Ron mistook goldenrod for campanula and threw it into a potion, causing it to explode. "So, that's what I'm saying. If you don't provoke him, how will he ever get the chance to scold you?" Dylan smacked his lips and didn't respond to Ron. Hermione, on the other hand, was no longer having to help Ron comfort Harry. She was annoyed with Ron again and immediately started to argue with him. "You nearly scared everyone around you to death. Because you mixed the wrong herbs, so many people ended up failing. I think not only should Professor Snape scold you, but Professor Sprout should also give you a good scolding." "What?" "It was clearly the herbs that were the problem," Ron retorted. The two of them started arguing again. Neville looked at them awkwardly. He turned to look at Dylan. He saw that the latter, whether accustomed to it or simply unconcerned, made no attempt to mediate the quarrel. He stood aside, silent. Instead, he and Dylan began to look around. Meanwhile, after the students who were leaving for Hogsmeade that morning had arrived, Filch also came out, wearing a pointed hat and a sallow face. "Oh, this guy looks like an old bat too, and he's the grumpy kind." Ron argued with Hermione for a while, but then realized he couldn't win the argument and stopped paying attention. Seeing Filch coming out, he couldn't help but whisper to him. Bang! Filch closed the door, his hooked nose almost poking the students in the front row. "Listen up." His cloudy eyes scanned the young wizards whispering in the queue one by one. Although Filch was a squib, he didn't know magic. Yet, he possessed a number of magical items gifted to him by Dumbledore. This meant he didn't have to put himself at a disadvantage against the young wizards simply because he couldn't magic. On the contrary, most of the young wizards present even held a certain inexplicable fear of Filch. Perhaps it was because he was frighteningly ugly. Or perhaps it was because Filch haunted every night like a ghost. Imagine leaving your house at night and being chased by a ghost capable of capturing and putting you in detention. Who wouldn't be terrified? And one so hideous, looming in the darkness. How terrifying. No running around, no touching things you shouldn't. Filch's thick lips curled into a sardonic curve. "If I catch you sneaking off the team and going where you're not supposed to," Filch rolled his eyes. "You'll be in detention. All right, follow me. Don't dawdle." Hogsmeade wasn't far from Hogwarts. A typical carriage ride would be a quick trip. But if you walk, the distance is not too far. You can get there on foot. It is worth mentioning that there are several points in the time to go to Hogsmeade. Basically, it is in the morning. Dylan and his classmates belong to the first wave of students to go to Hogsmeade. Moreover, most of this group of students are third-year students. After all, students in higher grades have already been to Hogsmeade, and naturally know that there is nothing particularly fun there. Even if they want to go, they won't get up so early. It didn't take too long to walk. When they arrived at Hogsmeade, there was still a little mist on the top of the chimney. Filch pulled out his duck voice. "Listen up, kids. Your prefects are staring at your asses with peepholes on every street corner here. If anyone finds out that someone is trying to sneak out of here," he paused deliberately, narrowing his eyes, "you'll wish you'd never grown legs. I'll give you a good spanking before I hand you over to your head of house." Filch hurled a series of harsh words before dismissing everyone to move freely. He then turned and walked back, leaving behind a vague threat. "I'm leaving, but I'll keep an eye on you, I'll keep an eye on you." After Filch left, Dylan watched him disappear and shook his head. Prefects did patrol the area to prevent any young wizards from accidentally wandering into the wrong place, or attempting to sneak out of Hogsmeade and go somewhere inexplicable. But that didn't matter to him. If he wanted to leave, he wouldn't need to cast any spells. He could just wear his ring, and no young wizard would be able to detect his presence. Of course, this didn't apply to those with exceptional spiritual gifts like Luna. Even if he could become invisible with the Ring of Shadows, it was simply the ring's magic that concealed him. Magic itself was part of the spiritual realm. So even if he was invisible, Luna would naturally notice the difference with a careful observation. Similarly, invisibility wouldn't be able to hide Dumbledore. This was because Dumbledore clearly possessed his own spiritual gifts. "Dylan, I want to go to Zonko's joke shop first." "Do you want to go straight to Honeydukes?" Neville asked. Dylan nodded. "You go ahead. Did the Weasley twins say they'd show me something amazing at Honeydukes?" "I'll go and wait for them." Neville nodded slightly, then parted ways with Dylan, heading towards Seamus. Dylan hadn't been walking with Ron and the others. Not to mention that Ron and Hermione had gone their separate ways after their argument. Dylan also happened to be left alone. Seeing Filch leave, many students' excitement was unrestrained. Some clutched their accumulated sickles or galleons and headed straight for Honeydukes. Others, dragging their companions along, ran towards Zonko's joke shop. Dylan slowly followed the crowd. Suddenly, he noticed a few young wizards peeking through the wooden door of the Three Broomsticks, then actually slipping right inside. The Three Broomsticks was a bar. These young wizards were clearly students. Yet, they dared ignore the patrolling prefects and Professor McGonagall's previous warnings and head straight for the bar? Dylan glanced over. There weren't many patrolling prefects, seemingly only one. It looked like the others hadn't arrived either. Dylan narrowed his eyes. He recalled Professor McGonagall tapping on the blackboard last week. Underage wizards are prohibited from consuming any alcoholic beverages, unless accompanied by a guardian. Dylan's gaze swept over the steaming copper kettle in the bar window. That's really against the rules. Dylan's heel dug a small dent in the ground. His toes, originally heading for the candy store, quietly turned. He walked past a Hufflepuffs arguing over the recipe for the Screaming Cauldron candy and headed straight for the bar's woody door. "I heard that Professor McGonagall really likes the drinks here. They say a teacher is a father for life. It shouldn't be a problem for me to learn about my elders' preferences." Dylan followed the other students and slipped into the Three Broomsticks. As soon as he entered, a warm air mixed with the smell of peat and a hint of alcohol hit him. There weren't many people in the bar right now, and many of them were wizard students who were not yet adults. Madame Rosmerta greeted them with a smile. Dylan had just taken a step forward when the only prefect patrolling the street also walked in. Madame Rosmerta's chestnut curly hair was loosely tied with a velvet headband. She had already served several students a few glasses of butterbeer, which made her apron stained with star-shaped foam. After greeting them, she saw the newcomer. Madame Rosmerta smiled. "Good morning, Mr. Prefect. Would you like something hot? Also, today's butterbeer has candied peels, which I think will be delicious." Dylan turned to look at the prefect. Judging from his wizard robes, he looked like a Hufflepuff prefect. Dylan didn't quite recognize him. He walked up to Madame Rosmerta and ordered 2 butterbeers. Dylan blinked and walked over to the bar. After Madame Rosmerta handed the 2 butterbeers to the prefect, she turned back to Dylan and asked enthusiastically, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Dylan glanced at her, then cleared his throat to make sure it was reasonable. I remember the school rules say." Madame Rosmerta blinked. "3rd year," Dylan nodded. Madame Rosmerta laughed a few times. "You're worried that minors can't drink the alcoholic version, right?" In a blink of an eye, she poured a glass of amber liquid from the copper kettle. There was a hint of foam on the top. "Don't worry, this is a non-alcoholic version specially prepared for young wizards. Professor Dumbledore personally approved my recipe at the freshman welcome party one year. Madame Rosmerta winked at her. How about a glass? The prefect, holding 2 glasses of butterbeer, also smiled. Don't worry, it's indeed. Dylan was stunned. No alcohol? Suddenly, he felt a little bland. Is alcohol-free wine still wine? Isn't it just sweet water? Dylan pursed his lips slightly. If you want to try it, add 2 spoonfuls of syrup. Professor Flitwick praised it, saying it tastes like Honeyduke's toffee. Dylan nodded. Okay, please, give me a glass. Just 1 spoonful of syrup is enough. I don't like sweet water that's too sweet. Madame Rosmerta fluttered her eyelashes. Sweet water? She laughed again. This really is an interesting young wizard. Madame Rosmerta quickly handed Dylan a glass of butterbeer. Dylan sniffed it. Although the room was filled with the aroma of alcohol, this beer certainly didn't smell of alcohol. Dylan lowered his head to sip, taking a sip. The warmth of the syrup slid down his throat and into his stomach. It was surprisingly good. How does it taste? Mrs. Rosmerta smiled. If you like it, you can bring friends next time. I just learned a recipe for making marshmallow foam with a special powder. Very good. Dylan nodded slightly. After drinking 1 glass, he ordered another large one. He stayed in the 3 Broomsticks for more than 20 minutes before leaving. Of course, after paying. Chapter 208, I drooled in fear instantly. Dylan walked towards Honeyduke's candy shop. There were quite a few young wizards there. As he entered, he heard Fred's loud voice coming from inside. Dylan. You're finally here. The daylilies we've been waiting for are almost getting cold. Daylilies, Dylan had casually mentioned to Ron earlier. Then, somehow, Fred and George had picked it up. Dylan looked in the direction of the voice. The Weasley twins were standing by a shelf, next to a guy with a traditional black hairstyle. It was Lee Jordan, Fred and George's good friend. I thought you'd be here early, but I rushed over and haven't seen you for ages, Fred shouted. Dylan walked over slowly. I'm going to get some drinks. Hearing this, George raised an eyebrow, leaned closer to Dylan, and sniffed. Wow, that butterbeer you brought is so fragrant. Why did you go to the 3 Broomsticks to drink? I should have found you there, Fred nodded. You can even buy us a drink. George looked regretful. What a shame, Dylan rolled his eyes. Ever since you became famous with those amulet charms, haven't a lot of people come to you to buy all those weird prank props? Are you short of money for a little beer? Fred scowled and leaned forward. Every penny saved is a penny earned, George chuckled. Well, Mrs. Rosmerta's drinks are really delicious. The aroma is simply irresistible, and it's even suitable for minors. Fred dragged Dylan to another shelf. Come on, I have something good to show you. Dylan followed him forward. After stopping, Fred let him go. Then, mysteriously, he picked up a sizzling honey candy from the sample box and twirled it around his fingertips. Dylan even suspected Fred had learned these gimmicky tricks from Lockhart. What are you doing? Dylan raised an eyebrow. Hush, a little trick. Fred clapped his hands fiercely. Then he held out his hand in front of Dylan, opening his palm. Originally, there was only 1 fizz of honey candy, but now there were 2. Dylan glanced at them, then looked up at Fred without saying a word. Fred winked. Want to take a gamble? Which candy contains the trick? It's just a few little tricks. I don't think you'll be scared, Dylan. That boring provocation doesn't work on me. And, Dylan glanced at Fred calmly, then reached out and pulled the original candy from Fred's sleeve pocket. Neither of your candies look like normal candies. Dylan rubbed them with his hand and dropped the fizz of honey candy into Fred's mouth. So sweet. Fred instinctively grabbed the candy. The sweetness of honey instantly spread across his tongue. But the next moment, he came to his senses, curled his lips, and said helplessly, Dylan, this isn't fair. You have to be the first to divine even for such a little pastime? God, you're so boring. He slurped the candy in his mouth and muttered softly. I think the only place in this shop where you can taste the highest quality candy is in the candy tasting section. The candy I usually eat always feels a little off. Dylan rolled his eyes. Do I need to use magic to demonstrate your crude magic tricks? I even saw you hiding the candy myself. Fred's eyes widened. You actually know magic, George said. He comes from a Muggle family, so he must know Muggle magic. Fred looked disappointed. I was hoping to surprise Dylan with my magic. Dylan shook his head. That's why I should be surprised. Where did you get into magic? Instead of studying magic properly, you're learning these fancy tricks that rely on sleight of hand and distraction to fool people. Fred blinked and, like spilling the beans, explained to Dylan how he'd learned magic from George. Dylan then realized that Mr. Arthur had been more exposed to the Muggle world recently, especially during the summer vacation a few months ago. Mr. Arthur personally performed the magic tricks he'd just learned for Fred and the others. Mr. Arthur was, after all, an adult wizard. Even if his technique was crude, he could easily conceal it with magic. So, it was more than enough to fool Fred and George, two little brats. The twins pestered Mr. Arthur to teach them magic, and while they ultimately learned it, they were close, though still far from perfect. Dylan didn't have a particular opinion on this. If it were just magic, he could actually perform it smoothly with his current skills. But, who would still learn magic when they can all learn magic? Absurd. We think this kind of magic would work well with prank props. Yes, it's given us a lot of inspiration, Dylan nodded. Okay, if you really want to master magic, then try it next time and use less of the gimmicks. The true essence of magic lies in creating cognitive biases. Whether it's visual misdirection or psychological suggestion, mere sleight of hand is meaningless, or rather, sleight of hand serves the purpose of deception. Fred and George didn't quite understand what he was saying, but that didn't stop them from expressing their admiration for Dylan. As expected of you. You're such a master of magic, you even understand magic. Dylan curled his lips. Magic is deception, but magic creates reality. But in any case, don't they both attempt to break the logic of reality and create a fantastical experience, so they're connected? Naturally, I know something about magic, and my dad always performed magic for me, although Mr. Hawkwood mostly performed it to please his wife. But at least after he was born, he'd show him some of his tricks. Of course, the highlight was performing for Dylan's mom. Wow, your dad must be quite interesting. Fred's eyes lit up. We'll definitely have a lot to talk about with your dad, George chimed in. Dylan glanced at them. Haha, Mr. Hawkwood even raised his own son. You two still expect him to spend his time and attention on you? You're just dreaming. Okay, what exactly do you want me to see? Is it just this flawed magic trick? Dylan looked at the two men. Or, these two pieces of trick candy? Oh. We're being underestimated, don't be silly, Dylan. These two pieces of trick candy are just the appetizer. Fred and George exchanged a glance. The two, who had been pressed together, suddenly separated. Between their folded arms, a paper bag swished out. Pa, 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 applause erupted. It was Lee Jordan, who had been silent the entire time. Dylan wasn't sure why this black man was named Lee. Dylan speculated. Maybe the little black man's mother was from the East. Look at this, Fred said. Dylan stared at the paper bag and opened his mouth. Wow, a paper bag, he clapped his hands in unison with Lee Jordan. What paper bag? Fred was stunned. George came to his senses. No, we're talking about what's inside here, an exclusive gift pack for Weasley pranks, just for you, for someone who's always supported us, who hasn't discouraged us, but instead contributed money and effort, and even offered ideas. Some of those ideas are really great, the Weasley twins said sincerely. Dylan, we really appreciate you. Oh, Dylan peeked slightly. He glanced at the paper bag the two men were holding. Inside, are these all the new prank props you've made? Choose, the Weasley twins nodded repeatedly. Better not choke, let me see. Dylan reached out and took the paper bag from the twins. Fred winked. There are a lot of props here, and they all have their own ways of using them. George chuckled back. But you'll have to explore them bit by bit. We won't tell you, Fred said. One more thing, George added, don't use magic to predict things. That's cheating, the two of them said in unison. We've put a real gift for you here, let's see if you can find it, but we all think you have the ability. Dylan glanced at the bag in his hand, then at the Weasley twins. After a pause of 2 seconds, he couldn't help but speak. Thank you, but why does this paper bag look torn? The two, who had been looking hopeful, paused. George scratched his head. That's my mom's grocery bag. I accidentally tore a hole in it, so I brought it here. Fred blinked guiltily. As expected of you. Are you sure Mrs. Molly won't say anything when she sees me? Of course not, we're sure. The Weasley twins' expressions turned serious again. She'll only scold us, never you. Don't worry, that doesn't sound good. Dylan sighed helplessly. He could only hope that the next time he visited the Wheel-Eyes, this bag wouldn't bring him any trouble. Dylan lowered his eyes and glanced at the Wheel-Eyes exclusive prank gift bag the twins had given him. The brown paper bag was bulging, its edges bulging with unruly curls. There was indeed a hole in the middle. It was on the back. But now that he held it in his hands, it was the front. His fingertips could feel the outlines of the objects inside through the paper. There were round, prank candies that looked like bubbly honey candies. There were also some sharp, angular objects whose contents were unknown. And some small, prickly glass bottles. Dylan had a guess about this. Not long ago, George and Fred would ask him about potions. The glass bottle contained a potion, probably a prank potion. Perhaps I should show it to Professor Snape. Dylan looked up at Fred and George again, a smile playing on his lips as he lifted the heavy paper bag in his hand. Thanks. I think this gift package will keep me entertained for the next 6 months. As for the real gift you mentioned, let me discover it bit by bit. As soon as the bag was lifted, the various props inside rustled. Hey. We hope you'll be surprised when you see our gifts. The Weasley twins chatted with Dylan for a while longer. Then, eagerly, they dragged Lily Jordan and Dylan out by their side. After the three of them left, Dylan looked in the direction they were heading. It looked like the 3 broomsticks. Dylan shrugged. The bar had introduced non-alcoholic drinks to cater to the young wizards who occasionally wandered into Hogsmeade each year. Even if the young wizards went there, it was mostly to soak up the atmosphere. Besides, a real bar only gets lively at night, but they have to return to Hogwarts at night. So, this phenomenon probably just stuck. Dylan dropped the Weasley prank gift pack into his dashboard and then wandered around Honeydukes for a while. Unlike Zoko's joke shop, Honeydukes regularly stocked new items. Dylan bought quite a bit. And it wasn't just him who could eat them. He also liked some dairy candies and briquettes. Dylan bought much more this time than usual. He planned to share some with Luna when he got back to school. He paid for the candy and left, dropping it into his dashboard as he walked out the door. Many jack-o'-lanterns were piled on the cobblestones of Hogsmeade. The air was still tinged with a sweet scent of frosting, occasionally permeating his nose with a cool air. Dylan walked a few steps along the exterior wall of Honeydukes. He skirted the crowd, hiding in the shadows of the alley when no one was watching. Then, he donned the Ring of Shadows, instantly becoming invisible. At the same time, he snatched out a few of Little A's Dementors and held them in his hands, making them invisible along with him. Once invisible, Dylan could swagger past the waves of young wizards arriving, heading for the Ministry of Magic's temporary offices in Hogsmeade. However, the very fact that he was leading the Dementors past made the air even colder. Many of the young wizards shivered with cold as Dylan passed. Arriving at the Ministry's temporary offices, Dylan looked at the iron gate before him. Do Dementors even need Halloween? He glanced at the newly replaced jack-o'-lantern padlock hanging on the gate. A twitch of his lips twitched. Orange flames danced within the jack-o'-lantern padlock. Dylan aimed his wand at the lock. He considered breaking the door open, but on second thought, he let it go. Then he flashed and went straight through the wall. There was only one person guarding the place. Dylan went around to the back. There were quite a few Dementors. Dylan immediately started drooling with fear. Chapter 209 Voldemort's Daughter, Not Voldemort's Daughter. Go, join your friends. Dylan ultimately chose not to attack the remaining Dementors from the Ministry of Magic. Although he longed to pack them all up into his own pet world, the Ministry of Magic wasn't foolish. Doing so would undoubtedly cause an uproar and even stricter ministry surveillance of Hogwarts. He didn't particularly care, though. The Ministry's surveillance had nothing to do with him. But if Sirius were recaptured before he could even connect with Harry, that would be a real sin. Even if you were Voldemort 100 times, it wouldn't be any use, because Voldemort himself was useless. Leaving the Dementors behind. Little A through Little G were still a bit bewildered. They were free? This devil had let them go like that? It was unbelievable. The 7 Dementors huddled together. Although Dylan was invisible, they could still sense their master's location, and the intrusive gaze he radiated. At this moment, the 7 Dementors unexpectedly experienced a rare moment of wonderful pleasure. It was similar to the joy of consuming wizards' memories, yet distinctly different. This wonderful feeling seemed to come from the joy deep within them. Little A turned his head, peering through the hollow space beneath his hood at his fellow creatures floating freely behind him. Suddenly, a wave of indescribable emotions washed over him. Was this what humans call wanting to cry tears of joy? Unfortunately, Dementors don't actually cry. Seeing that Dylan didn't seem to intend to capture them or their other brothers and sisters, they immediately dispersed. Dylan looked at the blissful Dementors and curled his lips. No, Aren't you born from extreme negativity? How can you feel this kind of positive emotion without consuming happiness? Shaking his head, Dylan turned and left. He had barely reached the door. This single outpost within the Ministry of Magic was used by wizards to guard, feed, and deliver orders to the Dementors. Hearing a commotion behind him, he immediately stood up to check what was going on. It's not time for dinner yet. Everyone, be quiet. Dylan ignored the situation and wandered around Hogsmeade again. He then arrived at the house Lockhart had purchased there, a small, shabby hut. It looked like a place specifically for taking refuge. Lockhart was so rich and popular back then, why would he buy such a shabby house? Dylan crouched and approached the door. But then, he sensed a hint of magic. Dylan frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly. Without a sound, he lifted his body off the ground. Without a single step, he silently passed through the house and arrived at the house Lockhart had purchased. The room was quite bare. There was almost nothing there. Even the furniture was minimal. The floor was covered in thick dust. But there were a few footprints above. Dylan looked down. Those footprints didn't seem like those of a man, they seemed slightly smaller. Dylan blinked. Woman, child, or goblin. Back at Gringotts, Dylan had heard that goblins would sneak into houses unoccupied for a long time to investigate. If there were valuables inside, these goblins might steal them. The goblins at Gringotts spoke of this with deep disdain. Could it be that the goblin that had snuck into his house was also one of these? Dylan floated in midair, his form invisible, his magical aura contained within him, minimizing the risk of disturbing the intruder. He called it a sneaker because it was broad daylight. Yet the house was so dark. If a respectable person had bought this house from the goblins, how could they not renovate it? Gringotts had a hand in nearly every property in the country. So, Dylan suspected that when Lockhart bought this house, he must have bought it from the goblins. Lockhart's deplorable deeds were now laid bare before all wizards, and he seemed to have disappeared. Naturally, goblins would come to take possession of the property he left behind. However, whether anyone would buy the house, considering its dilapidated condition, was another matter. But the person who had entered now certainly hadn't purchased it through legitimate means. The house was small, consisting of a single room. Beyond it lay the living room, and within lay a small bedroom. Dylan approached the bedroom door. The wooden door was ajar. Through the gap, a woman's back caught Dylan's eye. Woman, Dylan raised an eyebrow. She was dressed in a grayish-black robe. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with subtle snake patterns. Her silver-blue curls were casually tied with a leather cord, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, making her complexion appear even paler. She seemed to be rummaging through something, her hands moving quickly. The bedroom had more furniture, but only a few cabinets and a bed. The woman inspected every drawer, even the corners. The curtains were tightly drawn, making the light incredibly dim. But Dylan had long since grown accustomed to seeing in the dark. As she rummaged through the room, Dylan noticed what appeared to be a silver ring on the woman's left ring finger. The ring bore patterns resembling the dark mark. Death Eater, however, the patterns on this ring were smaller than those of a typical Death Eater. How could it be missing? That old, babbling bastard is so worrying even after he's disappeared, Dylan squinted. As she turned, the hem of her cloak rose, revealing half of her boot. Patterns on it, too, resembled a curled snake. An old, babbling bastard? Could it be that this woman knew Lockhart and was targeting him? Where did he hide the blood diamond that affects unicorns? Dylan listened to her accent, a hint of southern British slur, yet certain words were emphasized with a heavy emphasis. Not here. It wasn't until the woman turned completely around that Dylan caught a glimpse of half her face. In a fleeting glimpse, he saw thick eyeshadow. Who is this woman? Dylan pondered for a long time, unable to identify her. She had clearly been searching for something in Lockhart's house, but hadn't found it. Finally, he was about to leave. Confirming she might be a Death Eater, Dylan decided not to let her go. He had originally planned to capture a few more Death Eaters at the tournament. To use them as test subjects, or to help him manage Pet World. Anything was possible. He hadn't expected to run into one yet. Why not capture one? The woman's fingers had barely touched the doorknob when the wooden planks behind her creaked, followed by a questioning voice. What are you looking for? Startled, the woman spun around. But when she looked back, she saw a figure in a large black robe, its hood half drawn, completely obscuring its face. Who are you? The woman took a cautious half-step back, her silver blue hair brushing against her collarbone as she moved. Dylan's voice, emanating from deep within his hood, was as cold as a blade dipped in ice water. "Miss, it's rude to ask questions without answering them." The woman was stunned. "What?" She looked Dylan up and down. Suddenly, she sneered. "You're hiding your true identity, but you seem like one of my father's former subordinates, huh?" This time, it was Dylan's turn to be stunned. His father's former subordinate? Dylan immediately thought of someone. A kind-hearted person who had been raising funds for him. Voldemort's daughter, Delphine. Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly. His lips parted. He slowly uttered a few words. Period. The Imperius curse was always much more effective than the Legilimency curse. And the moment Dylan finished speaking, the woman's eyes widened in shock. The next moment, they became dull. Dylan carefully searched through the other person's memories. Sure enough, this girl was Voldemort and Bella's daughter. No, if she's Voldemort's daughter, why don't I sense Voldemort's blood in her? Pure-blooded wizards were easy to spot. To Dylan, those with pure-blooded wizardry always exuded a faint silliness, not in the true sense of the word, but simply a feeling. And for Dylan, this feeling always worked. Although Dylan had never actually come into contact with Voldemort's actual blood, his extensive research on Horcruxes had given him a general understanding of Voldemort's aura. Delphine did indeed exude some of the aura of a pure-blood family, quite obviously. But Dylan believed she didn't have Voldemort's blood. First, he didn't sense any trace of Voldemort's aura. Second, Voldemort wasn't a pure-blood wizard. But Delphine's pure-blood aura. That silliness. Isn't it a bit too strong? Perhaps it shouldn't be called strong, but rather pure. At this level, this Delphine is probably the daughter of two pure-blood wizards, right? Dylan piqued his interest. Through the use of the Imperius curse, Dylan confirmed her perception of herself. She was the daughter of Voldemort and Bella, a woman from the Black family. However, first of all, the Black family refused to acknowledge this. Second, Dylan didn't see any mention of her father in his memories. That's really strange. Could it be that Delphine wasn't actually the daughter of Bella and Voldemort? Then why did Delphine have the idea that she was Voldemort's daughter with Bella? Dylan didn't find the answer in her memories. However, he did understand why Delphine came to Lockhart. In fact, Lockhart had previously engaged in secret dealings with some Death Eaters. Lockhart would specifically use his outward influence to help certain Death Eaters evade the Ministry of Magic and obtain valuable items from them. Lockhart purchased this property because he had hidden a treasure there. This treasure, however, was linked to something more, something about unicorns. However, Delphine seemed to know very little about this. She only knew that Lockhart had hidden a treasure there that could influence unicorns. It appeared to be a diamond, a blood diamond crafted by a high-ranking Death Eater alchemist using a unicorn heart, a thestral feather, and the obsession of a dark wizard. Delphine understood that this diamond could interfere with, and even control, unicorns to a certain extent. The remaining dark wizards had all learned of this, but most were unaware of Lockhart's property. It was Delphine's acquaintance with Mr. Borgin of Nocturne Alley that ultimately led him to this vague clue. She collected wealth for her faith, the Deathly Pilgrim, Cursus. After searching Hogsmeade for a long time, she finally found this place and confirmed that this house was the one Lockhart had purchased. Delphine wanted to find the blood diamond Lockhart had left behind, and eventually capture some unicorns alive to sell to Mr. Borgin. She even wanted to offer them directly to the great Cursus. Difficult. She'd worked tirelessly for him, working tirelessly to raise money. He ran into her, and with a single soul-stealing attack, she was controlled. He had even planned to take her back to his own world and use her as a slave. A Voldemort. A Voldemort. Lord Voldemort, what a sin, what a sin. Dylan, upon learning of Delphine's intentions, smacked his lips, released her, and withdrew his soul-stealing power. At the same time, a healing spell was cast to soothe Delphine's mind, which had been disturbed by the Imperius curse. He tried to minimize its effects. Delphine came to her senses. Her pupils constricted. She jerked her head up, her silver blue hair swirling as she glared warily at Dylan. "Don't look at me like that," Dylan's voice rang out. "You fool, you don't even recognize me." The moment those words rang out, a mark erupted from Dylan's body. Delphine, startled, tried to dodge, only to discover it appeared to be the dark mark. Delphine froze as the black mark burrowed into his body. "Since you're willing to follow in my footsteps, I can keep track of your location at all times." Upon hearing this, Delphine's pupils constricted sharply, and her battered wand clattered to the ground. Nearly breaking. You are. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Unicorn Blood Diamond? You call me father? I heard you were pleading for my whisper, you. Delphine stared blankly at the black-robed man before her. Carthus, the Dark Lord who had stood up to her in her most desperate moments and struck down the ministry. Although she couldn't see the eyes beneath the black robe, Delphine felt she saw them staring back at her. She saw his face again and again in her dreams. Stormy nights, the Black Lake overflowing, the Dark Lord's throne, fragmented and complex scenes played out again and again in her mind. But the one who was looked up to by everyone, was always this man. Delphine didn't know why she dreamed of him at first. She had only learned from Nocturnally that Carthus was wanted. She saw the man hidden beneath the black robe and death again. Delphine had a strong premonition. Follow him, follow this man. She would cleanse herself of all the filth and stand before everyone with a presence the world wouldn't dare look at. Together with Carthus. Under everyone's gaze. All living things will submit. Then, no one will dare to mock her life experience or ridicule her origins. Those blacks who were ruthlessly rejected when she was on the verge of death and begged for help, those damned pure-blood families. No one will dare insult her again, calling her nothing more than a scourge that should never have been born. A few months ago, she learned from Mr. Borgian that the deathly pilgrim, Carthus, had actually claimed that she was an approved and most trusted believer. Delphine was shocked beyond words when she heard this news. In her eyes, Carthus was a god who would eventually overturn the world. He was nothing like her so-called father, Voldemort. The Dark Lord was not even worthy of being called Voldemort. He was just an incompetent fool who couldn't even take care of his own daughter, and was even beaten to death by a baby. Too many people were spreading fear of Voldemort. But his name wasn't Voldemort at all. His name was Tom Marvolo Riddle. The real Dark Lord. It had to be Carthus. Though Carthus had only appeared rarely before the eyes of the world, he seemed to appear out of thin air. His mastery of the dark arts rendered the ministry powerless. This only reinforced Delphine's convictions about the vision she had seen in her dreams. Carthus would eventually become a god. And all she had to do was follow him. A god greater, more transcendent, and more illustrious than the fool her mother had once followed. Recovering from her shock, Delphine was still stunned, barely able to breathe. She held her breath as she gazed upon the black-robed god before her. Delphine had never imagined that the incarnation she had believed in her dreams would tear through the mist in such a way and appear before her. It's really you, Delphine's voice nearly shattered. Dylan raised his hand and waved it gently. The one that had fallen to the ground instantly floated up and landed directly in Delphine's hand. Are you surprised by my arrival? Dylan approached the woman, his steps imbued with an elegant, oppressive air. He placed the tip of his cool wand against her chin. Then he lifted it. The force wasn't strong, as gentle as a lover's caress. Yet, it sent a shiver of electricity through Delphine's spine. She felt her legs weaken. Scrubbing through this shabby house, are you seeking Voldemort's arrogance? It's time to wake up, my little Death Eater, and see who you truly deserve to be loyal to. Delphine's breath hitched. A buzzing sound erupted in her mind. Father, unconsciously, a single word escaped her lips. Delphine herself was stunned. Dylan's eyes, hidden beneath his black robes, flickered. What was this? Dylan narrowed his eyes. Don't use that loser's name. From today on, all you need to know is, Dylan's fingertips brushed Delphine's lips, magic surging. He intensified the Dark Mark's power. I am your king. He wasn't sure if Delphine was Voldemort's daughter. After all, he vaguely remembered her being born before the final battle. Now, she looked 20 years younger, a grown woman. It didn't make sense. Delphine gripped her wand, the dark mark pulsing beneath her skin, as if connected to her heart. Feeling the touch on her face, Delphine suddenly smiled, a strange glint in her eyes. She looked a bit mad. She resembled Bellatrix. One thing seemed certain. Delphine was definitely Bellatrix's daughter. But by whom? That remained a question. Yes, my lord. Delphine knelt on one knee, her silver blue hair falling, obscuring her expression, but unable to conceal the ecstasy boiling in her voice. I will dedicate my all to you. I swear on my life. Dylan stepped back, putting some distance between them. Otherwise, the girl would have simply knelt on the ground, her head pressed against his hips. That position was a bit too strange. Dylan snorted. O's? They're just the gilding immortal adds to his chains, they're even cheaper than life itself. Dylan looked at Delphine calmly. Get up. Delphine hurriedly pushed herself up. No, I will follow you unwaveringly. Dylan lowered his eyes, glancing at her shoulders, which trembled slightly, as if from disbelief. Just now, when he controlled Delphine through the Imperius curse, he had already known most of her life's memories. How should I put it? It was just tragic. It perfectly captured the childhood experiences of a villain. No wonder his mind was so warped. The word father had just stunned him. He was only 13. After a moment's thought, Dylan changed the subject. Have you found the blood diamond? Delphine shuddered at the words. How do you know about the blood diamond? Dylan sneered. Mortals always hide their secrets in the shadows, but the shadows are my domain, too. Delphine pursed her lips, a look of shame on her face. Sorry, master, I couldn't find it, fool, Dylan cursed casually, maintaining his persona. But you know what? The feeling of being flattered by casually cursing someone is quite pleasant. No wonder Voldemort always wanted to conquer everyone. No wonder Professor Snape could work undercover behind Voldemort for so many years without being noticed. It's all thanks to his sweet talk. Dylan stood as straight as a knife and raised his hand. Tiny golden lights floated. His wand swung through the air, casting a spell. A burst of mental power erupted, sweeping across the room. Peeling wallpaper, cracked beams, dusty corners. Everywhere, whether Delphine had explored or not, was captured by Dylan's mental perspective. Before long, a loose brick in the corner of the wall began to emit a faint golden glow. Dylan glanced at Delphine. Go, take it out. Delphine was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked over, squatted down, and moved the brick away. Under the brick lay a copper box covered in green rust. The lid was embossed with vine patterns. Delphine touched the copper box, her face lit up with joy. Carrying the box, Delphine returned to Dylan. Master. Open it. Delphine paused, wanting to offer the box to Dylan, and then retracted it. Then, she gently lifted the lid, and strands of black light immediately emerged from the cracks in the box. The copper and the bottom were padded with a little fluff. Dylan recognized it immediately. It was unicorn fluff. Atop the fluff, a diamond-shaped blood diamond, so deep red it almost looked black, sat in the center. It was set in a twisted silver setting resembling a thorn flower. Its 8 facets were cut with extreme irregularities, resembling fragments gouged by sharp claws, imbued with the beauty of violence and destruction. The dark red symbols on its surface surprisingly flowed slowly, as if alive. Upon closer inspection, these symbols resembled the veins of a heart, or the twisted form of a unicorn. As one approached, a subtle shriek could be heard, as if the wailing of a trapped unicorn was being heard. Drops of solidified black blood suspended within the diamond. Dylan snapped his fingers, and light appeared. In the light, the outline of a shattered unicorn emerged, then quickly faded. This is the elegy of eternal night. Delphine stared at the blood diamond held between Dylan's fingers, her eyes gleaming. This diamond, it was as if made just for her. This insane design, this twisted pattern, etched itself deeply into her heart. A cursed object crafted from a unicorn's heart, is worthy of being called eternal night, Dylan scoffed. If she insisted. The unicorn curse is endless, and in some ways, it could be called that. However, Dylan carefully examined the eternal night's lament. He sensed an extremely powerful curse within the diamond. His index finger tapped the diamond's facet, and suddenly, the dark crimson curse pattern surged like boiling oil. The twisted thorn blossoms on the silver setting suddenly sprouted spikes, and the unicorn curse pattern crawled along his wrist like a venomous snake. Dylan sneered and grabbed Delphine's neck with his backhand. She jumped and cried out in surprise. The curse pattern, however, traveled from Dylan's palm to her throat. Dylan then directed the curse's power directly at Delphine. Ah! The girl instantly fell to her knees, a silent scream escaping her throat, and spiderweb-like blue-black lines appeared beneath her skin. Clearly, the curse had taken effect. Blood diamonds crafted from unicorn hearts are rumored to be able to influence and distort the unicorn's mind. But if she attempted to use it, she would inevitably be affected by the blood diamond first. Instantly, the intense palpitations of the curse washed over Delphine. She felt as if a mountain were bearing down on her, warning her not to do what she shouldn't. But why? What should she do? What shouldn't she do? If she wanted to, then she should. Delphine gritted her teeth. Having decided on her faith, she was ready to sacrifice herself for it at any moment. It was simply to endure the pain of the curse for her master. She could endure it, and she must endure it. She had to be useful, to avoid being discarded. Curses always seek out a host, but if you understand a curse, you can channel it. Dylan shook the remaining curse lines on his palm, looked at Delphine's pained face, and flicked his wand. An analgesia charm, magical power surged, brushing across her brow, casting a silver-gray light. The pain of the unicorn curse instantly receded from her pupils, leaving only numbness. Seeing her expression was relatively calm, Dylan ignored her and lowered his eyes to study the blood diamond in his hand. Unicorn blood, heart blood indeed, Dylan sniffed gently. A sweet aroma wafted up, though it was tinged with a pungent stench. It smelled like a dark wizard who'd spent 10 years in a laboratory without a shower. Dylan frowned. It was truly disgusting. Something crafted by dark wizards from centuries ago? Oh, those fools thought they could create a perfect creation using the blood of a holy relic, and they even infused it with their own obsessions. Did they know that a backlash of a pure object would turn that obsession into mush? The silver thorn-shaped support beneath the diamond was engraved with the blasphemous runes of an ancient dark wizard family on each spike. The silver had been long immersed in the power of the curse, and a sickly bluish-gray hue permeated the silver. However, this artifact has survived to this day, possessing such potent magic, capable of using human souls as fuel. It's a shame the unicorn blood has burned their obsession into a defective product. Dylan sensed the power of the blood diamond. The curse within it was already quite violent. However, if you were to use this diamond to influence the unicorn, this chaotic magic might actually be effective. Of course, the diamond might have originally been designed as an attempt to directly control the unicorn. However, such information hasn't been heard of or circulated in the past few centuries, so it probably wouldn't have been effective then. And even less so now. It could only be used for contamination, not for targeted interference or control. This thing is now just a biting piece of scrap metal, but it does contain some interesting twisting spells. Dylan's Zergling Cthulhu itself wielded a terrifying twisting power. Even Dementors would be affected by it. So Dylan was naturally familiar with this power. Perhaps after I study it, this blood diamond can be further sublimated, Dylan thought to himself. His current alchemy level is not low. After all, he has even figured out the principle of the time converter. In other words, understanding is one thing, and being able to make it is another. Otherwise, Dylan's level might even catch up with old N. Dylan was about to stop mobilizing the power of the blood diamond, put it back on the silver tray, and put it back into the copper box. However, when he looked at the silver tray with the thorn flower, his eyes suddenly stopped. It seems that there are more than just grooves on the silver tray to hold the blood diamond in his hand. In addition, there seem to be two more. Strange. Chapter 211, The End of the Snake Eyes. Could it be that there's more than one so-called blood diamond? Dylan silently gazed at the silver holder of the thorn flower and the blood diamond in the box. 3 thorn flower holders, 3 diamonds. Dylan tapped the groove on the right side with his knuckles. Now only one groove remained, filled with the blood diamond, but it lay alone, like a tombstone guarding the memory of 2 other vanished objects. Dylan simply picked up the silver holder. Although he suspected that the other 2 grooves might each contain an object similar to the blood diamond, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he couldn't be sure. He held the silver holder in his palm. The surrounding light was dim. Only the blood diamond emitted an eerie glow, a mixture of black and blood. The shadows of the twisted branches cast on the wall, and it seemed as if countless withered hands were reaching out from the ground, grasping the gem on the silver holder. Not badly designed, it seemed this object was worth studying. Delphine, standing nearby, carefully observed Dylan's expression, though she couldn't see it at all. But she could clearly sense that her master seemed in a good mood. This made her, now free from the unicorn curse, feel even more cheerful. Was this the feeling of being useful? She would definitely seize more treasures and wealth for the great Curses. I heard that her useless, noseless, worthless father had left a considerable fortune to the Death Eaters before his death. Delphine pondered to herself. What use was there for all that wealth after he died? Why not let her take it and offer it to her great lord? Alright, I'll take it. You did a great job. Dylan placed the unicorn blood diamond and the silver thorn flower holder back into the copper box and closed the lid. A flicker of enthusiasm crossed Delphine's face, and then she lowered her head. If you need anything, I'm willing to give it to you at any cost. Dylan glanced at her. If he hadn't understood before, why had this little girl so inexplicably become so enamored with him? She even imagined him as a true, omnipotent god. However, after controlling the other's soul and reading their memories, he began to have some ideas. Dreams are truly fascinating. Delphine, relying solely on a few dreams, had brainwashed him into becoming a believer in someone he'd never even met. Dylan didn't quite understand. Of course, if one considered Delphine's own miserable childhood, and considered him a lunatic, everything would make sense. Alright, I'll cast a spell on you. No one will be able to obtain any information about me from you. You don't have to do anything. Just relax and let me control you. Dylan's deep voice emanated from beneath his black cloak. Delphine showed no hesitation or refusal. With a thud, he dropped to his knees. Dylan was startled, his mouth twitching beneath his hood. But he said nothing. Instead, he raised his wand. Unimaginable, the tip of Dylan's wand suddenly erupted with silvery white starlight. These were particles of magic, like fragments of diamond, snaking along the shaft. As the spell was cast, spiderweb-like ripples gradually formed in the air. Silver threads of light woven rapidly, centered around Delphine. Her kneeling figure was enveloped in a cocoon of light. A mysterious spell emerged beneath her skin, gradually climbing from bottom to top, reaching her brow. Then, all the light was drawn into the point between her brows. As the final strand of light wrapped around Delphine's brow, a tiny silver light flashed in her pupils. In that moment, countless fragments of memory shattered before her eyes, then reshaped, but behind an invisible mental barrier. Like stars sucked into a black hole, the memories of Curses quickly collapsed into a blank within her memory. Except for herself and Dylan, no one could access these blocked memories. Dylan had used Mnemosyne's veil on Delphine, rather than the Gate of Dreams. Because the realm of dreams hadn't been further refined and upgraded, it required prolonged contact for its effectiveness. Naturally, Dylan couldn't bring it back to Hogwarts. He also needed to have the other person constantly collecting wealth for him outside, as well as doing things that were inconvenient or time-consuming for him to do personally. Mnemosyne's veil, however, didn't require this. Dylan could cast it quickly, especially now that he didn't have to consider the presence of others. Delphine, the target, was even more open-minded and willing to let him use it as he pleased. Therefore, he could successfully cast Mnemosyne's veil in a remarkably short time. This spell, which he had developed back when Hagrid was taken in for questioning by the Ministry of Magic, was incredibly powerful. After all, so much time had passed, he had even developed the realm of dreams, and Mnemosyne's veil had naturally been fine-tuned. At the last second of the spell's execution, an intense pain pierced Delphine's head. She instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to even kneel. Why is it still like this? Dylan was a little surprised. But after all, he hadn't used it on anyone since he tweaked the spell. This meant, naturally, ordinary people. He wondered if Lockhart's mind had gone mad after being struck by the Oblivion Curse. He seemed to have forgotten what true pain was. Especially recently, Dylan had experimented with numerous spells on him. This had caused his pain threshold to rise even higher. Therefore, when he used the modified spell on Lockhart, he didn't show any strong reaction. But it could also be because Lockhart has no memories left. The memory I chose to hide, if it's among a crowd, has room to hide. But if it's the only memory that can be hidden, and I cast the spell on it, then after I hide it, the other person's mind will be empty. Dylan touched his chin and gently hooked his finger. A wave of magic gently lifted Delphine to her feet. Then, a healing magic rippled through her body. After a moment, her demeanor finally returned to normal. Tisk, I've already maxed out all my black magic, but this healing magic, no matter how hard I practice, it feels like I'm just elusive. Dylan sighed inwardly. Delphine, feeling the magic healing her, felt a strange feeling in her heart. She had never been healed before. Those people hated her to the core, as if she shouldn't have been born into this world. No matter how battered she was, even fighting for food with beggars, she would eventually have to lick her wounds. But now, her master showed such compassion for her. Delphine slowly raised her head and gazed up at the towering god, her eyes gradually misting. Dylan's legitimacy gave him a glimpse into Delphine's changing emotions. Furthermore, after reading her memories, he understood the reasons behind her personality and why she chose to believe in him. He had a general idea of what Delphine was thinking at the moment. Dylan didn't respond, but spoke slowly. Leave. Delphine was stunned, a hint of hesitation on her face. Master, How can I learn about you? If I wish to influence you, the dark mark I left on you will give you the answer. Dylan lowered his eyes, looking down at her. If your life is threatened, I will sense it. Dylan was not prepared to give him any means of contacting him. Who knows if this little girl, who seemed to have inherited his mother Bella's madness, would do something he could never have anticipated. If old Dumbledore discovered her, it would be very troublesome. Recruit followers from me, and you will also gain my power. Dylan raised his hand. A snake pupil appeared out of thin air. It was an eyeball refined by Dylan. It was a bluish-white color, the pupil a vertical slit, surrounded by spiderweb-like bloodshot veins, and the white of the eye was faintly swirling with a turbid, misty shadow. It seemed as if something was stirring deep within it, a snake, a worm. An indescribable sense of distortion permeated Dylan's eyes. He casually tossed the snake eye toward Delphine, who hurriedly caught it. Gulp, the eyeball landed in her hand and squirmed twice. Dylan's voice rang out softly. Holding it will instill an instinctive fear in others, unleashing its power, and your enemies will be plunged into endless hallucinations, Dylan explained casually. But never underestimate your enemies, and don't use its power recklessly. This was actually an alchemical artifact Dylan had created by utilizing his extraordinary ability, the Eye of the End. His Eye of the End possessed 3 abilities: Serpent's Doom, Serpent's Curse, and Fear Backlash. Serpent's Doom allowed Dylan to force any snakes within his reach into a state of freezing. Non-snake enemies, however, whoever made eye contact with him would be drawn into hallucination, subjected to an overwhelming, endless serpentine terror. Serpent's Curse allowed him to transform Parseltongue into chapters from the Worm Apocalypse. The Worm Apocalypse is a magical book situated between reality and fantasy. It can cause intense mental contamination in others. As for the Fear Backlash, it's purely designed to enhance the effects of his Serpent's Doom. If it were just Serpent's Doom, Dylan might not have been able to apply this property to his alchemical creations. But with his Serpent's Tongue Curse, things are different. Because the Worm Apocalypse is a book that Dylan can summon directly, with a physical form, Dylan naturally has the solution to transfer its properties to his creations. This serpent eye is an alchemical creation he created by specifically slicing the eyeball of a snake and then harnessing the power of the serpent's doom eye. It's one of his recent research achievements. Originally, he simply wanted to see if he could extract the properties from his own body and create a mass-produced object. While he ultimately achieved some results, they weren't perfect. This was because the serpent eye he created wasn't created by killing just one snake, it was created by killing hundreds, even thousands. Fortunately, his pet world's ability to spontaneously promote biological reproduction prevented the extinction of a single species, leading to the collapse of the entire ecosystem. After all this time, Dylan couldn't help but sigh. His gold galleons were truly worth it. It was truly worth it. It saved him countless troubles. And, more importantly, while his pet world's initial ecosystem was relatively simple, with only a few common creatures, after Dylan's last visit to the flower and bird market, he discovered something. If the creatures he brought into his pet world could play a role in the overall ecosystem, they would be included in the world and then spontaneously reproduce. Of course, becoming a member of the food chain isn't so easy. Therefore, if a creature fails to integrate into the ecosystem, it will be ostracized by the world and become an alien species. This manifests itself in the following ways. If a creature is too dominant, it will be suppressed by a stronger creature to prevent it from preying on weaker creatures. If a creature is too weak, a stronger creature will simply ignore it. In short, the basic idea is this. Even if you're strong, don't act arrogantly. Even if you're weak, just survive. After all, these creatures were brought here by the master of this world. It wouldn't be good to wipe them out directly. But it's impossible to have too many of them. So unless Dylan can create a complete food chain with the creatures he brings into this world, let's not even talk about perfection. As long as they're roughly integrated into the overall ecosystem, then his pet space will automatically adapt. Of course, with creatures like snakes, his world will naturally produce them. And since snakes breed in large numbers, Dylan will naturally have a much easier time using them. Such a powerful force, Delphine felt the snake's eye in her hand. She could sense that it was emitting an extremely strong mental interference. If she used her magic to stimulate it, anyone who tried to attack her would be dealt a heavy blow. Delphine held the snake's eye in both hands. When she looked up, her eyes were filled with awe and gratitude. Her voice trembled slightly, but it was filled with deep devotion. Thank you for your gift. I will use it to protect your absolute will, Dylan sneered. I don't expect you to surprise me much. Gather all the treasures and wealth you've collected at Origins, and I'll take them, as you command. Delphine listened to Dylan's distrustful words. Her eyes dimmed, but her heart surged with even greater determination. She would prove to her master that she was the most worthy disciple. Chapter 212 Soul. Delphine was about to say something else, professing her loyalty to her master, when suddenly, the chill she felt lingering around her vanished. Delphine was stunned. Slowly raising her head, she found the person standing before her had vanished. Sunlight filtered through a gap in the clouds, illuminating the dark mark on her body. Delphine felt a sense of disappointment. Her master didn't even bother to say goodbye before leaving. She didn't know why. When facing her master, she always felt an uncontrollable sense of submission. It was as if she had to kneel before him. And he exuded a chill even colder than a Dementor. But now, she felt the chill gradually dissipate. She couldn't help but fold her arms, sit down, and bury her face in her knees. The house was indeed a bit shabby. And with the weather growing colder, the room was not only dim but also quite damp. Dewdrops were even dripping from the corners of the wooden roof. She squeezed the eyeball in her hand, and tiny specks of light emanated from her palm, dispelling the darkness around her. Delphine felt no fear at all. In fact, a sentence suddenly rose in her mind. Someone who loves you won't let you wait in the dark for long. She couldn't remember where she had heard this. She also believed, of course, that her master couldn't love her. But, so what? She wouldn't let her master remain in darkness for long. Her master should be a death chanter walking in the light. Let me do my best for my master's great ideals, Delphine whispered softly, her voice echoing faintly in the empty room. She sat on the ground, took 2 steps forward, and gently stroked the stone brick where her master had lingered. The coolness of the brick seeped through her skin and flesh. She narrowed her eyes, a sickly look on her face. After leaving Lockhart's room, Dylan shed his Cursus outfit. His brow furrowed slightly, and then he sighed. I had been thinking of turning Lockhart's house into another safe house today. Instead of a safe house, he gained a blood diamond whose specific purpose was still unknown. Come to think of it, I haven't seen many unicorns lately, and it seems the unicorn herd has been in some trouble. Although this blood diamond wasn't a newly refined creation, the key point was that he only had 1 blood diamond, and the silver setting seemed to be embedded with 2 more. If these 2 also had the ability to affect unicorns, and fell into the hands of other dark wizards, they might. The text then abruptly shifts topics. Dylan narrowed his eyes. He had already classified the unicorns as his own property. Even though he hadn't had much time to tame them recently, after all, he hadn't even completely tamed the hippogriffs. But that didn't mean Dylan would allow others to touch his herd. If unicorns appeared in my pet world, I wonder if they could directly become a link in the food chain, Dylan guessed. Most likely not. Unicorns were far too powerful compared to other ordinary creatures. Furthermore, they weren't naturally combative. Whether eating or being eaten, it would be difficult for them to fit into the food chain. Naturally, they couldn't become a single node in the chain. However, even if the world couldn't directly include unicorns, if he collected the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, even with just those unicorns, he would have a wealth of experimental materials. He didn't stay in Hogsmeade any longer. Dylan had basically finished everything he needed to do. And the most important thing he needed to do didn't seem to require much more of it. As for Lockhart's property, since Delphine had already found it, it wouldn't be a bad idea to use it as her base for the time being. Although he didn't tell Delphine directly, he simply asked her to deposit all her accumulated possessions with Mr. Borgin. But Dylan was certain that this seemingly unsound girl must have lived in the house regularly. Dylan planned to go back and research new spells to see if he could properly conceal the house as Delphine's property, preventing goblins or others from coming and causing further trouble. After returning to Hogwarts, Dylan headed straight for his dorm. Having drunk butterbeer and a few snacks in Hogsmeade, he wasn't hungry, so he didn't feel like eating lunch. Butterbeer was a hot drink, and even just 1 cup was plenty for a young wizard who hadn't yet fully reached adulthood. And Dylan had already had more than one. Pushing the door open, Dylan had just entered the dorm. He'd expected it to be empty, but to his surprise, Harry was alone in the dorm. Dylan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No training today. Harry heard the door open, thinking it was Ron and the others returning, but turned around to see only Dylan. And why did he ask him why he wasn't training right away? Harry paused, then forced a smile. Well, Wood's also going to Hogwarts. He's going to buy some things there, and it seems he's going to a special place. He said he's been looking forward to it for a long time. Dylan blinked. A special place. He's been looking forward to it for a long time? What special place in Hogwarts could be worth looking forward to? Dylan thought for a moment and knew what place Wood was referring to. It had to be the Three Broomsticks. A third-year like him could drink non-alcoholic drinks there. Who knows if the seniors could get real butterbeer there. No wonder Wood hadn't dragged Harry to training today. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have a beer, and he certainly didn't want to miss it. Dylan checked the time. It wasn't too late. It wasn't even afternoon yet. Ron and Hermione, and even Neville, probably wouldn't be back anytime soon. Or rather, they would probably play until the deadline. And Harry didn't have to go to training, and he wasn't with Ron and Hermione. It was obviously even more impossible for him to do his homework alone. That's why he was alone in the dormitory at this moment. Who knows what to do? Dylan casually took out a bag of snacks from the panel space. Then he stretched out his hand and threw it. The bag of snacks was wrapped in magic, suspended in midair, and then slowly flew in front of Harry. Try it. There are a lot of new snacks in it that I brought from Hogsmeade Village. I think you should like them. Harry nodded. Thank you, Dylan. He placed the snacks in front of him, opened the bag, and took a look inside. Then he looked at Dylan. Why are you back so early, and alone? Dylan shrugged. You know, of all the things in Hogsmeade, none of the books appeal to me. Harry held the bag of snacks Dylan had given him, stunned. Isn't it fun there? Dylan said sincerely. I think it's just average, but at least Hogsmeade has a lot of delicious food you can't find at school. For example, the candy from Honeydukes, the school has to buy from there too, otherwise, it's not genuine. They might even sue Hogwarts with the Ministry of Magic. With only 2 people in the dormitory, it seemed a little empty. Sunlight slanted in through the tower window, casting a few thin streaks of light on the wooden table. Harry sat at the table and pulled a small bag of candy from the large bag Dylan had given him. It was a bag of fruit candies. Harry tore it open, picked up a pink piece, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, the sweet strawberry flavor spread across his tongue. The coolness of the candy mixed with its sweetness made Harry's lips curl up slightly. If I had known you didn't have to train today, I would have brought back a few more butterbeers from Hogsmeade, Dylan said with some regret. Harry sipped on a strawberry candy and asked in surprise, Hogsmeade actually sells beer to minors? Dylan smiled. Surprised, right? I was a little surprised too, but the bar owner said the beer she sells to students is non-alcoholic and specially mixed, so it can be considered a beverage, not alcohol. Harry blinked, a look of curiosity and envy on his face. Is that so? I want to try it too. Dylan rubbed his chin. I think Ron and Hermione and the others should be in the bar right now. When I left, it was practically overrun by minors, so, how about sending a letter over and asking them to bring back a few barrels of butterbeer? Harry hesitated. Would that be a hassle? Dylan waved his hand. What's the problem? It's just a letter, and they'll be the ones bringing the beer. Harry pursed his lips. Okay, Dylan opened the window. The afternoon sun was pouring in with warmth. Dylan summoned Luna over. He then wrote a letter and slipped it to the little creature. Go ahead. Dylan fed it a strip of meat. Luna fluttered her snow-white wings and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Okay, just wait in the dorm for Ron and the others, though I doubt they'll be back even at dinner time. Dylan shrugged. They'll definitely be very tight on time until the prefects rush them back. Harry was amused by Dylan. I think so, then I'll get busy, Dylan said casually to Harry, then pulled out his pet space suitcase and placed it beside the bed. Okay, Harry nodded, not pleading with Dylan to stay with him. Perhaps he should get used to some alone time when his friends were away. Wasn't he always like this when he was home? Dylan slipped into the pet space and pulled out the unicorn blood diamond he'd found at Lockhart's place. When he was with Delphine, he hadn't been able to fully utilize his various methods to study the blood diamond. But back on his home turf, the situation naturally changed. I wonder where this guy Lockhart got the unicorn blood diamond? Did he trade with someone? Or steal it from someone else? Recalling Lockhart's unique skills, Dylan felt that this guy might actually be trying to steal someone's experience to write his own book. In the end, he failed to steal the experience, but instead plundered the person's wealth. But Lockhart already bought a house in Hogsmeade. With his wealth, he must have enough money to buy a large house. Why did he buy that shabby house? If Dylan hadn't been able to find scattered images in Lockhart's memories while controlling him, he might not have noticed the dilapidated house in Hogsmeade. Perhaps Lockhart purchased this property to do something shameful, such as colluding with dark wizards. Gain benefits from dark wizards that he couldn't get at Hogwarts. Use these benefits to solidify his position within the school. Unfortunately, it seems that because I used so many spells on Lockhart, even the fragments of his original memory have been completely erased. Dylan shook his head and sighed. He couldn't be sure which possibility was the real reason, and it was even difficult to find an answer. Unless he could develop a magic or method that could restore all memories to someone who had lost their memory. However, while magic may seem complex, it's actually not that simple to study. Losing memory isn't truly a complete disappearance. The human soul isn't an ethereal entity, as has long been proven. Otherwise, it wouldn't be devoured by Dementors. Even if memories appear to be gone, they might still be found within the soul. Compare memory and soul to a hard drive and a core processor. Even if the memory on the hard drive is deleted, the core processor still manages the storage and access of all data. Even if a person forgets something, it's only superficially deleted from the desktop of their consciousness and thrown into the recycle bin. Doing so might seem to make the memory disappear, but in reality, it remains permanently stored within the core processor. Human memories are like threads, deeply entwined in every corner of the soul. This was Dylan's insight while studying a study of the soul's whisper. The book describes the 3 layers of the soul. The surface layer refers to current consciousness and emotions. The middle layer represents the roots of personality and instincts. And the deepest layer is the final resting place of all memories. It is for this reason that Dylan believes that memories are not impossible to retrieve. It's just that the process is extremely cumbersome, as it requires him to master the mysteries of the soul to the greatest extent possible. Fortunately, he possesses a considerable amount of soul magic, and several of them have reached maximum level. If he simply searches for memories pushed deep into his soul, with effort, Dylan may still be able to achieve them. Chapter 213 Riddle: Why hasn't that idiot Voldemort taken over Hogwarts yet? Squeak. Dylan finished feeding Norbita and Coldball, then pushed open the door and entered the cabin. A salty sea breeze, carrying the scent of trees from the forest, blew through the crack in the door, into the cabin nestled between the forest and the ocean. The afternoon sun was abundant. Dylan entered the cabin, but the lights were off. They had been programmed to illuminate automatically only at night. Dylan went to his laboratory table and placed a box on the scratched wooden table. Inside was the unicorn blood diamond he had obtained from the Lockhart household. Strange, twisted patterns swirled across the diamond-shaped surface, resembling a beating heart. Just as Dylan was about to use magic and his alchemical creations to study the blood diamond, the diary he had slung on the corner of the table suddenly trembled. A dark aura seeped slowly through a large crack in the diary's surface. Little Tom's figure gradually solidified in the mist. Perhaps it was because Dylan had tortured him so many times, and Dylan hadn't always drained enough vitality to restore him, that he seemed to be growing younger and younger. "Where did you get this thing?" Dylan glanced at him, his eyes indifferent. "After all this time, you still haven't learned how to talk to me, Riddle." Riddle's ethereal form, yet his expression shifted. His eyelids twitched, and he wanted to retort Dylan right then and there, but he didn't dare. Damn it. What the hell is Voldemort doing out there? Why hasn't he conquered Hogwarts yet? Just wait. When he had the world under his control, he would definitely take this damn teenager, even more perverted and sinister than the oldest and most evil dark wizard, and torture him. He would return 1,000-fold for all the things he had inflicted upon him. "What are you thinking?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Riddle's heart trembled. The corners of his mouth twitched. He forced a smile. "I was just wondering where you got this thing." Dylan looked at him. "You sound like you know what it is." A glint flashed in Riddle's eyes. "This guy brought this thing over here, and he doesn't even know what it is?" Then he. "Don't tell me nonsense. If you say anything that contradicts what I know, the result." You know, Riddle, Greek letter omega? I don't know much. This thing should be one of the 3 sacred diamonds. I once had one. 3 sacred diamonds. Dylan raised an eyebrow. 3 blood diamonds made from unicorn hearts. Riddle's eyes moved. "That's the rumor." Dylan narrowed his eyes at him. The latter shrank back into the diary. "I've only heard about the 3 sacred diamonds in some rumors. Tell me in detail. I can't maintain my soul for a long time now." "That's interesting. I can stop experimenting with spells on you for 3 days, but let me grit my teeth and hold on. I can still do it. Riddle paused and shrunk his soul as much as possible to avoid wasting too much energy. It is rumored that the 3 holy diamonds were dark artifacts crafted by an ancient dark wizard hundreds of years ago using the hearts and blood of 3 adult unicorns. When the holy diamonds were born, the dark wizard was cursed and died tragically. Later, the holy diamonds were separated and scattered around the world. Legend has it that if the 3 holy diamonds were brought together, the owner can achieve anything he wants. Dylan sneered. Obviously, this legend must be false. Riddle nodded. Yes. When I was searching for materials in an inland sea, I found a holy diamond in a tomb at the bottom of the lake. After my research, although it has a strong curse power, it does not have the power rumored, but this holy diamond has given me another direction. It made me realize the wonderful uses of unicorn blood. Dylan touched his chin. Since you know the rumors about this blood diamond, have you ever thought about collecting all 3 blood diamonds? Riddle suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. It's not as simple as you think. There are rumors of 3 holy diamonds, but who knows if they were true? I haven't discovered any special powers in this blood diamond, so I naturally won't waste time verifying a legend. He had too much to do at the time. How could he have the time to tangle with a worthless diamond? Did he think Voldemort spent his days doing nothing but romance, completing assignments, and dealing with the professor's students? Dylan didn't deny this, but nodded silently. You're right. You must have been a busy man in your youth, but in the end, you fell into my hands, suffering humiliation and torture, and will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Riddle, why does this damn guy always talk so chokingly? Damn it. Why hasn't Voldemort moved outside? He's already being tortured to death here. Riddle couldn't help but curse himself again. Dylan ignored his reaction and continued, tell me, what do you think these so-called holy diamonds are used for? Riddle paused, his eyes glancing upward. Only after seeing Dylan's wand begin to glow with holy light again did his expression turn serious again. Based on my research, I believe the blood diamond's purpose is most likely to curse others and attract unicorns. Riddle said, if the 3 diamonds truly exist, then gathering them to grant wishes is a lie. Attracting a large number of unicorns and then controlling them is more likely. It seemed to be consistent with his thoughts. Dylan pondered. There were most likely 3 blood diamonds. And the one Riddle obtained wasn't the one with the silver setting of the thorn flower. Thinking of this, Dylan couldn't help but look up. Where is the blood diamond in your hand now? Riddle shook his head. I'm dead. How could I know where the rest of me is? Dylan narrowed his eyes. Are you sure, Riddle? Yes, I am. Perhaps if you find my former subordinates, you might have a chance to find the blood diamond. Riddle knew that the demon before him was even more deranged and perverted than himself. So, hearing that the holy diamond possessed the ability to control unicorns would undoubtedly have intrigued him. After all, who wouldn't want to use unicorn blood as they pleased? He'd seen this guy using unicorn blood for some sinister experiment more than once before. What did that mean? This pervert must have killed an entire unicorn. To have so much blood. Not even Voldemort had the luxury of using unicorn blood for his experiments. Yet, this guy always managed to produce a good amount of unicorn blood. While it wasn't much, a unicorn didn't actually produce much. So, that was normal. Yes, your description is somewhat useful to me, Dylan said calmly. Riddle's face lit up with joy. Did this mean he wouldn't have to endure this demon's constant torture for the next 3 days? God knew every time he saw this guy walk in, he'd constantly worry whether he was here to torment him or for something else. He'd had enough of this feeling of having a bone-chopping knife hanging over his head. However, Dylan's next words froze his expression. But it won't be of much use. So, your vacation is over, what? No, you can't. Avada Kedavra. A puff of black smoke drifted from the diary. Riddle could only maintain his shattered form, missing arms and legs. Dylan flicked his wand gently. There's nothing I can't do. Riddle lay on his side beside the diary, his body small, seemingly only the size of an arm, his eyes fixed on Dylan. I don't like your expression. Crucio. 2 spells were fired. Dylan felt both physically and mentally relaxed. One more question for you. Where do you think the last holy diamond is? Riddle slumped sideways on the wooden table in a contorted posture. His body had shrunk horribly. Already only the size of an arm, it had shrunk even further, now less than half the size of an arm. Beneath his translucent skin, his soul was restless and weak, his invisible blood vessels trembling slightly with his weak breaths. Those once captivating pupils were now clouded with a hazy cloud. His vacant gaze swept over Dylan, a hint of black mist escaping his lips. Every labored breath was accompanied by a rustling sound as the air scraped against his throat. I don't know, damn it, this is exactly what he usually does to his other servants. Riddle, fearing Dylan would cast another unforgivable curse on him, quickly added, the legend of the diamond is little known, and unicorns are incredibly rare. Now that old Dumbledore is protecting a herd, perhaps the final diamond lies in his possession. Riddle paused, then continued, or, ask Grindelwald, he might know something. Go ahead, capture that old Grindelwald as well. Why should he have to endure the torment and torture of this perverted demon alone? Why not just capture that old Dumbledore as well? It seems you truly don't know any more information. Dylan looked at Riddle as if he were a worthless person. Riddle was unable to move, his face bruised and white under this humiliating gaze, yet he felt completely helpless against this casual bully. He hated it. Dylan waved his hand. Suddenly, across this world, a swarm of cockroaches and snakes exploded. Blood foam and pieces of flesh became fertilizer, while Dylan drew his life force to Riddle's body, the diary itself. The diary's tattered body slowly healed. Dylan ignored him. Instead, he studied the blood diamond. Working late into the night, he had a basic understanding of its nature. While it was indeed imbued with cursed power, its specific effects were limited. And they primarily targeted pure creatures. Yes, Dylan had studied the blood diamond. He believed it would have a similar effect not only on unicorns but also on other pure creatures. The principle was simple. The blood diamond itself is an alchemical artifact, crafted from the heart and blood of a unicorn. Simply holding the blood diamond near a unicorn can disrupt its sanity. However, Dylan completely disdains this ability. After all, a simple use of his urgency Cthulhu can send anyone's sanity spiraling wildly. Even if Phoenix and old Dumbledore were to arrive, let alone a unicorn, their sanity would likely be affected. Even without urgency Cthulhu, his doomsday serpent eyes possess the power to attack the mind, and are quite potent. Of course, beyond this ability, Dylan also discovered that activating the blood diamond with magic could create a blood mist. Dylan didn't experiment with Lockhart, but instead with rats and other ordinary creatures. Creatures affected by the blood mist go mad, biting each other without distinguishing friend from foe. Furthermore, wounds inflicted by the blood diamond are enveloped in a curse that cannot be healed by ordinary magic. Dylan estimated that if a unicorn were scratched by a blood diamond, it would likely be unable to recover with pure power. Dylan had yet to discover more abilities. After all, this blood diamond was specifically designed for unicorns. There were no unicorns in his world for him to experiment on, so he could only go so far. After leaving the suitcase space, Dylan didn't see Harry. However, he walked out of the dormitory and into the Gryffindor common room. He did see quite a few people. Many young wizards gathered together, chatting excitedly. It was almost time for the dinner. Percy organized the group so they wouldn't all rush out. He then led all the Gryffindor students, one by one, past a portrait of the fat woman, down the hall until they entered the elaborately decorated hall by the professors. Dylan glanced around and nodded. The hall was also decorated spectacularly for Halloween this year. Hundreds of pumpkins carved with hideous faces lined the walls. Candlelight streamed from the pumpkin's hollowed-out eye sockets and the corners of its wide-open mouth. A warm orange glow cast flickering shadows on the stone walls, resembling the blinking eyes of countless goblins. A flock of silver-gray bats, conjured by Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell, circled the carved dome. Their flapping wings evoked tiny specks of starlight, shimmering against the gilded chandeliers. Dots of light dappled the long tables of all the houses. 12 orange-yellow velvet banners draped from the heights, their edges embroidered with dark gold thread, depicting snarling ghosts and flickering wands. Numerous blue flames clung to the air, seemingly eternally extinguished. The flames shifted shape constantly, swirling with the currents of magic. Sometimes, they transformed into screaming ghosts, drifting among the crowd. Other times, they twisted and twisted into grinning pumpkins, floating up and down. For a moment, candlelight, bat shadows, and dancing flames intertwined into a flowing, magical scroll. The entire auditorium was transformed into a mysterious and vibrant Halloween wonderland. Dylan took his seat with the others. The long table was covered with a sumptuous feast. A massive roast turkey, its skin sizzling with an alluring sheen. A mountain of Halloween pumpkin pies, golden and crispy, enveloped a rich, sweet filling. Freshly picked mint leaves garnished the tops. Plates of sizzling sausages emanated a fragrant aroma. Hungry, Dylan smacked his lips. Chapter 214 The madman crawled out of Azkaban. After a satisfying meal, the hall's jack-o'-lanterns suddenly went out. Neville, beside Dylan, shuddered. "What's going on? Don't panic, it's a performance," Dylan whispered. Neville nodded. Then, wisps of cold mist rose from the cracks in the marble floor. The dancing flames on the candlesticks shifted strangely to one side. Countless distorted shadows were reflected on the walls. Then, wisps of translucent silver mist drifted from behind the tapestry, gradually converging into an old ghost in a tall hat. He gently pointed at the air, and hundreds of will-o'-the-wisp flames surrounded the jack-o'-lanterns. A pale blue light descended from the ceiling, illuminating the entire hall like a moonlit cemetery. Then, dozens of ghosts emerged from under the long student dining tables and danced a medieval court dance in the aisles. The most sensational was Headless Nick. His head hung askew from his neck, held together only by a spiderweb of muscle. "Everyone, look," Nick's voice boomed in his hollow chest. As he spoke, the air in the auditorium began to distort, and a classical song, played from somewhere nearby, grew increasingly passionate. Time seemed to have flown back 100 years. The young wizards from the 4 academies screamed and laughed as they watched the headless Nick being pinned to the guillotine by the executioner, the gleaming axe falling. The music echoing through the auditorium reached a crescendo. Of course, Nick was fine, he was already nearly headless to begin with. The ghost's axes clearly couldn't chop Nick's head off again, and it remained stubbornly attached to his neck. However, this visual and dramatic performance undoubtedly brought the atmosphere in the auditorium to a climax. The young wizard's exclamations were deafening, like a cauldron of boiling water. Dylan nodded silently. Whose idea was it, to have ghosts perform a musical? And to have a man who had been beheaded relive his own death was truly remarkable. The ghosts bowed in midair. The candles in the great hall rekindled. The applause from all the young wizards was prolonged. Hermione excitedly tugged at Harry's sleeve. Ron had forgotten to put the pumpkin pie beside him in his mouth. Even Neville, beside Dylan, blushed and clapped his hands. "Wow, this is thrilling. Thankfully, we don't have beheadings anymore." Dylan glanced at Neville. It suddenly occurred to him that he'd previously needed the heads of some creatures for some experiments. So, he'd chopped off the heads of a few Cornish pixies and goblins. Dylan nodded. "Yeah, now it's the Dementors eating their brains." Neville's expression froze, and his smile grew forced. "That's pretty scary, too." After the Halloween dinner concluded, students from the 4 major colleges emerged from the warm Great Hall. Almost everyone was captivated by the atmosphere of the Halloween dinner, everyone was delighted. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows along the corridors of Gryffindor Tower. As the Gryffindor students prepared to return to the common room, they suddenly noticed something terribly wrong. Dylan walked forward. The corridors were crowded. No one had entered the common room. Dylan suddenly realized that a new plot had begun. He pinched his forehead. Such a joyous day, but there's no time to rest. He had also promised to rest well after returning home and not study or research for the day. Unexpectedly, after finally preparing for a short break, he encountered trouble. Excuse me. Please, let me pass." Percy's voice cut through the clamor from behind. He pushed his way through the crowd to the front of the corridor. Dylan didn't push forward, but instead stood at the back of the line with Neville. Neville looked nervous. "What's going on again?" Dylan shrugged. "I think someone might have snuck into Hogwarts while we were at the dinner." Neville was shocked. "What?" Dylan shook his head. "Don't panic yet. Let's see what the professor says when he gets here." Meanwhile, Percy, after skillfully using his elbow to push aside the crowd, glanced around with disapproval. "Why are you all gathered here? Why don't you go in? Don't tell me you've all collectively lost your memory and can't even remember a simple command like explode the dung balls." Percy's gaze turned to the gate ahead, where the fat lady was supposed to be guarding. "I'm the head student, please cooperate." But before he could finish his words, he froze in place the moment he squeezed in front of the portrait. This, Percy's teeth chattered slightly, and he stumbled back hastily. His voice suddenly became shrill, almost breaking. "Go, find Professor Dumbledore. Quick." Percy's words were like a prelude, causing the crowd crammed into the corridor to suddenly retreat. Dylan stepped aside. Neville huddled down, but he poked his head out and glanced ahead. He couldn't see clearly. He stood behind Dylan again, tiptoeing. As the crowd mingled, he saw the fat lady, who should have been beaming with joy, now reduced to a shattered mess. The crooked cracks on the canvas resembled claw marks, the rough linen exposed beneath the flaking paint, and the broken frame swayed gently on the wall. Oh my God! What's going on? Neville's eyes widened in shock, a sudden surge of intense fear rising within him. Dylan casually reassured him, "Don't worry. I think an intruder tried to enter our common room, but was refused permission by the fat lady, and ended up using some extremely cruel methods on her." Neville was stunned. He turned and looked at Dylan. Wasn't it? An intruder had torn the fat lady to pieces like this. And he'd even taken refuge in their dormitories. You call that not worrying? Neville's body began to tremble. Even the fat lady's portrait could be ripped to shreds. How ferocious could that intruder be? Could it be a vicious beast? Neville wanted to retreat with the crowd. He was terrified that if he stayed any longer, a ferocious and terrifying beast would burst out of the Gryffindor common room, devouring each of these defenseless students alive and bleeding them out. No, Dylan wasn't that weak. As long as he stayed with Dylan, he should be fine. Thinking of this, Neville shrank back again, hiding tightly behind Dylan, making no attempt to escape with the others. But as he stared at the empty picture frame, the fear in his heart lingered. Holy God, could the fat lady have already? Dylan shook his head. Look carefully, there's no trace of the fat lady on those canvases on the floor. The portraits at Hogwarts have a world all their own. Dylan paused, thinking of the professor portraits he had asked the professors to create for him. Creating a portrait that captures the essence of humanity is a long and arduous process. Dylan wasn't in a hurry. So I think the fat lady might be hiding in one of the other portraits, is that so? Neville glanced at the jagged canvases. The edges bore scars from claws and beasts' bites. But the fat lady was nowhere to be seen in the remnants of the canvas. Knowing that the fat lady seemed alright, Neville couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Dumbledore's silver beard swayed swiftly in the night. The hem of his robes whipped up a whirlwind, carrying him quickly to the fat lady's frame. He flicked his wand. Suddenly, several blue flames erupted from the tip, floating in the air and clearly illuminating the mess on the ground. Professor McGonagall had also arrived. After all, something had happened in Gryffindor. As deputy headmistress and head of house, she had naturally been notified by the Gryffindor students. But she arrived in such a hurry that her plaid hat was tilted to one side. Professor McGonagall gripped her wand tightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, to avoid any sudden accidents. Dumbledore looked at the hideous scratches on the wall, a cold light flashing in his glasses. Then, Professor Snape and Professor Lupin also arrived. Professor Snape was wrapped in a black robe, hidden in the shadows, his thin lips pressed into a line under his hooked nose. Professor Lupin squatted down and picked up a piece of canvas with his wand. It doesn't look like an ordinary offensive spell, Professor Snape snorted coldly. Obviously, this is either dark magic, or, he paused, it's just a monster that sneaked into the school. In any case, I think we should catch it as soon as possible. Professor Lupin stood up. Dumbledore's old voice sounded, and there was a rare sense of majesty in his tone. She must have hidden in another portrait. We need to find her and find out what happened. Dumbledore turned. Minerva, notify all professors to search the common rooms of all houses. Severus, check all secret passages. Lupin, summon the Nightbirds to patrol the tower. Filch, search every painting in Hogwarts. I want you to find the fat lady as soon as possible. Dumbledore looked at the shivering students, a flicker of worry in his eyes. His tone slowed down. Children, return to the Great Hall. I cannot allow you to leave until the professor has ascertained the truth. H.L. Wince whirled through the corridor, carrying scraps of canvas. Suddenly, a shrill laugh echoed. Peeves leaped from the corner of the corridor, his translucent body shimmering with a faint light. He then hung upside down above the crowd, swaying back and forth, his eyes darting rapidly. Hey, what a lively scene. I thought there were some goblins fighting here. Dumbledore saw Peeves and raised his hand to quiet the restless students. Naughty Peeves, perhaps you'd like to share a little about your experiences? Dumbledore's tone was calm, but Peeves's exaggerated expression softened slightly as he faced him. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Dylan standing against a wall, his arms folded, silently gazing at him. Peeves' expression froze slightly. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. He was about to turn to see who Peeves was looking at, but Peeves averted his gaze and said quickly, "Poor beauty." She got so scared she went into the summer river on the 5th floor. I'm afraid she's sobbing behind the willow tree now, Peeves chuckled, but the laughter sounded a little stiff. Her blush is so horrible even for me. Dumbledore turned, only to see a group of students. After a few more glances, he spotted Dylan, a calm figure among them. Dumbledore paused. He turned his head and returned his gaze to Peeves. Peeves, who had been chuckling dryly, met Dumbledore's gaze, covered his mouth, and feigned a cough. She's so pitiful. Her clothes are all torn. Did she mention the attacker's appearance? Peeves nodded. Of course. He wanted to come in, and she wouldn't let him, so he got angry and tried to tear her apart. Oh. How cruel. And what a terrible temper. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Who is it? Peeves was originally hanging upside down in the air. Seeing Dumbledore's seriousness, he dared not continue his jokes. He turned around and faced Dumbledore directly. Then he waved his hands and made strange, hoarse noises. The great evil. That madman from Azkaban, Sirius Black. Peeves waved his hands wildly, as if imitating Sirius's movements as he tore the canvas. He tore the painting into pieces worse than I ever tore up my homework. Perhaps I should learn from him. Dumbledore stared at him silently. Peeves came to his senses and quickly changed his tone. Of course, I don't normally tear up anyone's homework. Upon hearing this answer, Dumbledore swept his wand across. In an instant, a voice almost enveloped the entire Hogwarts. Tonight, Hogwarts will be illuminated by the Guardian Charm. Children, go to the Great Hall. There, someone will tell you what has happened, but don't be afraid. Remember, courage isn't the absence of fear, but the act of moving forward with fear. With that, Dumbledore instructed Professor McGonagall to lead everyone to the Great Hall. Dylan naturally followed the crowd out. He noticed that Dumbledore didn't seem to react unexpectedly to Peeves's answer. Neville was right beside him now, like a guardian. It seemed, however, that this guardian needed the protection of the one he was protecting. As Dylan walked, he turned and glanced at Peeves. Peeves instantly shrank back and vanished in a flash. Dylan and Neville, along with the Gryffindor group, re-entered the Great Hall. The food had vanished, leaving only the Halloween decorations. Chapter 215 I talk to you about philosophy, you talk to me about magic. A faint chill blew through the crack in the door, carried by the night breeze. But soon, as Dumbledore raised his wand, the warmth of the Great Hall returned. The silverware on the long table had long been cleared. Gone, too, were the delicacies. In its place, a mountain of grey wool blankets stood. Steaming copper kettles gurgled and belched white mist. Gryffindor students huddled together in groups of 3 or 4. It was unclear what Hermione had been up to, but after sitting across from Dylan, her curly hair a mess of untidy yarn, she comforted a sobbing Lavender while nervously flipping through the pages of magical defense theory on her lap. Ron sat not far from Hermione, just a few seats away, with Harry between them. The two of them sat on a blanket-covered bench, their expressions unsettling. Squeak, the heavy door swung open. The Slytherin snakes filed in. Next came the Hufflepuffs. Many of them wore thick yellow and black striped sweaters, and some even clutched a clay pot. Dylan guessed it contained some snacks they'd made earlier. Last came the Ravenclaw contingent. Many clutched pillows and books. The hall's Halloween decorations hadn't even been removed. Dumbledore stepped onto the podium. The jack-o'-lanterns all lit up, their silver beard illuminated by a warm golden glow. Children, I believe you all heard my message. Tonight, a serious incident has occurred, and all of Hogwarts will be under strict inspection. The professors will search every corner of the castle. For your safety, this will be your accommodation tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick simultaneously waved their wands. The doors of the hall closed, then were sealed shut by a spell. The drafts of air, shrouded in chill, rushed into the hall, only to be dispelled by the warmth emanating from the hall. Finally, only one entrance remained ajar. Professor Snape cast a spell, wrapping a silver chain around the door frame. Prefects, Dumbledore said, turning to the senior students standing in the front row. Percy, one of them, immediately straightened his back. Please guard the entrances and exits of the Great Hall. Remember what I said about courage? I think you will understand if you uphold your duties at a moment like this. Dumbledore's gaze returned to the head boy's seat. Percy straightened even further. Head boy and head girl, you will be responsible for maintaining order here. If anything unusual, the tip of his wand suddenly emitted a blue light the size of a flock of pigeons. The next moment, Dozens of ghosts burst through the walls of the Great Hall and converged. You don't have to leave here. Simply summon the ghosts closest to you and have them deliver my message on your behalf, Dumbledore said, turning to leave. But he suddenly stopped. His eyes swept over the students huddled between the long tables. I almost forgot the most important thing, Dumbledore chuckled, his wand tracing an elegant arc through the air. Instantly, a galaxy tore through the ceiling of the Great Hall. Countless silver-blue points of light cascaded down. As they fell to the ground, they instantly transformed into thick sleeping bags. Gryffindor's was red. Slytherin's was green. Hufflepuff's was yellow. Ravenclaw's was blue. The sleeping bags seemed to still carry the scent of freshly dried hay. They were neatly arranged beside each long table. I hope these will help you sleep better. Dumbledore waved his wand again. The jack-o'-lanterns overhead went out one after another. Only a few detached from the ceiling and then hovered on the walls of the Great Hall. In an instant, the light in the Great Hall grew soft and dim. Remember, no matter what noise you hear, do not leave this place. Rest assured, the professors and I will not allow any danger to breach the Great Hall's defenses. Dumbledore cast a concerned glance around. Then, he turned and, along with Professor McGonagall, Snape, and the others, headed for the ajar door. The professors passed through the narrow opening one by one. Finally, all the professors left, and the heavy wooden door slowly closed. The chaining charm that Professor Snape had cast earlier made a resounding click. Clearly, the professors outside had completely sealed off the Great Hall from the outside world. After the professors left, although everyone was given a sleeping bag, no one wanted to sleep. The students were both thrilled and terrified by what had happened. I heard it was Sirius's doing. That madman escaped from Azkaban and has now infiltrated Hogwarts. Who knows what he's up to? The Gryffindor students clearly had a stronger say in this matter. The students from the other houses soon learned the general outlines of what had happened from Gryffindor. Neville wrapped himself in a wool blanket, a hint of unease on his face. Dylan, what do you think Sirius wants? Dylan gave him a helpless look. In just one night, he felt like Neville had asked him several times what had happened. What was going on? What exactly did they want to do? He slowly shook his head. Obviously, he wants to hide from the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors. Neville paused. If he wanted to hide, why would he hide in our school? And destroy our dormitories, and hurt a fat lady? She's such a kind person. Dylan blinked. Kind? It seemed so. He shrugged. You never know when someone who wants to hurt you will come to you. Hearing this, Neville glanced at Dylan. Really? But for someone who can predict the future, that shouldn't be the case. Dylan, I'll talk to you about philosophy, and you talk to me about magic. Okay. It didn't look like Voldemort would make a major appearance this school year. As for Sirius, if he simply wanted to rescue him from the Ministry of Magic, there was no need to do so. Hermione would do that. But if he wanted to bring Sirius into his own world, that meant he couldn't easily release him. Secondly, he couldn't use all sorts of experiments on Sirius. What if he turned him into a fool? This idiot wasn't that stupid, after all. In fact, he was already stupid enough. Dylan didn't want to invite this guy into his world and treat him like a lord. Or, he could just have him do chores in his world. Dylan didn't think that was necessary either. So, whoever wants to mind this matter can do it. It's late, I need to go to bed, Dylan yawned. In fact, it was already late when the party ended. He had originally planned to spend some time playing leisurely with Cole Ball and the others in the evening before going to bed. But now, he still needed to play with his pets for a while before going to sleep. Neville, I'm a little sleepy. Why don't you chat with Dean and Seamus first? Neville paused. Are you going to sleep? Okay, then go ahead. Although he really wanted Dylan to chat with him, he knew that if Dylan said he wanted to sleep, he meant it. Fortunately, there were quite a few people in the hall. The presence of so many people brought him some comfort, so he didn't force Dylan to stay awake. He was too embarrassed to ask Dylan to do this. Who wouldn't let people sleep? Dylan sent Neville away. Wrapped in a fluffy blanket, he went to Seamus's side. The group continued to chat in a chattering voice. Dylan rubbed his sore temple. These little brats were really noisy when they got together. Dylan drew out his wand and twisted it slightly. Triple fluffy, it was actually a variation of the transfiguration charm. The magic took effect instantly. The red sleeping bag that old Dumbledore had dropped for him was instantly engulfed in magic, then gradually expanded into a large, fluffy sack. It looked noticeably warmer and more comfortable. It was, however, a brilliant red, a rather jarring sight. Dylan smacked his lips. Old Dumbledore really has no taste, but it was just a sleeping bag after all. With his eyes closed, the color was invisible. Before crawling in, Dylan cast a silencing charm over the bag and then pulled it securely from the inside. He tried to pull out his suitcase, but found that while the bag was warm and comfortable, it still didn't seem to have enough space for a suitcase. Dylan blinked. Well, forget it. I won't go after Cole and the others. I'd better go to bed early. There was no way old Dumbledore and the others would find Sirius today, at least not in a visible way. As for whether old Dumbledore would secretly seek out Sirius and even help him evade the Ministry of Magic, that had even less to do with Dylan. Maybe I can collect Black into my world before Black dies. By then, he'll be dead to everyone else anyway, so he might as well just help me with chores in my space, and if Professor Snape ever gets upset and wants to vent his anger on him, Dylan can just pull Black out and divert Professor Snape's hatred away. That's a good idea, too. Or I could use Black as Professor Snape's birthday present one year. Deciding what gifts to give professors every year is a daunting and tedious task. Dylan didn't enter the pet space, but instead gave Coldball and the others a lot of snacks. Then he fell into deep sleep. Outside, Seamus was following Dean, along with several other Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, vividly recounting what they had encountered today outside the Gryffindor common room. Seeing Neville approach, he invited him to join the conversation. Turning around, they saw Dylan, already tucked into his sleeping bag, seemingly about to fall asleep. Their voices instantly dropped. Huh? Nearby, several Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students paused. What's wrong? Neville whispered in Seamus's ears. Don't worry, Dylan put a silencing charm on his sleeping bag. Dean breathed a sigh of relief. But then he blinked and looked at Neville. Then why are you whispering so quietly? Neville blinked again, then scratched his head. They turned back to the students from the other houses and smiled sheepishly. Nothing, let's continue. Just then, Luna stood up from the Ravenclaw table and slowly walked over to Neville and the others. Seeing Luna approach, Hermione, who had been chatting with Harry and the others about something, looked up. Luna came over to Neville. Have you seen Dylan? Neville's eyelashes fluttered rapidly. This is. He opened his mouth. Dylan. Before he could finish, Hermione suddenly stood up, leaving behind a bewildered Harry and a rolling-eyed Ron, and walked over. What do you want with him? Luna turned to look at Hermione, her head tilting slightly, her long hair falling. What do you want? Hermione raised her eyebrows and shook her head. What? I'm asking what you want. Neville looked at the two people, confused and seemingly at odds. Although he didn't know what was going on, he quickly stood up and tried to smooth things over. Don't argue, Dylan's already asleep. What do you want with him? Hermione said. Whatever it is, he never likes to be disturbed, so you can talk to him tomorrow. Luna ignored Hermione and turned to Neville. Neville pursed his lips and nodded. Seeing that he accepted her statement, Luna nodded slightly. She still trusted the chubby little fellow who always stayed by Dylan's side. She never sensed any hostility from Neville, not even a hint. So, besides Dylan, she would occasionally exchange a few words with Neville. Whenever they met, or rather, when Dylan and Luna had plans to go out together, Neville would often stay with Dylan. Naturally, Luna got to know Neville. Dylan slept through the night. When he woke up the next morning, he unzipped his sleeping bag and crawled out. Then he stretched. By then, the glow from the pumpkin lanterns on the wall was already very dim. The morning sun would have been enough to completely obscure them. However, the fact that these enchanted pumpkin lanterns could shine brightly all night long spoke volumes about the mastery of the person who cast the spell. Dylan flexed his arms and briefly stretched his limbs. I used to be able to lie in my big bed with my pets, but now I'm stuck huddled in this sleeping bag. Dylan narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't intend to drag Sirius into his world as a laborer right now, he would let Sirius Black experience their former school motto again, don't run around during Hogwarts curfew. Chapter 216 How did Cedric come to talk to Professor Trelawney? After searching all night, the final result was exactly what Dylan had expected. No professor had found Sirius's whereabouts in the school. Dylan gladly accepted this outcome. After all, he couldn't roll his eyes back. What else could he do? If those professors really wanted to find someone. Dylan couldn't believe it. So many highly skilled professors, and even the most powerful wizard on Earth, old Dumbledore, had searched all night and still not found a single trace of Sirius. How could this be justified? If they couldn't find him, couldn't they just leave a trail? They actually went to all that trouble, relying solely on human effort to locate Sirius. If the water was released, the Black Lake would overflow, flooding all of Hogwarts. Even though Sirius was now in the school, everyone still went about their business during the day. However, old Dumbledore didn't allow the students to gather in the Great Hall for the rest of the night. Instead, he and the other professors cast multiple protective spells on the common rooms of the 4 Hogwarts houses. Furthermore, since the fat lady hadn't fully recovered from her injuries after being attacked by Sirius, someone else had to be assigned to guard the Gryffindor common room. However, Dumbledore questioned many people about this, but received no definitive answer. No one wanted to guard the Gryffindor common room. Finally, Sir Cadogan stepped forward and agreed to take on the responsibility. He praised his bravery, then replaced the picture frame in front of the Gryffindor common room. Sir Cadogan also moved in. He often greeted Dylan, and he responded to every one of them, except for a few unusual ones. For example, Sir Cadogan would ask Dylan to go to Dumbledore, as he wanted to do all the portraits in the headmaster's office. It was unknown how he'd learned that Dylan had a close relationship with Dumbledore and could freely enter the headmaster's office. When Dylan first heard this guy's request, he almost thought he'd misheard. "You're a short guy with only a fat horse for company, and you're indeed fully armed. But what right do you have to mess with those portraits in the headmaster's office?" Dylan could only say, "Old Dumbledore is such a good judge of character. This guy is so brave. He even dared to do something, and this guy just said it so eloquently, and asked for his help." Of course, Dylan refused. After being rejected, this Sir Cadogan challenged Dylan to a duel. Dylan just smiled. In fact, to a certain extent, his current strength was only stronger than those portraits in the headmaster's office. He treated this aggressive knight as if he were a headmaster caring for a less intelligent brat. No matter what sharp words he said, he would just laugh it off. And after being ignored by Dylan several times, this Sir Cadogan still greeted Dylan every day. However, the passwords he set were becoming increasingly complex, absurd, even. Sir Cadogan would often challenge other young wizards to duels, but no one paid him any attention. So, when no one was dueling, Sir Cadogan's mind seemed to be stimulated. He frantically conjured up some intricate, even difficult to remember entry password. And it wasn't even changed at a regular time. In a single day, trying to gain entry might result in the password being changed 2 or 3 times, or even 4 or 5 times. Dylan reasoned. This guy had volunteered to guard the Gryffindor common room when no one else wanted to, in an attempt to control access for student wizards. However, Dylan himself didn't frequent the dormitory. Sometimes he'd spend a day in the library or in his own dormitory. Even if he didn't know the password, he could just ask anyone and he'd know. This made it difficult for Cadogan and Sir Cadogan, who had always wanted to stop Dylan, to stop him once. He was so angry that he couldn't even look at his own fat horse. Sir Cadogan's arrival had little impact on Dylan, but Neville, the chubby little boy with a terrible memory to begin with, became the biggest loser. Sometimes, he'd just go to the greenhouse to water the flowers, only to be stuck outside for ages upon his return. Sometimes, it would even take him until dinner time. He'd go for dinner again, then come back and be stuck again. Only then, with the help of others, could he re-enter the common room. Ultimately, as far as Dylan knew, Neville, the chubby little boy, had asked him several times about the common room door combination. Finally, embarrassed, he prepared a piece of parchment. Every time Sir Cadogan changed the door combination, Neville would write it down word for word on paper. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Even though the things he remembered had nothing to do with studying. During the day, old Dumbledore would still lead the teaching staff on a round of inspections from time to time. The result was disappointing. No one had seen a single hair of Sirius. Moreover, I don't know if it was some kind of pessimistic and tense plot. It gradually began to rain at Hogwarts. The rain was getting heavier. It made it inconvenient for Dylan to go to the Forbidden Forest at night. Luna hadn't been to the Forbidden Forest since the rain, and naturally, her contact with Dylan had also decreased. They hadn't been to the Hufflepuff kitchen in the past few days, because the professors wouldn't let them. In the afternoon, Dylan was reading in the library. In fact, most students were not allowed to stay alone in the library. Especially the lower grade students. Or students under the 5th grade. Only Dylan was an exception. No professor restricted his movements. Other students either rested, attended classes, or stayed in the dormitory every day. However, Dylan was still free to move around. Outside the library at this time, lead gray clouds rolled over Hogwarts. The weather seemed very depressing. Rain fell. The bean-sized raindrops pelted the castle spire, then formed silver lines along the gargoyles' horns and gargoyles' fangs, splashing coin-sized splashes onto the cobblestone pavement. It was clearly afternoon, but the dusk outside the window was deep. Even the surface of the black lake was swirling with eddies from the dense raindrops. Dylan listened to the crackling sound of the wind-whipped rain hitting the window frames, but he didn't find it disturbing. Instead, he flipped through the book in his hand. Hogwarts weather was actually pretty similar every year at this time of year. Last year, Dylan had successfully cultivated his animagus thanks to these torrential downpours. Dylan didn't catch a cold in this weather. However, the heavy rain still filled the library with a chilly, damp vapor, which made Dylan uncomfortable, but he would simply surround himself with a warming spell and a dampening spell. So, essentially, it had no real impact. I have to say again, magic really works. Dylan huddled in an armchair by the fireplace. The warmth, combined with the warming charms he'd cast, filled the air. Suddenly, a gust of warmth, tinged with the scent of pine, brushed past him. Dylan looked up. Cedric was already standing in the flickering glow of the fire. The Hufflepuff prefect was tall, his dark blue robes speckled with raindrops, the silver-embroidered house crest gleaming in the warm glow. His blonde hair, dampened by the rain, shone even brighter, a few strands falling across his smooth forehead, framing his gentle eyes even more captivatingly. Dylan raised an eyebrow. If a young girl were standing there right now, she'd probably be completely captivated by this guy. "Senior, what can I do for you?" This wasn't the first time they'd met. The last time they'd met, he'd come to see him in the library, and this time. Cedric smiled gently, his voice mellow. "Junior, I'm surprised you're all confined to the dorms, yet you're able to leisurely read in the library." Dylan chuckled and shrugged. "I think the rumor that I'm the professor's favorite student, that even Professor Snape admires my talent and diligently teaches me magic, that rumor must have spread among the seniors." Cedric raised his lips. "I've heard from many people that Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, is very kind to first year." Dylan put down his book. "Let me correct you, that kind expression is fake. Have you ever seen Professor Snape be kind to anyone?" Cedric nodded. "Not me, at least." Dylan looked around and saw there were no benches for Cedric to sit on. So he simply didn't invite him and sat down to chat face to face. "I think your appointment as Hufflepuff Quidditch captain and seeker will put a lot of pressure on Gryffindor." Cedric was stunned upon hearing this. He was indeed now Hufflepuff Quidditch captain, and part-time seeker. However, after the previous captain graduated, the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain position had remained vacant. This was to confuse the other Quidditch teams, allowing them to adjust their team composition at any time, keeping their opponents unaware of their new tactics. However, to accomplish this, they pressed the envelope and took precise measures. Finally, just before the deadline for adjusting the Quidditch team, they submitted their Hufflepuff Quidditch team roster in his application for captaincy. Even the Quidditch teams of the other three houses should not have been informed of this. Why did Dylan know about this? Where did he find out? A moment. Cedric thought back to the image the Boggart had conjured up when Dylan had faced him some time ago. He also recalled the various comments and names that everyone privately shared about this mysterious young wizard from Gryffindor. The most talked about one, of course, was the professor's favorite student. Beyond that, there were many other peculiar names, like the Ravenclaw of Gryffindor, or the Slytherin of Gryffindor. After all, only Slytherin students would receive Professor Snape's patience and affection. Dylan was clearly an exception. And beyond that, there was another name, a fortune teller who was even better at divination than the divination teacher. Cedric paused, his gaze fixed. "I came here today to ask you about something specific." Cedric looked at Dylan. "I recently met with a divination professor. Initially, I wanted to ask him other questions, but then we got to talking about your Boggart, which turned out to be my corpse. Professor Trelawney made a very exaggerated statement about it. She claimed you were extremely gifted at divination, perhaps even more powerful than hers. While I'm not sure if she truly possesses a talent for divination, I trust her, so I wanted to ask you about it. Did you see a vision of me during one of your divinations, for example, witnessing my death? So when you faced the Boggart, it transformed you into my image. Could that be the final form I'll take?" Legitimacy allowed Dylan to easily grasp Cedric's emotions and thoughts as he spoke. Although this outstanding and strong student had been recognized by many for both his magical talent and his personal qualities, his own safety was at stake. He was still somewhat panicked. But Dylan could understand. After all, who among intelligent creatures wouldn't be afraid of death? Cedric was, after all, only a student, not yet fully adult. He could even be considered a child. Faced with the terrifying dangers he might face in the future, he naturally wanted to know. Dylan, do you know something you didn't tell me last time? Dylan pursed his lips. He was puzzled by how Professor Trelawney had brought the conversation to Cedric. He was also somewhat surprised by Cedric's premonition. Of course, it was also possible that Professor Trelawney was using her usual tricks to scare Cedric, reminding him of the time he had transformed the Boggart into a tree man that looked very similar to him. Originally, Dylan had planned to wait until the right time, rescue the man, and then help him gain some benefits after he entered the Ministry of Magic. But now, since he had asked, if you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Old Gang Might Die Because of Curses. Dylan looked at Cedric, his lips curled slightly. Did you come to me to ask about your future? Cedric's eyes flickered, his lips pursed, and he nodded. Yes, Dylan smiled. The future is always uncertain. How do you think you'll become a tree man? Aren't you a badger? Cedric was stunned. You know what I want to ask, Dylan interrupted him. I do know what you want to ask, but, Dylan paused. The future is undefined. I can only tell you, life is a fleeting candle, death is the inevitable wind, people will always leave this world. Cedric's face turned pale. He felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly become soft and vacant, and the whole world shook before his eyes. He had to reach out to hold on to the table in front of him. He wanted to say something, but his throat was tight, preventing him from speaking. Cedric lowered his head, his light blonde hair hanging a little messily. After a long pause, he took a deep breath, letting his breathing gradually steady and his trembling body calm. Dylan blinked. This guy was a little stronger than he'd thought. Finally, Cedric slowly raised his head, a lingering trace of fear still lingering in his eyes, but then he managed to muster a hint of stubbornness and determination. He stared directly at Dylan. Can the future really be changed? Is there a chance I won't become that horrible, let alone die? He'd heard rumors about the hideous and disgusting tree man transformed by the Boggart Dylan had faced. He wasn't afraid of becoming ugly, but rather of becoming less than human. He found it hard to imagine what he might encounter in the future that would transform him into a tree man. Even the divination professor praised Dylan with exaggerated praise. Furthermore, he'd asked the Gryffindor Weasley brothers, and they told him that Dylan had once displayed quite accurate prophetic abilities in their home. Not to mention that Dylan was recognized by the deans of all the major colleges. His magical talent and strength were also formidable. Anyone who could earn Professor Snape's approval was undoubtedly not weak. So, despite Dylan being only a third-year wizard, Cedric inexplicably chose to trust him. Dylan nodded. Of course, the loom of fate never stops. It will reweave an unknown landscape based on your choices. The future isn't a prophecy engraved on a stone tablet, but quicksand held in the palm of your hand. You can decide your own future. Can I decide my own future? Cedric frowned slightly. Professor Trelawney once made a greatest prophecy. And it had already come true. The Dark Lord would die at the hands of the Savior. In fact, the Dark Lord was ultimately defeated by Harry. As for a baby, how could a demon king, a murderer without mercy, a man without regard for rules or reason, possessing immense magical power, whose mere stomp of his foot would shake the entire magical world, be killed so silently and overnight? That would be the question of love. Maybe it was some kind of love poison that took effect. Dylan gathered his chaotic thoughts and looked at Cedric. Don't worry, my predictions aren't always 100% accurate, especially, maybe the tree man just looks like you, just like I said last time. Cedric sniffed softly. Really? He hesitated. Whether I end up like that, I'll do my best to change, but I really want to know, if the future can't be changed, what will happen to my parents? Will they? Dylan knew what Cedric was asking. He shook his head gently. Don't worry, your parents are safe, from what I've seen. Of course, you Your parents would be devastated if you ended up like that. Cedric raised his left hand, covering his cheek, and gently rubbed it with his thumb and index finger. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I know. They've always told me I'd make them proud, and I've always tried my best to do so. After wiping his face, Cedric felt much better. However, his cheeks were slightly red from the rubbing, and his hair became even more messy. Although young wizards aren't allowed to wander around outside these days, you'd better wash your face, lest anyone see you like this when you go back. I don't want to hear gossip about you and me anymore. Dylan chuckled playfully. You don't know. After the defense against the dark arts class, the rumor that the tree man was you spread throughout the academy, and how many girls wanted to ask me about you. Cedric smiled. I'm so sorry. Also, although I don't support premature love in principle, if you're looking for a relationship at the academy, I can recommend some girls. They're all very cute, and some even have a crush on you. You know. Dylan raised an eyebrow. Huh? Someone else has a crush on him? Who? Dylan suddenly felt curious. But he didn't want to delve into the details. So, he didn't press Cedric, nor did he use his divination abilities. Instead, he smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I agree with you. As a student, how can I have a premature love relationship at the academy? I just want to study magic well right now. Cedric looked at Dylan approvingly. No wonder the professors praise you so much. Your current spirit alone deserves recognition. Cedric didn't beg Dylan to perform another divination. He wondered what changes he should make to reverse the terrifying future. In his opinion, exploring the information in the vast river of time must be no simple task, let alone helping others and changing their fate. Cedric didn't want Dylan to pay any price for this. Firstly, he couldn't afford it. Secondly, he didn't want to burden Dylan too much. Thank you for telling me this. It's worth my trip. Cedric bowed gently to Dylan. Then I'll leave you alone. Dylan nodded. I don't mind your bothering me. If you have any questions, you can come and talk to me again. But don't worry, I don't think you'll end up like that. Dylan had deliberately made the bog art look like that to prevent it from revealing any information about him. So Dylan was right. Cedric wouldn't become a tree man. He would simply die in the future. But he still hoped that after Cedric joined the Ministry of Magic, he would become his confidant and help him with both respectable and shameful tasks. With his identity as Curses, he would one day unify the wizarding world. Well, I want to unify the wizarding world. I just want everyone to work for me. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There were already so many capitalists, who needed one more, and no one could hang him from a streetlight. Thank you. I think I'll come back to you in the next few days after I've calmed down. I hope you won't bother me too much then. Whatever you want. After Cedric left, Dylan continued flipping through the books in front of him. That idiot Voldemort only cared about killing his enemies. If he had chosen to use love to influence everyone, he would have unified the wizarding world long ago. Only people can create value. If everyone is killed, what's the point of unifying the wizarding world, or even the world? If you just want people to submit to you, and in the end, there will be no people left, what's the point of having them submit? But Voldemort is indeed like a ghost. He kills people, turns them into ghosts, and then makes them submit. From the perspective of that madman Voldemort, it seems quite reasonable. Dylan originally had no idea of unifying the world. Of course, his current interest in the idea wasn't particularly high. He simply wanted to absorb as much knowledge as possible, to learn magic. If, one day, he mastered most of the knowledge, like Voldemort, he'd mastered almost every dark art in the world. Perhaps, like Voldemort, his desire to unify the world would grow with his growing power. Even so, by then, he simply wanted everyone to work for him. To create galleons, to provide experimental materials, to support his endless rounds of complex experiments. I'm only at the beginning of my journey of learning magic. There's so much more I can do. Dylan flipped through the book. Just as he'd put Cedric aside, a new image popped up in his mind, an old man with white hair and a long beard, falling from a tower. Dylan paused as he flipped through the book. Well, before Sirius died, I could have dragged him into my world to do chores for me. But if old Dumbledore wanted to die, I couldn't possibly drag him into my world too, could I? With Dumbledore around, would his world be taken over by this old man? Dylan really didn't know. Even if Dumbledore wanted to die, that would be a matter for later. Furthermore, Dumbledore wanted to die, partly to protect Harry, and partly to ensure Snape regained Voldemort's unwavering trust. There was another reason, too. While searching for the Horcruxes, Dumbledore had been severely injured by the cursed ring he wore, leaving him on the verge of death. Realizing his time was running out, he chose to end his life in this way, using his own life to push the war in the direction of justice. But, that little Voldemort, now he had his soul trapped in his world. Honestly, Dylan was quite excited to see what kind of trouble Voldemort would wreak. He wanted to see how Voldemort's understanding of the dark arts would compare to that of a little brat like Riddle, his mind already twisted and ravaged by madness. This was one of the experiments he'd always wanted to do. Dylan had previously unlocked Voldemort's repertoire, but learning spells and understanding magic were two completely different things. When that time comes, maybe what old Dumbledore sacrificed his life for wasn't so Snape could gain Voldemort's trust, but so Snape could infiltrate Carthus and earn his trust. Dylan smacked his lips. After spending the evening in the library, Dylan went to the owl shed. He fed Luna some meat strips and also some to her mistletoe. Hoo-hoo, Luna's brown wood owl chirped happily, then shared one of the meat strips Dylan had fed him. Dylan watched his snowy owl and Luna's mist get along so well, his eyes narrowed. You little brat, Dylan wouldn't stand in the way of his pet's love, if they even had it. Besides, Dylan didn't usually use his owls to deliver messages. Especially since Ron's father, Mr. Arthur, had learned how to make a magic telephone after his advice. If anything really happened, he could just call his parents. Delivering messages was a bit cumbersome. Furthermore, considering the time it takes, even though owls in the wizarding world undergo special training, they still don't have magic at heart. So even if they could deliver messages accurately, there would still be a delay before the message reaches the recipient. How could that compare to the convenience of a phone call? After feeding the two owls, Dylan went to eat and then returned to his dorm. And then, the day after Cedric came to see him, that is, the following evening, Dylan bumped into Cedric in the corridor again. Dylan had only wanted to say hello, but Cedric unexpectedly dragged him into a corner and asked him a series of random questions. This time, his main question was about his parents. He didn't want to trouble Dylan about his own safety, but he still wanted to inquire about his parents. Dylan naturally responded with a series of pleasantries, "Don't worry, it's okay, it'll be fine," and then brushed him off. After receiving a reassuring answer, Cedric left. For a while after that, Cedric and Dylan would greet each other whenever they ran into each other, and the two of them were so familiar with each other that they seemed like close friends. But in reality, they were just interacting a little more often. Dylan felt that their relationship was similar to his and Luna's. They were classmates, friends who could talk to each other. Moreover, Dylan also wanted to make Cedric his subordinate, so he naturally wouldn't refuse to improve his relationship with Cedric. This change was also noticed by the others in the academy. Until the weekend. Chapter 218 Professor Snape? Why are you here in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Dylan worked on experiments for the entire morning. It was time for lunch. When he arrived at the restaurant, Ron and Harry had already started eating. Neville waved to Dylan, and Dylan naturally sat next to Neville. Ron was on his other side. After Dylan sat down, he always felt that Ron was always glancing at him from time to time, and he couldn't help but look over. But then, Ron would quickly look away. When this guy was glancing at him for the nth time, Dylan turned his head. It happened that his eyes met Ron's. Dylan narrowed his eyes. "Tell me, what are you always looking at me for?" Ron was caught on the spot and felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, but didn't know what to say. That is, Dylan, have you been in contact with people from other colleges too much recently?" Dylan raised his eyebrows as he listened to this guy's irrelevant speech. What is he talking about? Why is it so confusing? When did I start constantly interacting with people from other houses? Ron coughed softly and muttered, like Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Instantly, Dylan realized Ron was probably talking about Luna and Cedric. But that was even stranger. He hadn't even spoken to Luna much lately, because the house was under lockdown. And Cedric, he'd only run into her occasionally, exchanged greetings, and that was it. How could that be considered frequent contact with people from other houses? And even if he did, what was the problem? Dylan looked at Ron in bewilderment, like he was an idiot. What are you trying to say? Hey. I'm trying to say that the honor of Gryffindor is worth upholding. Huh? Dylan. Ron's words left Dylan even more bewildered. Has this guy been struck by some dark magic, his mind a little off? Could it be because Professor Snape whacked him on the head with his wand in potions class 2 days ago because he was so stupid? It looked like a physical attack, But Professor Snape had secretly cast some dark spell on Ron? Dylan suddenly felt that this was a very real possibility. What the hell are you talking about? Ron put down his fork. Don't you know? What should I know? Ron blinked. It's Slytherin. They say their seeker hasn't recovered from his last injury, so what? What did Slytherin's seeker's injury have to do with him? It wasn't his fault. Oh, and wasn't Slytherin's seeker Malfoy? When had he been injured? And then Slytherin used this as an excuse to say they couldn't participate in the Quidditch match, so, Harry, who was sitting across from Ron, spoke up. Actually, there's nothing wrong with the Malfoy. They just don't want to play against us in this rainstorm. Listening to Ron and Harry's comments, Dylan roughly understood the situation. You mean, because Malfoy claimed to be injured, Slytherin told the college that they couldn't find a new seeker to replace Malfoy right now, so they had to delay the game? Ron nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. Dylan glanced at him. Then what? What does this have to do with my frequent contact with people from other colleges? Ron said, we were originally going to play against Slytherin, but now Slytherin has applied for a replacement time, and our opponent has changed from Slytherin to Hufflepuff. Dylan was a little impatient. Hurry up, tell me all in one breath. Ron's neck shrank. We learned that the captain of Hufflepuff is Cedric. You seem to have a good relationship with him recently. And you often go to the Hufflepuff kitchen with Luna to cook. Now all the Hufflepuff students know you. You are a student of Gryffindor. You are too close to them. Are you going to cheer them on in the Quidditch game? Ron spoke faster and finished in one breath. How long have you known Cedric? Harry is your friend since first year. Fred and George too. You're obviously closer to us, and you're a Gryffindor student, so you. Dylan had a headache listening to this. He simply waved his hand to shut Ron up. What the hell was going on? If you didn't know, you'd think he was some jerk with multiple girlfriends. He usually cooked with Luna, explored Hufflepuff's secret oven, and tried to find other secret Hufflepuff kitchen utensils. Occasionally, they would meet Cedric on the street and say hello. That was also to develop Cedric into his confidant in the future. Why did it sound completely different when Ron said it? Besides, it was just a competition. Wasn't he participating? Why did he even care who he was cheering for? Stop it right there. If the competition really starts, how can a Gryffindor like me get a seat in Hufflepuff? Dylan rolled his eyes and placed a plate of roasted chicken in front of him. The aroma of fat filled the air, brightening Dylan's mood. Stop talking nonsense here. I'll cheer them on when Harry takes the court. Ron's mood brightened considerably after hearing Dylan's affirmative response. He turned to Harry across from him. See? I knew Dylan was the closest to us. Dylan listened to the little brat's discussion and shook his head. What a bunch of brats. They even argued about who is closest to whom. But what good were close relationships in the adult world? Would they help him advance his experiments? If it was Cedric, perhaps. After all, if he got into the Ministry of Magic, with his father paving the way for him, he'd eventually rise to a high position. Then, whatever he wanted would be easy. Even when there were materials that couldn't be obtained openly, Dylan would ask Cedric to help him obtain them directly. He could also have Delphine and the others help him obtain them secretly. But how could stealthily seeking materials compare to the speed of legitimate harvesting? Over the next few days, Dylan continued to attend classes, study, conduct experiments, and brew potions for Lupin as usual. The Quidditch match was approaching. During these days, Wood's sense of urgency was once again on full display. Now, he wasn't just dragging Harry out of bed in the mornings or letting him go back to his dorm at night. Even during class breaks, Wood would make a special trip to Harry's house, constantly analyzing various tactics with him and discussing all sorts of information he'd gleaned about Hufflepuff players from who knows where. After 3 years of training and his performance in every match, Harry could be considered a Gryffindor stalwart on the Quidditch field. Wood, like a mother, had poured almost all his recent energy into Harry. He even wanted to move Dylan into his dorm, have him live with Harry, and give him advice and discuss tactics day and night. Furthermore, Harry was now Gryffindor's seeker. Originally, his opponent was Malfoy, but now Slytherin had been replaced by Hufflepuff. Harry's opponent had also changed from Malfoy to Hufflepuff Quidditch captain Cedric. At this point, Dylan began to understand why Ron had been so inexplicably spouting nonsense. One reason was definitely that Ron didn't want to put too much pressure on Harry. Another reason was the little brat's petty clique building schemes. Harry had been suffering terribly lately. The professors wouldn't let Harry neglect his studies just because he was competing. Therefore, Harry not only had to endure Snape's harassment during class, but also had to deal with homework assignments from various subjects. And in his spare time, he had to listen to Wood explain Cedric's various habits. One evening, Dylan was reading in his dorm room, listening to Wood's tales of Harry. This guy was truly intent on digging out every detail about Cedric, and then filing Harry's head with it. Dylan began to wonder if Wood spent his days stalking Harry and Cedric, acting like a stalker. He even remembered every time Cedric had a bowel movement or farted, hoping to figure out if Cedric had eaten something wrong, giving them an advantage in the competition. But these things were Harry's worries, not Dylan's. He went about his business, so he couldn't share Harry's fulfillment. He felt fulfilled, but in a different way. Until the day before the Quidditch match, on Friday, when the students were supposed to attend class, Wood had called Harry away that morning and never let him back. This caused Harry to miss the most demanding defense against the dark arts class of the semester. Or maybe he was late. "Sorry, Professor." Harry ran over breathlessly and stood at the door, his face filled with apology and embarrassment. But when he looked up and saw not Lupin but his beloved potions professor, his expression faltered even further. Professor Snape? Why are you here? Where's Professor Lupin?" Snape looked coldly at Harry standing at the door. What a shame. He had some problems today, so, a hint of a sinister smile played at the corner of Professor Snape's mouth. 10 points from Gryffindor for your tardiness, Harry. Yesterday, he was deducted 20 points for not doing an operation correctly in potions class, and now 10 more. Oh my god. Why was Professor Snape filling in for defense against the dark arts? Even Professor McGonagall would have done it. Go back and sit down, Potter, or are you going to stand like a statue at the door for the whole school to admire your astonishing talent for punctuality? Professor Snape saw Harry standing at the door, motionless for a long time, his eyes narrowed. Harry, regaining his composure, hurried to his seat. He opened his mouth to explain. "Professor, I'm late because," Professor Snape snorted, interrupting him. "Because you were distracted by some great mission on your way to class. I suppose you were helping the troll fix his bow tie, or perhaps discussing divination with Filch's cat? You're truly Gryffindor's rising star. Even your lateness is so ingenious. I hope your performance during the rest of the class won't make me regret allowing you to stay in this classroom." Harry barely finished his sentence when Professor Snape delivered a barrage of insults. He dared not say another word, so he shut up. What a sin. Harry mentally complained about Wood. Dylan, in the first row, raised an eyebrow at Professor Snape's sarcasm. "Oh, look at that little mouth, what a skill." Dylan thought back to when he'd recently brewed a potion for Lupin and handed it to Professor Snape. While chatting, he'd shared a few tips on how to truly stab someone. Unexpectedly, those few words had elevated Professor Snape's skills to a new level. Maybe I should consider writing a book myself? It'd be called How to Break Your Defense with a Single Sentence. Dylan naturally understood why Professor Snape was filling in for this defense against the dark arts class. The full moon had just passed, and Lupin had just transformed. He was weaker than a woman in confinement. And since he happened to have a class today, it was natural that Professor Snape would fill in. As for why Professor Snape, and not anyone else, it was Lupin's request and Dumbledore's instructions. As for the specifics of what happened, Dylan wasn't too keen on the topic. He could tell from Professor Snape's displeasure. While Professor Snape had wanted to teach the class, he certainly didn't want to do it for Lupin. Only after finally being persuaded by that old Dumbledore, a middleman, did he reluctantly agree to attend the class. Dylan guessed that this was roughly what happened. "Professor, is Professor Lupin all right?" Harry, seated, couldn't help but look up and ask Professor Snape. Professor Snape had just begun his lecture when Harry interrupted him again. A cold glare shot over him. "He's fine, not in mortal danger, but you, Potter, interrupting a professor again, another 10 points from Gryffindor. If you interrupt me again, 50 points from Gryffindor." Harry fell silent. Professor Snape's expression of regret faded slightly, but not much. He didn't know what he was regretting. Perhaps because Lupin wasn't in mortal danger. Or perhaps because Harry didn't continue to argue with him, thereby causing him to lose more points. Or perhaps a combination of both. Chapter 219 The End of Science is Magic. The presence of Professor Snape in the defense against the dark arts class gave him even more reason to target the Gryffindors, especially Harry. Of course, targeting Harry and the other Gryffindors only took up half the class. The other half, Professor Snape first criticized Lupin's progress from head to toe, from the inside out, from the chin to the top of his head. He then finally began the class. While targeting the Gryffindors, Professor Snape discovered that not only were they progressing slowly, but their knowledge was also poor. This gave Snape another opportunity to criticize Lupin's teaching quality and finally humiliate the Gryffindor students. During this time, some people wanted to resist. Their method of resistance was to ask Professor Snape to consult Dylan when they couldn't answer Professor Snape's questions. However, Dylan wouldn't just answer the questions for others, unless Professor Snape actually asked him. Professor Snape's hair finally became less greasy. Why bother getting angry at him? Wouldn't it be better to just be a little considerate of his feelings? Dylan's attitude towards Professor Snape's love for hermaphrodites was indifferent, even comforting. Isn't it quite amusing to watch an old boy being naughty? Of course, the main point is that when faced with ridicule or abuse, if you're the first to break down your defenses, then the person insulting you will be delighted. But if the other party, despite their best efforts, can't break down your defenses, then they'll naturally break down as well. Therefore, although Professor Snape was hurting Gryffindor students, if these little brats were capable enough to meet Professor Snape's demanding requirements, then Professor Snape would naturally have no excuse to hurt them. And if they, like Dylan, maintained a positive attitude when facing hermaphrodites, they wouldn't be so easily swayed by what others said. Dylan believed that students should behave like students. It was justified to be reprimanded by their teachers for not doing well or learning slowly, although Professor Snape's criticism wasn't just criticism. If professors were required to coax students into following their lead while teaching, that would be truly chaotic. Especially in a world where magic could be learned. When it comes to casting magic, there's absolutely no room for sloppiness. Strict requirements, on the other hand, are actually a reflection of a professor's dedication and responsibility. Dylan possesses a considerable number of spells at the highest level, even developing his own. He understands that magic is no joke. A moment's carelessness could lead to an accident. Such an accident could endanger your life or the lives of those around you. Therefore, strict requirements are better than allowing magic to backfire horribly. Finally, the class, which Dylan felt at ease in but the other students were apprehensive about, was finally coming to an end. Even though Professor Snape hadn't actually taught anyone any spells in this class, simply listening to the lecture still left many feeling uneasy and on edge. Of course, Professor Snape didn't say nothing. He focused on a particularly hideous creature. Werewolves, in Professor Snape's words, are cursed, twisted monsters. On full moon nights, they shed their camouflaged hides, revealing fangs stained with blood. They crawl on all fours. Dylan didn't understand why Professor Snape emphasized that werewolves crawl on all fours. But they do. They crawl on all fours through the gutter, emitting roars more sickening than the cries of Death Eaters. Werewolves are pitiful creatures who deserve no sympathy. They are a scourge upon the human world, a stain that the wizarding world can never wash away. The description isn't entirely accurate, it's basically entirely subjective. At that moment, the candlelight in the classroom suddenly dimmed. Professor Snape, his black robe shrouded in a chill, swept through the aisle in the middle of the classroom. He slammed the pile of homework in his hands onto the podium. The muffled thud of parchment startled the students in the front row, their shoulders trembling. If they had known Professor Lupin wasn't teaching today, they wouldn't have scrambled to sit in the front row. But even if they wanted to regret it now, there was no way they could do anything but lower their heads. Is this what Lupin taught you, the so-called strategy for combating the dark arts? Professor Snape held up a homework assignment. Using the levitation charm against boggarts? I suggest you go to the gallery right now and write a letter to your family requesting the revocation of your acceptance letter. Didn't Lupin show you at Boggart in person? Were you just too busy laughing at everyone else's jokes? At this point, Professor Snape glanced at Dylan calmly. Dylan pretended not to notice. And I asked you to write about your understanding of this class, and someone told me he wanted to make friends with werewolves. Professor Snape's shoulders relaxed slightly, and a cold laugh escaped his throat. Wait until the full moon, and they slit your throat. Remember, while the werewolves are drinking your blood and feasting on your flesh, ask them if they are willing to discuss friendship with you. In the corner of the classroom, a student lowered their head even lower. Professor Snape's eyes narrowed, and his voice, like an icicle, pierced everyone's ears. You're hopelessly stupid. Defense against the dark arts isn't some bedtime story. Almost in sync with the ringing of the bell, Professor Snape's voice echoed. By next week, everyone. 2 scrolls of parchment, detailed descriptions of werewolf habits and defensive strategies. Professor Snape's gaze swept across the room. If I see such ridiculous and idiotic talk as feeding Moonwood will reform werewolves, I'll be dancing with boggarts in my cellar until dawn. With the last syllable, the bell for the end of get out of class rang softly, carrying a melodious air that drifted through the classroom. It also lifted Professor Snape's black robes, finally rolling over the threshold. The classroom was filled with wailing. Dylan began to pack up. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. With a simple tap of his wand, everything would be stored in his system dashboard. Dylan and Neville arrived at the dining hall together. Neville was still a bit dazed. Professor Snape hadn't spared Neville either, giving him a harsh rebuke in class. Dylan blinked. Professor Snape had gone on a rampage today. He even wanted to target Dylan. But of course, Professor Snape didn't succeed. Faced with any of Professor Snape's questions, or any questions others couldn't answer and then threw at him, Dylan handled them with ease, answering them with as much detail as possible. This gave Professor Snape no chance to find fault. Instead, because Dylan kept answering, and his answers were so accurate, textbook-like, and perfectly standard, Professor Snape was even forced to give Gryffindor 10 points. 10 was already the limit. He wanted to add every point. The points were deducted quite a bit. "Does being scolded give you a headache?" Dylan said, looking at Neville with a smile. Neville scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm really a bit lost. It seems I don't have any talent for defense against the dark arts." Dylan smiled and shook his head. "Professor Snape's progress is indeed a bit fast. Professor Lupin hasn't even told us what a werewolf is yet. So it's normal that you don't know much?" Neville blinked and looked up. "But Dylan, you answered so smoothly, as if you knew everything Professor Snape asked you." Dylan sat down. "That's because I reviewed all the lessons long ago, so I know." "Nonsense, he can even brew a potion for werewolves. How could he not know what a werewolf is?" Professor Snape knew this, so in today's class, he even asked some tricky questions. But Dylan still blocked them. Neville sat down next to Dylan. "I think I should finish my defense against the dark arts homework first. I don't want to spend the whole night with a boggart." Dylan couldn't help but laugh at Neville's pale face. This guy, if he ran into a boggart right now, it would probably transform into Professor Snape. But Dylan thought of what Professor Snape had said. Those who couldn't finish their homework would have to dance with a boggart all night. Dylan thought about the ridiculous look of Neville dancing with Professor Snape, who had transformed into a boggart. Weird, Hermione also came over. She had also been scolded by Professor Snape today. Of course, it wasn't because Professor Snape was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her by asking her difficult questions. It was because, after severely criticizing Lupin's teaching progress, Professor Snape skipped a lot of content and taught the students about werewolves. Hermione expressed her doubts about this. The result, naturally, it was self-evident. She sat down, feeling somewhat depressed. "I really don't understand. Has Professor Snape gone mad?" Neville was startled, his chin lowered as he looked at her. He then quickly glanced around, and when he didn't see Professor Snape, he breathed a sigh of relief. How dare she say that about Professor Snape? What if he heard? Neville didn't even dare to think further, and shuddered. He didn't dare to respond to Hermione's question. Hermione seemed a little crazy. Dylan shook his head. After this class, everyone had gone mad. Professor Snape was a little bit too. But he was an exception. His mental state was very good, and it was difficult for anything outside to affect him. Dylan picked up a piece of steak and paused. "Well, except for that little girl whose words sounded even more choking than mine." After lunch, the afternoon classes continued. Time passed quickly. Everyone's attention gradually shifted to the first Quidditch match of the season, which was about to begin tomorrow. As enthusiasm rose, the pressure from Professor Snape also dissipated a lot. Until the day the match began. Dylan gazed out the window at the gloomy weather and sighed. Does this Quidditch ball have to be chased? The game was still going on in the rain. What a remarkable sportsmanship. Actually, for Quidditch, bad weather was only a minor hurdle. Besides, a Quidditch match between Hogwarts houses was merely a basic event. Even if faced with a situation like last year's, it would still be cancelled. But the Quidditch World Cup was different. Never mind torrential rain. It was like a dagger falling from the sky. Players on one team were stabbed through. Then, the substitutes would be sent on. The game had to go on. The leaden clouds were thick and heavy, as if the sky was about to collapse. Muffled thunder, like a dormant python, rolled and roared through the clouds, threatening to fall at any moment. The wind, lashing out with bean-sized raindrops, violently hammered against the mottled stone walls of Hogwarts Castle, sending shattering sprays of water crashing down. Dylan stepped out. An instant later, he could feel a damp chill, tinged with the smell of rain, assaulting him. The torrential downpour had shaken the trees of the forbidden forest in the distance, twisting their branches and occasionally snapping them. Dylan turned and looked back. The rain, the wind, the dark clouds, the forbidden forest, the castle, and the match about to begin. Tisk, this magical, adventurous scene is a classic opening to a fantasy story, Dylan thought with an inexplicable feeling. In his previous life, he had never been able to experience this. But now, he had the chance to experience it firsthand, even to personally experience it, this epic fantasy. The torrential rain poured down, drenching Hogwarts in a hazy gray. Stepping through the puddles, Dylan headed towards the Quidditch pitch. An invisible barrier hovered above him, an invisible umbrella of concentrated magical power. Even when raindrops fell, they only created faint ripples of light, sliding down the invisible umbrella and splashing at Dylan's feet. But Dylan couldn't even get a single stain on his body. In his previous life, facing all kinds of weather, he'd always had fantasies. For example, on a rainstorm like this, he could use magic to create an invisible umbrella like this, eliminating the need to carry and hold his own, which was too tiring. Or, in summer, when the heat outside was sometimes like a steamer, sometimes like an oven. In those moments, Dylan would dream of having a Dreamin'-like dimensional pocket. That way, he could pull out a portable air conditioner. It was a device that floated above a person's head, moved with them, and maintained a constant, comfortable temperature within a certain area. But now, he didn't need Doraemon's devices, he was Doraemon himself, capable of achieving any desired endeavor. Speaking of this, Dylan couldn't help but think of a saying, the end of science is magic. Chapter 220 The Dementors are coming. Or is it that there are so few competitive wizarding sports, and Quidditch is the most popular, perhaps the only, competitive sport, which leads to such a high tolerance for one particular sport? Putting the fan's perspective in his shoes, it seems understandable. Dylan arrived at the Quidditch pitch. The inclement weather limited his view. There were also quite a few people. Even in the raging storm, nearly the entire Hogwarts faculty and students gathered in the stands surrounding the pitch. Some people, rather than using spells to dispel the rain, held umbrellas, which were blown away. Dylan even spotted a kid's glove, someone he didn't know, being swept into the air by the wind. Like a white bird with broken wings, it flew over his head. It looks like Madame Pants's, but how could a glove be carried away from a hand? Dylan was pondering this when he heard a shout. Over here, Dylan. Dylan looked up, his gaze fixed on Neville's round, wet face. Neville emerged from the dense crowd, waving his wand vigorously as he pointed out Dylan's location. Dylan pushed his way through the crowd and passed through. Using a spell, he cleared the rain from Neville and a seat, and Dylan slowly sat down. I really don't know what the point of suffering like this to watch a match is. I might as well do a few more experiments. Oh, thank you, Dylan, Neville said to Dylan at the top of his voice. It can't be helped, the howling wind and thunder obscured the sound. If he didn't speak louder, he wouldn't be able to hear it at all. Dylan shook his head and said nothing. Neville squinted his eyes and tried his best to look at the Quidditch pitch. Now with Dylan there, the invisible umbrella above Dylan's head also extended above Neville's. As the falling rain approached them, it encountered a transparent barrier, then redirected itself, sliding along the edge and onto the ground. Not a drop of rain touched them. Dylan, can you see them? I think Harry and the others are entering. The wind and thunder obscured the sounds, making it impossible for the spectators to hear even the commentary. The torrential rain obscured their vision. Like a curtain, it formed layers of overlapping boundaries before one's eyes. Neville squinted hard, trying to see more clearly, but all he could see was a red mass moving across the field. Dylan's eyes, shrouded in magic, allowed him to see more clearly. He nodded. Harry and the others are entering. Oh. I hope they have good luck, Neville hoped. Dylan glanced at the dark sky and chuckled. Yes. In this kind of weather, finding, or even catching, the golden snitch would truly depend on luck without resorting to trickery. Hey, Dylan. Give us some protection from the rain, too. Please, Ron, on Neville's other side, watched for a long time, realizing he couldn't see clearly and had to constantly struggle to avoid getting wet. Turning around, He saw Neville simply focusing on watching the game. Dylan had solved his rain troubles for him, and he couldn't help but shout. Dylan rolled his eyes, but still raised his wand and cast a spell on Ron, Seamus, and the others. Instantly, they too began to block out the rain. The game had begun. They couldn't even make out the scoreboard, though. But after watching for a while, they could still make out people flying around the field. Ron and the others seemed to be watching them, occasionally shouting excitedly. Dylan had no idea what they were shouting about. He looked toward the field and could see Cedric's tall figure, moving steadily through the rain. It's true that height does give a person an advantage. At least, even in this torrential downpour, Cedric wasn't blown around like the other junior wizards, especially Harry, who were constantly swaying. Time passed. The sky grew darker, further obscuring his already unclear vision. Dylan glanced at the scoreboard. Even he couldn't see it clearly. It's worth noting, however, that in Quidditch, scoring doesn't seem to be particularly important. After all, the number of points required to win is quite high. And achieving that goal through regular goals is a time-consuming endeavor. It's possible to play an entire day and still not achieve that goal. However, as soon as someone finds the snitch, the game ends. So, in Dylan's view, Quidditch is essentially a competition to see which team can find the snitch first. However, it's precisely because Quidditch has this ultimate killer feature that Dylan finds it even more difficult to understand. What's so exciting about such a game? It was simply a back-and-forth battle for a while. In the end, it all came down to which seeker had the luck to catch the snitch first. Maybe my thinking is limited. While it's rare for Hogwarts to win the House Cup by a goal, perhaps the World Cup is more likely. Dylan smacked his lips. He had a habit of thinking about something, then coming up with one interpretation, then revisiting it. It's commonly known as the left and right brains fighting each other. However, Dylan felt that this constant brain-to-brain battle was a good thing. Not only did it improve his thinking, but it also freed him from a single narrow focus, allowing him to gain a broader perspective and explore more possibilities. Dylan looked around. Everyone would occasionally call out, but generally, silence prevailed. Except for guy-finders like Ron, who would inexplicably call out whenever they saw someone in trouble. The other houses were trying their best to identify the person flitting back and forth before their eyes, so they could more accurately judge the situation on the field. But in reality, they were trying to distinguish between the two teams, mostly based on the colors of their uniforms. But just then, Neville suddenly exclaimed, "Why do I feel like I saw the golden snitch?" Ron's eyes widened, and he became excited. "What? The golden snitch? Who saw the golden snitch? Where is the golden snitch? Has a seeker already taken action? Which seeker? Give Harry a signal to go get the ball from the other team." Ron's voice was loud. And not only was he shouting, he also stretched his head, stared, and rolled his eyes back and forth across the field, dragging those around him and asking questions. Seamus, who was sitting next to Ron, was so annoyed that he wanted to strangle him. After all, with such an exciting game like this, even if someone died right in front of them, no one else would notice, right? But obviously, this thought was just a thought. As Ron yanked his arm back and forth again, he was shaking him. Seamus finally couldn't take it anymore and yelled at Ron furiously. "What the hell? Now, shut your little mouth. Be quiet." Dylan ignored the noise and looked away. Something seemed to be happening on the field. Then, a sharp whistle blew. The whistle briefly silenced Ron and Seamus. But Ron's eyes widened again. What's going on? What happened? What did I just miss?" "Enough. You didn't miss anything. The game was just suspended." Seamus shook off Ron's grip on his arm. "Huh? Suspended? Why, Seamus? Maybe both teams heard you yelling for no reason. They're fed up with you." Ron shook his head in disbelief. "I don't believe it, Seamus." He held his forehead. Just then, Hermione, sitting in the row below Ron, looked forward. She tried to see through the dense rain. In the end, all that could be seen was the crowd on the field, seemingly gathered together. Those in red gathered. So did the Hufflepuffs. Hermione rolled her eyes. "I think I should go help Harry." She quietly left the area of Dylan's magic. Pulling down her hood, Hermione made her way through the crowd, pushing her way towards the red-clad people in the stands below. Dylan closed his eyes. At that moment, a familiar aura was faintly spreading towards them. Slowly opening his eyes, Dylan looked to the front left. It's little A and little B, and the other Dementors. Apparently, the joy on the field had attracted the Dementors' attention. Furthermore, since the match was being played in such inclement weather, the entire faculty and students seemed even more excited than in previous matches. Will there be a chance to catch a few more Dementors this time? He didn't need to feed little A through little G lately. The Ministry of Magic was taking care of them. Dylan missed little A and the others a little. After all, although the number of Dementors is fixed, if there are fewer, the Ministry of Magic won't be able to detect them. After all, no one would squat and count the number of Dementors every day. They just need to know that there are no Dementors wandering around outside and that they are not under their control. And after Dylan subdues the Dementors, he will also take them into his own world space. So even if the Ministry of Magic has any means of sensing Dementors, it will be useless. And now, he has released little A to little G and the others. Catch some new ones and train them again. It seems that it is not impossible. Just as Dylan was thinking about how to avoid the sight of other professors and pull a few new Dementors into his own world, Hermione hurried back. This time, she came directly to Dylan, her tone somewhat excited. Dylan, this water-repelling spell of yours wasn't taught to you by the professors, was it? Dylan raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yes, it's a spell I tried to innovate. I improved on the waterproofing charm and incorporated a little bit of the levitation charm, Hermione nodded. When you cast it on me just now, I got an idea. Then I went over to Harry's place and cast a waterproofing charm on his glasses. Luckily, I've learned this spell. The results are great. Harry can see much better. In a match like this, seeing clearly meant gaining an advantage, which was why Hermione was so excited. Dylan smiled and nodded. That's a great idea. I'm sure it'll come in handy, Harry. But sit down first, something's coming. Hermione was stunned. Something? What? Dylan shrugged. Maybe a non-being that can eat your soul. What? Hermione immediately thought of something, and her eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, Dementors? Hermione's voice was so loud that even Neville, who was beside Dylan, heard it. Neville's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? This is a Quidditch match, and it's at Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore said back then that they weren't allowed on campus. Dylan didn't reply immediately. A chill was creeping through the air, a chill that seemed to penetrate the bone marrow. It was completely different from the chill brought by the rainstorm. It wasn't a chill on the skin. It was a chill that seemed to come from deep within the soul, freezing it to the very core. Hermione shuddered. This feeling, she and Neville both looked up. Not just them, many students around them were shivering and looking up. Oh my God, Neville's heart leaped into his throat. Above the gray rain curtain, dozens of dark figures wrapped in rags were silently approaching. Their black robes billowed and swirled, yet there was no trace of wind. Instead they were stirred by some invisible force. Beneath their hoods lay bottomless black holes, like vortexes devouring light. Wherever they passed, cheers ceased abruptly. The stands fell into deathly silence. A myriad of emotions converged in the air, finally being sucked into their mouths. How could they be here, and dare to feed openly? Hermione asked, puzzled. While the joy these creatures felt in feeding was simply the positive emotions radiating from everyone in the stands, not a direct reflection of a single individual's memories, this wasn't right. Suddenly, Hermione thought of Harry. Wait? Could Harry be affected by these Dementors? She recalled how a Dementor had dared to attack Harry directly on the train. Now, there was no guarantee Harry would be safe. Hermione quickly turned and peered down at the stands. Chapter 221 Wood in the Rain. At this moment, there weren't just a few dozen of those hideous creatures. There were at least hundreds. They floated silently beneath the Quidditch field. The Quidditch players, who had gathered below, took to the air on their brooms, trying to get away from them. However, due to the Dementors' presence, they were still in the middle of their matches, unable to leave the field. This forced them to avoid contact with the Dementors while simultaneously trying to continue the match. Ultimately, their flight patterns became chaotic, even distorted. Dylan saw that the one most affected was Harry. His state of mind always changed dramatically when he faced Dementors. And judging by his expression, his emotion seemed even more intense than when he last encountered one on the Hogwarts Express. Dylan raised an eyebrow. He had previously given Harry an amulet. While the amulet might not prevent most Dementors from harassing Harry, it did at least help calm Harry's own state of mind. But Harry, apparently because he was about to compete, hadn't even put on the amulet he'd given him. Hermione, standing before Dylan, looked anxious. I feel like Harry, Before she could finish her words, Harry plunged headfirst from his broomstick. His broom spun wildly in the air, its twigs twisted and bent by the wind. In an instant, it was once again a shadowy figure, plunging into the swirling rain. Only a few fleeting broomstick trails remained before it vanished without a trace. "Ah!" Hermione cried out in shock, her scream piercing the rain. "Help him!" Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his wand. Expecto Patronum! Instantly, a silvery white substance erupted. The Dementors in the arena, startled by the force, began to tremble violently. The black mist beneath their robes swirled wildly, twisting their bodies as they retreated desperately. A flash of silver light passed by. A Poro, wearing a pixie suit, leaped from the light. Round and chubby, it was quite adorable. It sprinted straight into the arena, circling the unconscious Harry and halting his downward spiral. At that moment, an even greater force surged in. It was Dumbledore's spell. With a furious look on his face, Dumbledore waved his wand, and a silvery white light exploded like a surging ocean wave. Although Dumbledore's summoned Patronus wasn't visible, the sheer volume of that silvery substance could be considered a Patronus in itself. This instantly eclipsed the silvery white mist Dylan had unleashed. Dylan blinked. He'd just summoned a Poro, but why were those Dementors looking as if their parents had died? They clearly had no parents. It was all because of Dumbledore's wrath. These Dementors possessed intelligence and consciousness, and they could easily discern who was the one to be dealt with. Swish! A massive silver wave, packed with the force of thunder, tore the Dementors apart and blasted them out of the confines of Hogwarts. Harry's body was lifted up by the wave's path. The Poro, still struggling to lift Harry with his hands, felt a lightness above him and froze. He raised his head blankly, only to see the person his master had commanded to lift, engulfed by another force and carried away. The pixie Poro blinked. It turned its head and looked at Dylan. Dylan waved his wand, withdrawing his power. The Poro immediately understood his master's intention. It flew towards Dylan, finally disappearing into the one-step. Hermione stared, stunned. "You can already summon a Patronus," Dylan shrugged. Yes, after this period of study and experimentation, along with a subtle shift in his mindset, he felt a growing sense of inner joy. So now, he could summon his Patronus more freely. "Fudge, I think you've truly forgotten what I told you." Meanwhile, on the other side of the stands, Dumbledore muttered to himself. After sending all the Dementors away, he turned around, his robes rising in a chilling arc. Dumbledore looked at Harry, brought here by his magic. His usually kind face was now frozen. His lips were flat, not a hint of a smile. Fortunately, someone had just cast the Patronus charm and saved Harry before he could react. This was how Harry escaped any physical damage from the fall, nor any psychological or mental trauma from the Dementors' excessive contact. With this incident, the match naturally could not continue, or rather, it was over. Because Cedric already had a golden snitch in his hand. Hufflepuff had won. The players on the field also landed. Cedric still looked a bit dazed. He didn't even know how he'd caught the snitch. Harry had spotted it, and was even close to catching it, but at the end of the day, they'd won. But the current situation, did they really win? Cedric's expression was a bit bewildered. The professors all gathered in Dumbledore's direction. Dumbledore's eyes were cold. He trembled his wand. Fine silver-blue ripples suddenly appeared in the air. A standard medical stretcher instantly appeared, floating in mid-air. He then used a spell to levitate Harry and placed him on the stretcher. He turned around, and the stretcher naturally followed him. "Go on, Rolanda, do your work." Dumbledore looked at Madame Hooch, who was standing nearby with a worried look on his face. "I'll take Harry to the hospital for treatment. I'll leave this place in your hands." Madame Hooch nodded. She quickly adjusted her rain-soaked referee uniform. Then she raised her wand and amplified her voice. "Everyone, be quiet. No commotion. I declare Hufflepuff the winner of this Quidditch match." As Madame Hooch finished speaking, cheers rang out from the sidelines. But at that moment, somewhat unexpectedly, Cedric leaped off his broom. Rain streamed down his golden hair and slid down his jawline. He watched Harry being carried away on a stretcher in the distance, his joy of victory gradually cooling under the icy rain. After a moment's silence, Cedric took a deep breath. He took 2 steps at a time, his steps quick and steady, and approached Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch was startled. "What's the matter, Madame Hooch?" As captain of the Hufflepuff team, on behalf of Hufflepuff, I request a rematch. Cedric's voice was clear even in the torrential rain. Madam Hooch was stunned again. Why, Potter fell because of the Dementors' interference. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. I don't think a real match should have ended this way. Gryffindor deserves a fair fight, and the honor of Quidditch should not be tarnished. He nodded slightly and waited quietly for Madam Hooch's response. His decision silenced the cheering Hufflepuffs. Everyone exchanged glances. Ultimately, they didn't dissuade Cedric from his idea. No one raised any objections. However, the Hufflepuff's lack of objection left Madam Hooch feeling a bit embarrassed. She, as the referee, had already announced the result, albeit only for the first match, not just one match for all. However, she had never encountered such a situation before in her refereeing career. It would have been fine if the Hufflepuffs hadn't made such a decision. But the victorious Hufflepuffs were demanding a rematch, and she wasn't sure whether to call for another match. After all, the Quidditch rules don't even mention how to properly arrange for a team to be as fair as possible after a Dementor-infected player loses the match. Madam Hooch's wand twirled a half-circle between her fingers, then stopped. Rain streamed down the brim of her referee's hat, hitting her hesitant gaze. Just as she was about to speak, Wood suddenly pushed through the crowd and strode forward. His soaked Gryffindor robes were still dripping. He struggled to push his Adam's apple twice, forcing a smile that was worse than tears, but his voice was clear. Madam Hooch, I don't think a rematch is necessary. Hufflepuff won fair and square. As he spoke, he gripped the worn broom handle, his knuckles turning white. It was hard to tell whether it was raindrops or tears on his eyelashes. I think even Harry would expect us to follow the rules. Wood let out a deep breath. A gust of wind swept through, whirling damp air, shattering his breath. The boy's trembling shoulders contrasted sharply with his resolute words. Madam Hooch glanced at Wood, then at Cedric, who was also stunned. Finally, she pursed her lips and nodded gently. Very good, you did well. In that case, the result stands. Madam Hooch waved her wand again, her voice echoing throughout the Quidditch pitch. Hufflepuff wins. Now, everyone, listen up. Gryffindor students go first, back to the castle, next, Hufflepuffs, then Slytherins and Ravenclaws. No pushing, return in an orderly manner, all prefects, lead your students, and avoid trampling. Madam Hooch directed the situation, quickly aligning the chaotic scene into an orderly formation. The rain continued to pour. But under Madam Hooch's methodical guidance, the students began treading through the puddles, wrapping their cloaks tightly around them, and heading towards the castle one by one. Soon, the Quidditch pitch was practically empty. Wood, however, remained standing in the middle of the wet lawn, letting the rain soak through his fiery red robes. He raised his head, gazing at the swirling dark clouds. Raindrops fell in strands along his eyelashes. It was no longer possible to tell which were salty tears or rain. The Gryffindor Quidditch players also stayed put. How could they leave if their captain hadn't left? However, they didn't approach Wood either. Instead, they huddled under umbrellas from a distance, their eyes filled with worry as they watched their captain. No one knew better than them how many days and nights Wood had spent on the training ground for this match. And how hard he had trained. He had exhausted everyone, but their captain was tired too. In fact, he was even more tired than them. In the stands, Hermione and Ron paused, wanting to leave to check on Harry, but unsure if they should leave now. Dylan shook his head. Don't worry about it. I think he'll eventually get over it. You guys go back and see how Harry's doing. I'll go check on Wood. Hermione and the others exchanged glances, nodded, and hurried out of the stands. Dylan also headed downstairs. As he approached, Fred finally took a few steps forward and approached Wood. Only 100 points behind, George, following closely beside Fred, nodded. Yet, if Ravenclaw can beat Hufflepuff, let's win the remaining 2 games. Beat Ravenclaw and Slytherin, we can still be the winner. Fred and George spoke simultaneously. They stood beside Wood. The crisp sound of their palms clashing could even penetrate the rain. Then, they looked cautiously at Wood, but he remained a statuesque figure. This usually energetic captain now seemed to be bound by a spell, as if even the hem of his clothes were frozen in the wind. Fred nudged Dylan with his elbow. George also looked at Dylan, asking what to do now. Dylan shrugged. Some persistence is like a sword being tempered. The more scarred, the more one must maintain one's purity amidst regret. I think he's not wallowing in sorrow, but waiting for the rebirth of faith in the ruins. Fred and George were stunned. What do you mean? Dylan rolled his eyes. I mean, go get some tonic potions and ginger tea. He's in this state, he's sure to have a fever tomorrow morning. You don't want your captain to have a fever, do you, huh? Fred and George shuddered. Then they hurried towards the castle. Dylan shook his head and followed the crowd at the end. As he passed the other Gryffindor players, he casually added, "Don't you have a spell to stop the rain from hitting him?" Finally, someone realized. Yet, if the captain wants to get wet, why not just stop the rain? What were they doing here, getting wet with the captain? Chapter 222, Clower Reed is not a god. The approaching winter dusk, damp and chilly, seeped into Hogwarts Castle. The Quidditch match had concluded, and despite a few unexpected incidents, the excitement still lingered. A roar echoed through the corridors. Dylan, entering the castle, caught a glimpse of Cedric, leaning alone against a stone pillar. The Hufflepuff Seeker, now stripped of his silver and yellow uniform, wore a dark green scarf loosely around his neck. That dive was amazing today. That final arc, we dodged the Dementors and snatched the snitch. What a win! Dylan's voice reached him before he even reached him. Cedric was taken aback for a moment. Thank you. He looked up, only to find it was Dylan, a Gryffindor. A momentary embarrassment washed over him, and the tips of his ears flushed slightly. However, this added a touch of refinement to his handsome features, making them appear less angular. His victory wasn't entirely fair to begin with. Even though he had a good relationship with many Gryffindors, being praised in person for his impressive win still made him a little embarrassed. Well, about this match, Cedric opened his mouth. Dylan smiled softly and shook his head slowly. This time, you withstood the pressure from the Dementors and ultimately won the championship. That's perfectly reasonable and fair. Cedric paused and blinked. Do you think so? Dylan nodded matter-of-factly. Even though the rain was pouring, I could clearly see that your speed and reflexes were far superior to Harry's. That last move, even if Harry hadn't been under pressure from the Dementors, you would have definitely been able to grab the snitch before Harry. Cedric pursed his lips. Was that so? But why did he have the feeling that the snitch was actually trying to get to Harry? Don't look incredulous. As a bystander, I see it clearly. Dylan shrugged. Why else do you think Wood rejected your proposal for a rematch? Was it just out of loyalty? Although he is also prone to acting on impulse, this time it is obviously not the case. The reason why Wood admitted that Hufflepuff won is simply because he loves the Quidditch game. You won fairly. If he agrees to your proposal, it would be tantamount to him going against his conscience and blaming all of Gryffindor's defeat on the Dementors. Dylan looked directly at Cedric. I think you and Wood are old acquaintances. You should know his character. He will not agree with you doing this. Cedric sighed. It's precisely because I know how much he loves Quidditch. Dylan interrupted him before he finished speaking. Don't forget, you love Quidditch as well, although I don't care about these. Cedric paused, then exhaled a deep breath and smiled with relief. I think so, Dylan nodded. That's right. Congratulations on winning for Hufflepuff. But I'm a Gryffindor after all, so I won't celebrate for you. Your teammates will. Cedric smiled. Then after Gryffindor wins the game, I'll go celebrate with Wood. Dylan curled his lips. That's your business. Cedric noticed that Dylan didn't seem particularly interested in Quidditch. He had even less interest in winning or losing the game. After thinking for a while, Cedric couldn't help but wink at Dylan. So now that Gryffindor is the losing party, do you need me to use the food spell left by us Hufflepuffs to make some pumpkin pies for you? Dylan raised his eyebrows. No need. There are students from Ravenclaw College who will bring them to me. Cedric raised the corner of his mouth. Are you talking about Luna? I've noticed that girl. She's very beautiful. Although I've heard many people say that she is a crazy child, I think since you can become good friends with her, the rumor may be false. No, the reason why our rumors can spread is always because of some basis, even if the basis is very unreasonable. Dylan shook his head. Luna is very smart, but her logic and thinking are different from those of normal people, so everyone thinks she is a crazy girl. Cedric nodded slightly. But Luna is a second-year child after all, and she is not in the same college as me. I have very few interactions with her, but according to the people I know in Ravenclaw College, she now has a good relationship with other classmates. More importantly, she's very good at food spells, and some of them were specially taught to her by our house. I think she should be able to create a wide variety of delicious dishes now. Dylan nodded. I know that. Ever since we encountered the secret oven in the Hufflepuff kitchen, Luna has been interacting more frequently with your house. Initially, many of the Ravenclaw students considered Luna a distant and unapproachable classmate. However, Luna used to occasionally use the Hufflepuff kitchen, and she actually got along well with the Hufflepuffs. Lately, Dylan has occasionally used the Hufflepuff kitchen with Luna and cooked some food. After Luna finished cooking, she would share her meals with the Hufflepuffs. Through this back and forth, Luna and the Hufflepuff students have become increasingly familiar with each other, which is only natural. Dylan even learned a few food spells from Luna. Speaking of food spells, they are actually quite different from the full-level cooking spells Dylan had previously mastered. The cooking spells Dylan had learned were simply chopping, stir-frying, and deep-frying. But this was the process of cooking. This meant he could use these spells on any dish. True food spells, the Hufflepuff food spells, corresponded to a specific dish. Dylan had learned a few before meeting Luna, but it was only after he occasionally cooked with her that his mastery and understanding of food spells gradually deepened. A secret oven. Cedric raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. You know that oven? Dylan raised an eyebrow as well. Of course, I saw that oven in my second year, Cedric nodded. Dylan's curiosity piqued. So what exactly is that oven? Is it really one left behind by the Hufflepuff headmaster? Cedric pondered for a moment, nodded, then shook his head. According to our house, it might have been left behind by the Hufflepuff headmaster, but there's no evidence to support this, so we can't be sure, Cedric said, but one thing I'm certain of, this oven must contain a number of food spells, many of which are unknown to our house. Dylan smacked his lips, and the thought of borrowing the oven again crossed his mind. If he could take it and analyze it thoroughly, he might be able to learn many new spells. These would be quite precious, requiring constant research and development. Cedric glanced out the window. The rain was pouring down. The chilling atmosphere brought by the Dementors seemed to have lingered in the air even then. He fell silent. Dylan observed his expression and tilted his head. What are you thinking about now? It's those Dementors, Cedric sighed. I don't know why they suddenly broke into Hogwarts. Could it be that the Dementors are out of control? Or is it that the Ministry of Magic? Cedric's voice trailed off. The corridor was deserted. They were standing at a corner of the entrance hall. And since the students had already left, it was quite quiet. But outside, a torrential downpour was pounding. Even the quiet in the corridor couldn't block out the pounding sound of the rain. So, Cedric's voice was barely audible to Dylan, who was standing beside him. Don't worry, this probably has nothing to do with the Ministry of Magic. Even if it did, it had nothing to do with Cedric. Really? Dylan nodded. Well, Dementors like to gather in a happy atmosphere. That's where they can get their fill. Quidditch in the rain has stirred everyone's spirits. I think the headmaster's going to have trouble with Fudge. From this vantage point, Dylan looked up, but could only see the torrential rain outside the window, not the headmaster's office. But Dylan could imagine what old Dumbledore was doing just by imagining it. I suppose so. After a moment's silence, Cedric nodded slightly. I've been studying at Hogwarts for so many years, and every time I saw the headmaster, he was always kind. Even if a student made a mistake, he wouldn't be overly harsh. Cedric's eyes flickered slightly. But, he seems genuinely angry this time. It's the first time I've seen him with that expression, Dylan chuckled. Yet, even in the situation last year, he only looked worried or serious. Suddenly, Dylan changed the subject. Instead of worrying about the Dementors getting out of control at the hands of the Ministry of Magic, you should consider whether there are other people who can influence them. Other people? Cedric was stunned again. A thought struck him, and his expression suddenly changed. Are you referring to? You know who? You know who? Dylan raised an eyebrow, realizing who Cedric was talking about. He chuckled. Yes, but don't worry this time. This was truly an accident. And if it was truly the work of that mysterious person, the headmaster wouldn't have let them expel the Dementors so easily. If Dumbledore hadn't acted so quickly this time, he could have easily used his Patronus to stealthily abduct a few Dementors. Dylan felt a little angry at the thought. How could Dumbledore react so quickly? And crucially, his magical power was too immense. Dylan couldn't be sure if Dumbledore's magic would detect him if he actually abducted one or two Dementors. Consequently, he missed out on the last Dementor. What a shame. Isn't that right? That's good, Cedric nodded slightly. Dylan had previously hinted that his transformation into Tree Man might have been the work of that mysterious person. This had recently made him think of the events at Hogwarts in recent years, and he felt a certain unease. He couldn't be sure that Dylan's divination would come true, nor was he sure if anything unexpected would happen. The seemingly foreseeable future weighed on his spirits. Don't be so nervous. Didn't I tell you last time? The future can be changed, but you have to be prepared. I try to be constantly prepared. That doesn't have to be so. Sorry, I'll try my best to clear these chaotic thoughts and not let them disturb me. Cedric sighed softly, rubbed his brow, and leaned against the wall. Suddenly, a chill passed through his robes and passed through him. Dylan felt the tingling emotions Cedric transmitted, pursed his lips, and began to think. Then, Cedric spoke again. Dylan, will I really not die at the hands of you-know-who? You told me last time that everything that happened at Hogwarts in the past 2 years was connected to you-know-who. He didn't know why he was targeted by you-know-who, and even why he might die at his hands. Even though he knew there was no news about you-know-who at the moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. It seems you must learn a spell that will calm your mind. Dylan stroked his chin. He had originally planned to wait until later, but now it seemed that if Cedric didn't shut his mind quickly, Voldemort might notice him faster than he actually killed him. Dylan couldn't be sure when Voldemort would sneak in. He wasn't the one who opened the door. He couldn't keep an eye on Voldemort every day. He had his own things to do. Sometimes, even Dumbledore couldn't see everything going on in the castle, let alone him. I'm not a god like Clarice. He was just a wizard with some abilities, a bit of cleverness, a little extra skill, and a love of learning. Perhaps his mastery of magic was far superior to his peers, even some adult wizards. But when it came to true magical attainments, Dylan had a deep understanding of the spells he had mastered at the highest level. But his experience wasn't affected by his mastery of spells, it had directly increased. Spell? What spell? Cedric stared at Dylan, stunned. This, Dylan flipped his hand. A booklet appeared in his palm. It was given to him by the professor. Chapter 223 Cedric, are you a god? You learn so fast? Occlumency. Cedric took the booklet Dylan casually handed him, flipped it open, and stared. How could you? I mean, you already know the spell. Dylan nodded. It's actually not complicated to learn. The professor gave me this booklet. It has very detailed learning methods, and I've also written down a lot of my thoughts. You can think about it more when you have time. Cedric felt his throat dry. This kind of spell. Dylan, a young wizard who's only in his 3rd year, actually knows it already? It was impossible not to be shocked. And what was even more shocking was this. Dylan was in his 3rd year, so he couldn't have just learned occlumency this year. It could only have been in the first half of the year, last semester, or even the semester before that. Did the professors already think Dylan had the ability to learn occlumency? That was a bit exaggerated. After all, he was almost graduating. And yet, the professors had never said they would teach him anything about occlumency. In fact, without a close relationship with a professor or exceptional talent, it's difficult to learn some of the most advanced spells. Furthermore, overly complex spells simply don't appear in the normal Hogwarts curriculum. Wizards who want to learn these spells firstly seek family instruction. Like Malfoy, he learned occlumency with the help of his aunt, Bellatrix Lestrange. Secondly, they might find the spells and methods for learning these advanced spells in private libraries or the restricted section of Hogwarts. Thirdly, upon graduation and adulthood, wizards typically join magical societies. Those who wish to learn advanced spells not taught at the academy can also do so through these societies, or by exchanging them at magic fairs or the black market. However, Dylan casually pulled out a notebook containing detailed instructions for practicing occlumency. Cedric's Adam's apple rolled. Can I learn it? Dylan, why can't you? Nothing. Cedric coughed lightly. Dylan said, you know, the spell occlumency can counter his legilimency, and Voldemort has mastered legilimency to a very high degree. If you ever meet him again, even if he can't be fully resurrected by then, he can still easily read your thoughts if you don't have any defenses. Cedric nodded gravely, his expression touched. Thank you, I didn't expect you would be willing to tell me this. He knew about you-know-who. Dylan knew this because, besides his own powerful divination skills, everything that had happened in the past 2 years was essentially related to Harry. And as Harry's roommate, Dylan must have known something. Cedric was convinced that Headmaster Dumbledore must have told them. No one was allowed to spread such things. Yet, Dylan still risked Dumbledore's reprimand by telling him about this matter, even if the details were incomplete. Dylan didn't elaborate on Voldemort's situation, simply telling him that he wasn't completely dead and might return. He was still deeply moved. With this information, he had more time to prepare. What's the big deal? After all, when Voldemort does return, everyone will know. I'm just giving you a heads up, Dylan waved his hand. Besides protecting you from detection, occlumency also helps you sort through your own complex thoughts. Dylan glanced at Cedric. I think this should be just right for your current situation. Yes, I'll study hard. Cedric nodded, though his expression was a little conflicted. But what if I don't learn it? Or even if I succeed in learning this spell, I can't resist you know who? What then? Dylan rolled his eyes. What else can I do? Just let it go, Cedric, okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. Go learn it. This spell is very simple. I can learn it in a few days. Dylan waved his hand. And you have talent, too. I believe you can learn it in less than 10 days. You can learn it. Cedric's eyes lit up. No, Dylan shook his head. You can get a clue. Dylan raised his hand and patted Cedric's shoulder. Go home. I have to go eat too. Dylan had finished his meal in the cafeteria. He had intended to go straight back to the dormitory to read. However, when he passed the school infirmary, he decided to stop by. At least they were roommates. He still had to show some concern. But before he could even reach the infirmary door, he heard a voice drifting over. Enough. Stop disturbing Mr. Potter here. Get out. He needs rest, quiet rest. Then, Dylan saw Madame Pomfrey's shoe Ron and Hermione out of the infirmary. Dylan blinked. He stepped forward. Madame Pomfrey glanced over. Seeing Dylan, her expression eased slightly, though a frown remained. Son, are you coming in to see Harry too? I'd love to, but you're late. Dylan didn't wait for Madame Pomfrey to finish. Instead, he pulled some fruit from his bag. He put it in a bag. Dylan handed the bag to Madame Pomfrey. These are some very fresh fruits and vegetables. Please give them to Harry. I won't be going in. I think he needs some time alone to heal his wounds. Hearing Dylan's words, Madame Pomfrey's expression eased slightly. Yes, facing those ugly things is always torturous. At times like this, too many people chattering around will only make the patient's head ache worse. As she spoke, Madame Pomfrey glanced at Ron and Hermione, hinting something. The latter two lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word. I'll take the things for Mr. Potter. You should return home quickly. I doubt Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger have eaten yet. Seeing the two remain silent, Madame Pomfrey said bluntly, well, go eat now. Don't stay here and disturb the patient's recovery. With that, Madame Pomfrey turned and slammed the infirmary door shut. Her movements were swift, yet gentle, and the door closed without a sound. Ron, watching the infirmary door close before him, Ron grimaced. But there was nothing he could do. He could only shake his head and sigh, turning to look at Dylan. Harry's so upset right now, he must really need me by his side, to talk to him, even just to comfort him. Hermione had been arguing and quarreling with Ron a while ago, but now they seemed to be reconciled. She nodded, agreeing with Ron. Yes, Harry definitely needs me by his side. Ron turned away in disapproval. Yes, Harry needs me. Hermione glanced at him. You're too loud, not as gentle and soft as me. Harry doesn't need you. Ron glared. Your voice is so sharp. Harry's brow furrowed when he heard you talk. Hermione rolled her eyes. He was obviously frowning when he heard you talk. Seeing that Ron was about to continue arguing with Hermione, Dylan interrupted. Okay, I guess it's because you guys are arguing like this in front of Harry that he got upset. Dylan's words made them pause. A little embarrassed, but they had to admit it. It seemed like they had actually argued for a while in the infirmary just now. Well, just for a moment. Ron pursed his lips and said, Dylan, what were you doing? You took so long to get here. If you had come earlier, you could have caught up with the others. Maybe with you here, we could have talked to Harry for a while longer. I just went to eat. What? Ron seemed to have not heard Dylan's words clearly. He turned his head blankly, blinking non-stop. You just went to eat? While Harry was stunned and unconscious by the Dementors, Dylan's embarrassment flashed away. Yes, anyway, I would only disturb Harry here, so I went to fill my stomach first. But Ron wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. But what buts? Even though Dylan didn't come over specifically to chat with Harry, at least he brought something. Hermione snorted. And there were so many people here just now, including you. Did your comfort make Harry feel any better? I don't think so. On the contrary, Dylan brought fruit. At least Harry can eat it and replenish his nutrients, so he can recover faster. Ron was unhappy again. You're talking as if you're of any use. Isn't your comfort useless? And you didn't bring any gifts? Dylan rubbed his forehead. Well, When visiting a patient, if you don't bring anything, you just express your condolences. If you bring something, you can skip the small talk. It doesn't make any difference. We all hope the patient gets better. With Dylan acting as the middleman, Ron and Hermione finally stopped bickering. They went to eat, and Dylan returned to his dormitories. Harry wasn't actually traumatized. He might just be a little upset after facing the Dementors. Harry wanted to leave on Sunday morning, but Madame Pomfrey disagreed, insisting that Harry remain in the infirmary to observe his condition. Dylan naturally didn't mind. He didn't interact with Harry much anyway. Or, rather, he didn't interact with anyone else much either. But Harry's absence had Ron missing him for 2 whole days. Dylan even felt that Ron would toss and turn in bed both nights that weekend, looking homesick. On Monday, Harry was finally discharged. Professor Lupin was also discharged for the morning's defense against the dark arts class. So, Professor Snape wouldn't have to teach them today. This delighted the students immensely. Professor Lupin had immediately cancelled Professor Snape's assignment. Some were happy, others sad. Most were delighted, as the assignment had been incredibly difficult for them to complete, and their completion rate was generally low. Of course, this was also related to the Quidditch match that had taken place the previous Saturday. That entire day, almost all the students in the school had no time to think about their homework. Everyone was so busy competing for fun, who cared about homework? So everyone was nervous about this class, expecting another full lecture from Professor Snape. But then, a sudden turn of events occurred. Professor Lupin arrived, and they were all happy again. As for who was saddened, naturally, it was Hermione, who always wanted to be the best in every way. She actually found time to finish her homework at night, and it was far beyond her preparation time. Oh my goodness. A 2-page essay on the anatomy and habits of werewolves. It was like asking a third-year student to write a detailed account of the human body. Just researching it would take a lot of time. Such a complex assignment, and yet, Hermione was forced to complete it. However, her sadness didn't last long. At the end of defense against the dark arts class, Professor Lupin noticed a parchment Hermione had placed next to her desk, ready to throw away. After some questioning, it transpired that Hermione had completed the homework Professor Snape had assigned her last week. After reviewing it, Professor Lupin deemed it highly accomplished, though not perfect, as there were still a number of flaws. Still, it was quite good, and Professor Lupin generously awarded Gryffindor a full 15 points. As the school day began, Hogwarts gradually calmed down, with no major incidents or upheavals. Dylan also continued his daily life, practicing Gulliver's Fire, the Patronus Charm, and food spells. The food spell was something Cedric occasionally taught Dylan in his spare time, when he would consult him about the finer points of occlumency, including asking Dylan to test his progress. It was also because of Cedric's spell teaching that he realized the true depth of Dylan's talent. He had just handed the spell to Dylan and given him specific instructions on the difficulties involved. He turned around and tried to perform occlumency again. Dylan had already mastered the spell and started making food. This left Cedric even more stunned. No? Are you the god of magic? You learned magic so quickly. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Dylan, you're using legilimency on me again. Dylan, how come you've even learned legilimency, and are so skilled at it? Cedric rubbed his aching temple and looked across at Dylan. It had finally stopped raining today, and the sun was out. The afternoon sun slanted through the etched glass of the abandoned classroom, casting a halo of light on the two of them, a rather warm feeling. Third time, Cedric panted slightly, slinging his wand back on his waist. Your legilimency is almost like a mind of its own. I was just thinking about Quidditch, and you immediately noticed I was thinking about a moment I caught the golden snitch. Dylan chuckled, the corners of his lips curling up nonchalantly. He lowered his head and gently wiped his wand with his handkerchief. Occlumency isn't just about blocking thoughts, it's about folding memories into 1,000 layers. Do you understand? Retracting his handkerchief, Dylan suddenly raised his hand. The tip of his wand touched Cedric's brow. Cedric instinctively leaned back. Yet, his eyes glowed with a silvery gray light, shown by Dylan's magic. Imagine your memories as wandering ghosts. You don't chase them away, You cloak them in invisibility, Dylan's voice echoed in Cedric's ears. The key is to keep your thoughts flowing, like swimming in a black lake. Though no one swims in a black lake, you have to avoid getting caught up in any particular image while swimming, because strong emotions can trigger a signal light, making it easy for a legilimency user to capture it. Cedric heard this and gradually held his breath, feeling the cool magic flow along his forehead and into his consciousness. He didn't refuse Dylan's help in simulating occlumency, even though doing so might expose his memories to Dylan. Cedric believed he had no unbearable memories that could not be shared. Even if some memories carried unpleasant memories, emotions, and hardships he had experienced, they were all in the past. Cedric was not one to dwell on the past. Dylan was also somewhat surprised by Cedric's cooperation. However, it was precisely because he didn't resist that he was able to gradually infiltrate his magic into his brain. Dylan could not only guide Cedric, but even study other people's brains. While he had studied human brains, it was only with a few people. Don't resist. Relax your nerves. Just like adjusting the angle of your broom on the Quidditch field, use the most natural posture to channel your magic. The more you try to hide an image, the more it will grow in your mind, like a swelling charm. While Cedric was adjusting his thoughts according to his instructions, Dylan also injected something into his mind. Wait, what is this? What are you doing? Dylan, SHH, it'll be over soon. As the last trace of legilimency dissipated into the air, Cedric snapped back to reality and stumbled to the dirty, worn desk next to him. His face flushed, he looked at Dylan. Dylan slowly wiped his wand. Why are you looking at me like that, like a young wife he'd bullied? Cedric choked. Why did you put images of trolls dancing ballet in my head, and Ron making his pants disappear in transfiguration class, revealing a pair of neon pink underwear with a niffler pattern and a slightly torn, chip pattern? Cedric's expression was complex, and he couldn't hold it back. You can actually create images in my mind, and the thing is, I can't get them out of my head. Every time I close my eyes, I see trolls dancing ballet. And Ron in his neon pink underwear shaking his butt in front of me. Dylan shrugged. Don't you think it's quite effective? Look, it's almost immediate. You can't remember anything else. Cedric was stunned and blinked. It seemed that was indeed the case. But wasn't this method a little too bizarre? It didn't seem very serious. Dylan glanced at him. What? You think it's unconventional? As long as it works, it's fine. Cedric twitched his lips, then nodded slightly. That's right. A moment's silence followed. Cedric suddenly asked, have you ever really seen a troll dance ballet? And Ron, did he really make his pants disappear in transfiguration class? Dylan laughed. No, I just imagined it. Dylan explained to Cedric his clever tricks in occlumency. Imagine outrageous images, and they'll become your mental shield. Dylan waved his wand. Suddenly, the abandoned tables and chairs around him sprouted two buttocks. And then, puff 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 puff, the tables and chairs suddenly began to fart. Cedric's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Dylan raised his lips and waved his wand again. In an instant, the tables and chairs returned to normal, and the gas they had emitted disappeared. When you encounter an enemy who possesses legilimency, if he wants to learn your secrets, he'll have to get past Dumbledore, the tap-dancing one. Hearing this, Cedric took a step back. Shoe repair. A shoe repair man. Cedric suddenly felt that Dylan's training methods seemed even more bizarre than those of the Dark Wizards. You even dare to prank Headmaster Dumbledore? Dylan blinked innocently. Why not? As long as it helps. I think even if Headmaster Dumbledore knew, he'd definitely praise us for a job well done. Cedric, are you sure? Are you sure that after seeing the image of yourself in a pink dance dress tap dancing in your mind, he wouldn't cast a thunderbolt curse and blow you to death? He swallowed hard. Cedric tried his best to remain gentlemanly. He chuckled dryly and didn't continue the topic. I think I've mastered the essentials of practicing occlumency. I'll give it another try when I get back. Dylan nodded, his expression full of teachable talent. But remember, this method is just a trick. When others observe your thoughts, they might think you're a psychopath, and naturally, they might suspect you're deliberately imagining these outrageous images. Cedric nodded. Don't worry, I won't make this kind of trick my primary goal. Dylan looked satisfied. It must be said that Cedric's talent is not lacking. It's just that I wonder how it compares to Florin's daughter, Vera. Unfortunately, Vera's father is just an ice cream vendor, making it difficult for him to help her at the ministry. But Cedric is different. Even if his talent might not be as good as Vera's, he has his father's support. Unless something unexpected happens, he'll be able to rise to prominence and continue on smoothly. Come to think of it, I'm a bit surprised you lost to Ravenclaw in last week's Quidditch match. Dylan led Cedric out of the abandoned classroom. Cedric's eyes flickered, and he smiled again. It's normal to win and lose in a game, isn't it normal? Normal? Dylan shrugged. Could it be that you've been so focused on mastering occlumency that you've neglected your Quidditch training? How could that be? Cedric shook his head. One thing is one thing. I never let one thing distract me from another. So even though I might seem to be spending a lot of time practicing occlumency, I'm actually very serious about Quidditch training as well. Dylan raised an eyebrow at Cedric's serious expression. So how did you lose? It's because Ravenclaw's level has skyrocketed this year. That's a fact I have to admit. As he spoke hesitantly, Cedric's lips curled up slightly, forming a curve. Dylan narrowed his eyes at a seemingly aroused expression. Instantly, he sensed the image he was imagining. Oh, a pretty girl. Yeah, very pretty, huh? Cedric nodded, then suddenly realized what he was doing. He shuddered, his eyes widening in shock. Wait? Did you just use legilimency on me? The training is over now. I don't need you to test my occlumency. Dylan looked hurt. Good, you're so upset after using it. How heartbreaking. Cedric's mouth twitched. Stop pretending, Dylan. That little expression of yours is a bit too contrived. Dylan retracted his expression and shrugged. Is that Cho Chang from Ravenclaw? You really did use legilimency on me. Dylan batted his eyelashes. It's my fault you haven't mastered occlumency yet. Is that my fault? Cedric rubbed his nose. Blame me, okay, but I remember Cho Chang was supposed to be in the same year as Harry, right? Did she join Quidditch too, a few days ago? Dylan was looking for Luna to cook in the Hufflepuff kitchen when he ran into Cho Chang and Luna in the Ravenclaw common room. The two girls seemed to have a good relationship. Cedric nodded. Yes, she's Ravenclaw's seeker. Although she's only in her third year, she seems very talented. I didn't expect I couldn't beat her. Dylan laughed. Did you think you couldn't even beat Harry? They're not in the same year, right? The new students are getting better and better these days. Cedric shook his head. So what? You lost to someone in Quidditch, and now instead of trying to catch up, you're going to chase them down. Dylan looked at Cedric with interest. What? Cedric blushed, paused, and then said, We're already dating. What? Dylan's eyes widened. So early? You're already dating. Dylan blinked, and it took him a moment to recover. He hadn't deliberately pried into Cedric's memories while helping him practice occlumency. This really caught him off guard. Dylan was dating already? Hadn't they just met? He smacked his lips. Dylan asked, You didn't lose the game because you were dating her, did you? How could that be? I'm not like that, Cedric immediately denied. Besides, we only met after the game. Dylan nodded in understanding. Have you guys been on a date? Or have you just confirmed your relationship? Not yet. We've confirmed it. I plan to ask her out to Madame Putty's tea house next time I'm in Hogsmeade. Oh wow, Hogwarts is a pretty famous dating spot. Not bad, not bad. Dylan nodded slightly. Cho Zhang is a good girl. Since you're already dating, cherish her, of course. Even though I'm 2 years older than her, I'd do the same without you telling me. Cedric lowered his eyes to his toes, but the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. A warm blush spread from the tips of his ears to his cheeks, even tinting his earlobes with a gentle crimson. Dylan's eyelids twitched at his worthless appearance. Young people fall in love so quickly. Then Cedric said, I never thought I'd fall in love with a girl at first sight. After the game, she came over to shake my hand, and well, Cedric blushed. Anyway, we both seemed to have feelings for each other, and then this week, Dylan raised his eyelids, his temples throbbing at the sweet details. With a raised hand, Dylan stopped Cedric from continuing. All right, I know enough. You don't have to tell me anything more. Dylan smacked his lips. But you're 2 years older than her, and you're almost graduating. Don't just meet a new girl and dump her right after graduation. Cedric glared again. Am I that kind of person? Dylan rolled his eyes. After this period of more frequent contact and interaction, Dylan's initial impression of Cedric had completely changed. He'd initially appeared stoic and honest, but that was just a facade. After all, a gentleman always has a sense of humor. A man's elegance and grace, combined with his inherent charm, can naturally and unintentionally charm even naive young girls. It's no wonder Cedric was so popular on campus. Especially when he wanted to pursue a girl, he would inevitably use this charm to the fullest. With those irresistible romantic tactics, it seemed normal that Chu Zhang would fall for him in just a week. Chapter 225 Dylan, you are so experienced. How many relationships have you had? I don't know if you're the kind of person, but as long as you listen to advice, that's all that matters, Dylan chuckled. Besides that, I'll give you 30 million, Cedric was stunned. 30 million? Galleons? Isn't that too much? Dylan's mouth twitched. This guy really has a nerve. From what he said, it seemed like he had guts to ask for it. He ignored the silver sickles and the copper nuts, going straight for the gold galleons. He wanted both. Dylan's face darkened. I'm giving you 30 million to wish you a wonderful first meeting, a tolerant relationship, and a prosperous life, Cedric, a beautiful blessing. Thank you, he twitched his lips, gave a dry laugh, and muttered softly. So it's 30 million. I thought, Dylan's eyes widened. What did you expect? I'm going to give you a full 30 million galleons? Are you crazy about the money? Cedric rubbed his nose sheepishly. I'm actually surprised too, why you're suddenly offering me galleons, but I don't think you need to joke with me. He coughed twice, then continued, besides, I'm a little short of money. Dylan's eyebrows raised at this. You're short of money? How is that even possible? I heard someone say your family works at the Ministry of Magic. Cedric sighed slightly. So what? It's not like I work at the ministry, and the salaries aren't that high. My pocket money is just a little bit, just barely enough. Dylan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Is that so? Alright, Cedric shook his head. Let's put that aside, Dylan. I know you have a great talent and skill in divination. As for Cho and me, as soon as he opened his mouth, Dylan knew what he was going to say. He shook his head bluntly. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your request. Cedric paused, blinking, his long lashes sweeping across his eyes, casting shadows beneath his lids. I haven't even mentioned, you already said it. I have an exceptional talent for divination. Well, Cedric sighed softly. I'm being abrupt. I suppose even the most gifted divinationist has to pay a price for foreseeing the future. I wanted to ask you to divine my relationship with Cho. What will the future hold? Will we be together forever? I'm certainly offended. I hope you can forgive me, Dylan shrugged. Actually, it's a good thing you're thinking that way. At least you're considering your future with a girl. Cedric's cheeks flushed slightly. He fixed his gaze on Dylan. His eyes shifted slightly. He suddenly laughed. A lot of people in Hufflepuff are talking about you and that Ravenclaw girl. You? Dylan narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Cedric. The two stared at each other. The latter immediately shut up. Ho-ha, I think you two have a pretty good relationship as friends. Dylan narrowed his eyes and nodded. That's quite true. Dylan wasn't sure if he had any special feelings for Luna. He simply felt that being with Luna was far more interesting than being with Harry and the others. Of course, this could also be because Luna herself possessed many unique insights and understandings of spirituality. Through these, Luna could also provide Dylan with insights that Dylan couldn't fathom. Luna was also quite communicative. Dylan was pleasantly surprised to find that Luna could relate to many of the things Dylan discussed, even understanding them. And since they were of the same age, Dylan naturally wanted to spend more time with Luna. Even with Hermione. Despite her extensive reading, Dylan struggled to see eye to eye with her logic and thinking on certain matters. Sometimes, even when they were discussing the same topic, they would talk. But what they were talking about was completely unrelated. Ultimately, Hermione was too rational. She knew a lot, but that was only because she'd read so much. If something happened that was beyond Hermione's comprehension, it was obvious she hadn't read that part. Or, even if a book explained the situation, not all books were instruction manuals. How to transform knowledge into power was enough to leave Hermione completely bewildered. As the saying goes, knowledge gained from books is shallow. True understanding requires personal experience. Knowledge gained from books is often superficial. To truly understand something, one must personally put it into practice. This was the conclusion Dylan had reached after reading so many books and conducting so many experiments. Only by fully applying the knowledge in books could one truly master it and make it a part of one's life. Smacking his lips, Dylan looked at Cedric again. I understand you want a divination, but besides the 30 million, you still need to be clear. Cedric looked back at Dylan, his expression becoming more serious. Please speak. He didn't act arrogantly, not because Dylan was a few years younger than him, and he was a few years older. Instead, his eyes were humble, and there was a hint of polite inquiry in his gaze. He was curious about what Dylan would tell him next. Even if two people are in love, there will inevitably be some adjustments to make. How to handle this relationship and how to manage it ultimately depends on the care you put into each other. After all, divination can't predict the daily grind of life, nor can it provide the tolerance and understanding during the adjustment period. It's only a foreknowledge, a possibility. So, what truly makes a relationship work is always your mutual understanding and proactive management of the details. I think this should be enough to replace the divination you asked for, and respond to your feelings for her. After listening to Dylan's story, Cedric gently pinched his fingers. He lowered his eyes. His eyelashes cast a fine shadow beneath his eyes. A few seconds of silence followed. Cedric's Adam's apple rolled gently with his breath. He let out a soft breath. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, lifting the tips of his light blonde hair. Cedric's brows furrowed and relaxed slightly, the corners of his lips twitching faintly. His fingertips gradually stopped moving, and he looked up at Dylan. I see. Thank you for your advice. This is indeed more useful than divination. Seeing how quickly he figured it out, Dylan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Divination is always just divination. If I made a prediction for you, even telling you that you would spend the rest of your life with her, what would that do? What if, because of my divination, you sensed her flaws, her ideas that didn't quite mesh with yours, and you suppressed those uncomfortable feelings? You did end up spending the rest of your life together, but could you truly be happy in that life? Cedric nodded. I understand what you mean. You're saying that love isn't like using a portkey to instantly transport you to a desired moment. Even if I could apprehend and skip past the impasse of an argument, the process of it will be etched in my life and memory. Dylan snapped his fingers. Indeed, the affection between people can't be instantly accumulated like a quick spell. Now, I think you understand what you're asking, right? Cedric nodded slightly. Yeah, but there's still one thing I don't quite understand. Dylan tilted his head. What? What you said is quite philosophical, and your understanding of love seems quite profound. Cedric took a deep breath and asked in one breath, so, how many girls have you dated? You've come up with such a profound concept, Dylan. It seems someone really wants to die. Dylan's expression was almost strained. But the smile on his lips grew deeper. It was just that fake smile. It made him look even more frightening. Cedric seemed to sense the air gradually thickening. He coughed, not daring to tease Dylan again. Although I think having a few relationships isn't a bad thing. After all, Dylan gripped his wand. After all, at this age, you still need to study hard and strive to master magic before leaving school, Cedric said seriously. Like you, Dylan, who studies diligently every day, you're a role model for all the students at Hogwarts. Oh, really? Dylan's mouth curled up coldly. Cedric nodded sharply. Of course. Dylan glanced at Cedric and snorted. Although I haven't been in a relationship yet, I'm not deliberately rejecting it. It's just that I think it's difficult for me to have a truly intimate relationship. Cedric was stunned, a little confused. Why? Dylan rolled his eyes. If I were your partner now, even if I could predict your every move at any time, even if you had a sexual fantasy, even if you didn't act on it, I could still see it through my legitimacy. Would you still be willing to be with me? Of course not, Cedric blurted out without thinking. Then his eyes widened in shock. The possibility Dylan described gradually solidifying in his mind. A few cracks appeared on his handsome face. If that's the case. It seems that living alone is not impossible. And living alone seems quite comfortable. Cedric scratched his head. When he came to his senses, he looked at Dylan with a strange look. There seemed to be a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He cleared his throat twice, then raised his hand and patted Dylan's shoulder. I imagine that one day, someone will emerge who will not only be able to stop your divinations, but will also be able to master glumancy and counter your legitimacy. You two will fight each other, enjoying each other's battles, and in the end, your relationship will grow closer. Dylan's eyes flickered slightly, imagining this possibility in his mind. Perhaps it's not impossible. After all, there's a saying that goes, the one who understands you best is not your lover, but your enemy. Sometimes, lovers turn against each other. But enemies can find a mutual understanding. They can even develop unspeakable feelings for each other. I hope so. Dylan shook his head, clearing his mind of the chaotic thoughts. Cedric pursed his lips and offered another soothing words. Honestly, it's not that a person can't live a good life. We're wizards, Not muggles without magical powers, who can only support each other and die. As long as we master multiple types of magic, lifespan is the only thing that limits us. Look at our headmaster, and then look at the heads of our houses. I'm not just talking about Hufflepuff, but all 4 houses. They're still alone, without partners. And aren't they living well? Dylan, is this guy crazy? He could understand Cedric. After imagining his situation, he wanted to comfort him. Even if he might not have a partner in the future, being single until old age is not a big deal. But, do you want to see what you're talking about? Old Dumbledore, that awful old man. Why doesn't she have a partner? Huh? Look my eyes. Tell me why. Why doesn't Professor McGonagall have a partner? Is she just without a partner? She's already married. It's just that her partner died. She's remained chaste for her widowed husband, completely devoted to her work and teaching her students, refusing to accept dates from other adult wizards. You're using Professor McGonagall as an example? Isn't that a bit off? And Professor Snape? Ho ha ho ha. That's even more serious. Why isn't this greasy-haired guy dating? Why isn't he dating? Huh? Why? His first love ended in vain. He held his secret crush in his arms, but it was a corpse. And you still expect him to find another partner? Aren't you being a bit too vicious? As for Professor Flitwick, this professor of goblin descent, he's so short. Who could accept him? Do you think he's happy being single? His ancestors were able to marry wizards back then. That's already an exaggeration. Although Professor Flitwick's goblin ancestry is not high, his strong goblin genes have still preserved his short stature. What adult female wizard would be drawn to Professor Flitwick at first sight? Aren't you just rubbing salt in Professor Flitwick's wounds by talking like that? And finally, Professor Sprout. She's the only one who's decided to live her own life without any external interference. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.